This novel was requested by Sir Tristan of the More clan. Enjoy, Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14. Chapter 1, Push or Don't Push, Push. The invitation to the Dark Elves went well. And the construction of the Mermaid Village is going well. And even though it is a punishment, Romano-san has also started to make a map, and I think the Dark Elf Island will develop well. So, I think it's time for me to leave Dark Elf Island. I have a lot of things to do. I'm thinking of leaving Dark Elf Island soon, but there's a problem. In a room on the Chris, Ins, Felicia, and Girasol start the meeting. I'm the first to suggest a topic. Yes. Ins raises her hand immediately. So far, we've been discussing things in a casual way, but when did she learn to raise her hand? Oh, that reminds me, she recently watched an anime about school, so that's where she learned it. Well, it's not a bad idea to raise your hand, so I'll do it. Okay, Ins. I think the problem is that I don't have much pocket money. I rode along and lost her. Pocket money, you say? Even if I don't give it regularly, I give a lot when something happens, don't I? But it's not enough. Not enough? I've even given you some gold coins. Felicia, isn't your allowance enough? I confirmed this with Felicia, to whom I gave the same amount. If Felicia says it's not enough, then it's not enough. I have that much confidence in Felicia. I have received more than enough, Felicia told me with a worried look on her face. It is true. It's a millions of yen allowance, so once you give it to someone, it should last a year. I also give her silver coins quite often, so there's no reason why it wouldn't be enough. I mean, in addition to rent, food, and utilities, candy and alcohol are free except for a few high-end items, and I don't understand why it wouldn't be enough if she got an office worker's allowance. No, I know why. Expensive alcohol and gambling. That's how she fell into slavery. But I'm afraid she hasn't learned her lesson at all. No, I think that's why she fell into slavery, because she still has an unlearned character. I refuse In's request. Ins looks dissatisfied and sulks. I think it's unfair that beautiful women are so attractive even when they look like this. If she complains too much, I'll make her keep an allowance book and submit it to Bella-san. There is value in not pulling out the heirloom sword. Bella-san is a powerful medicine for Ins and shouldn't be used for this kind of thing. So what's the problem? Alessia-san corrected the course that had shifted from the first shot at presenting the topic for discussion. As expected from the leader of the A-ranked adventuring party, Girasol. It might be a good to dig up the problem in the form of a quiz, but this trend is likely to lead to the submission of a strange topic of discussion, so let's talk about it honestly. The Chris is being used by mermaids. The village is not finished yet, so we have to leave Chris behind. Everyone looked at me as if to say, oh, now that you mentioned it, yes, that's right. They seemed to understand. I'm sure Princess Anne-Marie and the others wouldn't complain if they lived in tents like the Dark Elves. But that doesn't mean the mermaid royalty should live in tents. But if we travel on the fortress or the stronghold, there won't be any problems, will there? Dorothea-san calmly gives me her opinion. She is a cool brown beauty and behaves like a co-leader, but the fact that Benny-chan is twitching on her head makes it even more relaxing. I like the ferry too. I like Vikings, too. T/N, Viking all-you-can-eat buffet. Every day on the Chris is like a buffet. And Carla-san seems to like the food on the ferry as well. I'm glad because I like the food on the ferry too. No, number. That's not what I meant. I guess I shouldn't have called it a problem at all. Well, there is the problem that I have one less summoning slot by leaving Chris, but that's not a big deal. It's a little inconvenient, but it wasn't a problem when I went to buy construction materials, and by the time I picked up Bella-san and the others and came back, the mermaid village would be ready to live in. So I just have to put up with a little inconvenience. I'm sorry. I was wrong to call it a problem. Well, we're going on another trip, and I wanted to discuss the possibility of buying a new luxury liner while we're on this one. The beauty's curiosity exploded. What kind of ship is it? What facilities does it have? Are there differences in beauty treatments? What are the rooms like? Are there crane games? What about alcohol? Restaurants? What about the casino? The questions never stop. But I'm happy to be surrounded by beautiful women. I feel somehow irresistible. It would have been great if Felicia, Dorothea-san, Marina-san, and Ilma-san had come to me, too, but they looked at me with calm faces. Normally, Claretta-san would be the type to be on this side as well, but she seemed to want to know if there was a crane game. She still wants to collect stuffed animals. We'll discuss what kind of ship to buy. After enjoying the situation of being harassed by beautiful women for a while and telling them my original purpose, the beautiful women naturally moved away from me. It was very sad. Well, their eyes are sparkling with curiosity, so there will be more opportunities for them to come up to me. In particular, there would be a great chance if I showed them the screen for purchasing the ship. But Wataru, are you sure about the contract with the God of Commerce Sama? You haven't finished recycling the money you've spent so far, have you? When the commotion dies down, Alma-san calmly addresses the issue. It is true that promises to the God of Commerce Sama are important. Yes, in the future, I plan to use the funds for land development in the Aquamarine Kingdom. But I still don't think I'll be able to spend it all. I've spent a lot of money on the mental health facilities I'm having the countries build. But since I've given them a lot, there's no need for more loans for the time being. I'm also a little afraid to pile on more charity expenses here. Then why did you decide to buy a ship? Wataru seemed to be happy enough with your current situation, so it's a bit strange. Ilma-san was aggressive with her words. This person has a devilish charm that attracts men, but the problem is that she's a surprisingly sensible person. If you want to be aggressive, I would prefer you to be aggressive with your devilish charm, not with your words. However, I can understand Ilma-san's doubts. Normally, I, a small-minded person, would not take an action that would further increase the expenses of the charity. I mean, I had no further intention of buying the ship until that conversation. Wataru-kun, do you still intend to buy a luxury liner? A luxury liner? I have the castle and the Chris, and I'm satisfied with them so far, so I have no plans to buy one. I see, so that's it? You are happy with them, huh? I see. Creator God Sama, what's with that meaningful smile? Is there more to come regarding ship summoning? The skill level is only up to 5, isn't it, huh? I wonder. This is the conversation we had when I invited Creator God Sama as a priority. After that, I asked many more questions about the possibility of ship summoning, but they were all dismissed. The next day, I asked God of Light Sama and the others, but they looked worried and said they couldn't tell me. I think Creator God Sama was probably involved. When I first came to this world, I collected information about skills that had no levels and skills that had levels, and it said that level 5 was the highest. I asked Inz, Felicia, Alessia-san, and others, but they said they had never heard of level 6. Well, it was also written in the material that 5 is the God class, so it was natural. However, I am very curious about the meaningful conversation with Creator God Sama. I feel like I am being deceived 9 times out of 10. I think there is a strong possibility that Creator God Sama wants to play with different ships and try to get me to buy another luxury liner. Generally speaking, if there is more to the story, Creator God Sama's character would tell me more specifically. He was very specific when we first met. So I think it's a trap. I understand that if I complain about it after I buy it, there is a high possibility that he will get away with saying, I didn't say that. But I can't help but be curious when someone suggests the possibility. It's like there's always a button in front of me that I'm not supposed to push or a treasure chest in front of me that I'm not supposed to open. I know I shouldn't push it, and I shouldn't open it, but I want to push it, and I want to open it. So, I gave in to the temptation. I made excuses to myself that it would be okay because I would have a longer life with higher levels. Haha, well, I didn't intend to. But since one of the 2 luxury liners is always available for rent, I thought it would be nice to have at least one more. Although I thought it would be a good idea to say that I had been seduced by Creator God Sama, I tried to cover it up. But Ilma-san's suspicious look didn't stop there. But it's okay. If I buy a ship and the level doesn't go up, I won't be fooled anymore. I don't think I'll try another one, thinking that the reason it didn't level up might be because I didn't have enough experience. Yes, Master is right. It's more fun to have at least one more ship. Don't worry. We can handle a deal with the God of Commerce Sama, since we're with you. Inz gave me the thumbs up, but I felt very uneasy. Is it okay to have the same attitude as a slave who demands an increase in her allowance? Well, if Wataru agrees, then it's okay. If something happens, we'll help you, of course. Right, everyone. Alessia-san, perhaps understanding my sudden uneasiness, asked for everyone's cooperation. I'm a little nervous because Alessia-san is also a casino friend of In's, and they share a similar personality, but when the other members of Girasol nodded their heads, I felt a little relieved. Besides, this is a great opportunity. Even if Alessia-san and the others consider leaving me, I will be able to cry and cling to them, saying that they said they would cooperate with me until I spent all my charity money. Well, it would be hard to escape the lure of our current blessed environment, so it's just an insurance policy. Even now, the feeling that I am being deceived by the creator god Sama remains rather than being erased, but that's the way it is, so let's just have fun choosing a ship with the beautiful women for now. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 2. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 2/4. Chapter 2. Eli Lama Sabachthani. I have decided that it is time to depart from the Dark Elf Island, and before that, I have decided to buy a new luxury liner. I am very worried about the purchase because I feel as if I am being cajoled by the creator god Sama, but if I am going to buy it anyway, I want to enjoy shopping with beautiful women as much as I can. I was dreaming such a happy dream, happy shopping with beautiful women. Creator god Sama. Is this the creator god Sama's trap? Is he laughing at this situation? If not, please save this poor lamb. At first, I really enjoyed it. Wataru, what is so fascinating about this ship? Oh, this ship is. Isn't this one nice too? That one is nice, too. But this one might be good, too. While having such a pleasant conversation, I looked at the screen of a not-so-large ship purchase with a beautiful woman and exchanged conversation. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like a cabaret club, or maybe a high-class club, where extremely beautiful women took turns sitting on either side of you, and you could enjoy talking in close proximity. I was happy like that. I was very happy. If it were a store, I would definitely order expensive drinks and become a regular customer. It is a big customer. I will be a big customer. But such a happy time did not last long. I foolishly pulled the trigger on the collapse without realizing it. I said that it was time to narrow down which luxury liner to buy. These words put me in a tight spot. The reason was that I had taken it in all directions. Inz, Felicia, and Girasol each had their own favorite luxury liners, and to each of them, I gave positive reviews, saying that they were wonderful and that I liked them too. Yes, I talked to all of them, and when it came to narrowing down the list of luxury liners to buy, it was a drag. I was the one buying the ship, so my opinion mattered, and then disaster struck. It was time for me to pay back for all the high praise I had been spreading around. But let me tell you something. I had no choice. I really had no choice, because there were two extremely beautiful women sitting right next to me, right? The smiling faces of the super beautiful women are close to me. They smell nice, and I can even hear their breathing. Soft treasures may touch my body. As a man, or maybe because I am an honorable man, I want to look good, don't I? Of course, there are people in the world who say things like pure love, true love, and so on, right? But I don't understand it. You want to be popular, don't you? You want to have a harem, don't you? You want to live a debauched, slutty life while flirting. When I was in Japan, I fantasized about such things, but I never thought they would come true. But isn't it inevitable to dream when you come to another world, right? So, oh God. Please save this poor little lamb. Wataru, after all this trouble, have you made up your mind yet? Which luxury liner would Wataru prefer? My prayers were not answered, and Alessia-san slowly approached me with an intimidating look on her beautiful face. Why has Creator God Sama forsaken me? Are you saying that my cry for salvation did not reach the divine realm? How is that possible? It is inconceivable that Creator God Sama would miss a scene where someone he knows is trapped in a corner, so he must be watching, right? Just a little is enough. Please calm down. Then everything will be resolved. Please calm down. You can leave as soon as you come down. Wataru, the god is dead. Well, there's no way that Creator God Sama would come to my rescue, even if I think about it normally, because he is the kind of person who thinks it would be more interesting if I were cornered. I was in a tight spot and unintentionally asked the Creator God Sama for help, but it was stupid of me to ask the wrong person for help. The God of Light Sama was the right person to ask for help, but asking the goddess for help in a difficult situation is not the same. In other words, I had to do something on my own. All right, I am an honorable man myself. I'll get out of this predicament with flying colors. Let's take a break. I can't decide which luxury liner is right for me because they are all so attractive. It's an expensive purchase, so I need to make a careful decision. There is no need to rush. For now, I'm stalling. I felt a pang of regret that I had wasted so much time praying to the creator god Sama, but it wasn't over yet. Fortunately, I don't have to make a decision today, so I can postpone it. Damn, I was an idiot. I should have continued this wonderful time for about 3 days instead of saying something thoughtless like I'll narrow it down soon, even though the mood was good. Well, it's certainly not the same as buying a loaf of bread. So let's take a break. Everyone, no contact with Wataru until his mind is made up. Don't try to force your opinion on him. Wataru is not to leave this room until his mind is made up. Huh? Am I going to be isolated? Yufufu, I wasn't even thinking of sneaking out, but to come up with such an idea so quickly, Alessia, you must have been up to something, right? Ilma-san, don't provoke Alessia-san. There's something bewitching and evil in it, like an enchanting demon that drives people to their doom. I'm not up to anything. I'm just trying to keep an eye on you, Ilma. After all, the luxury liner you chose was the one to which Wataru reacted the worst. We have to do something about that, don't we? I have to admit that the luxury liner Ilma-san liked was a little too subtle for my taste. So you were watching my reactions carefully, weren't you, Alessia-san? I thought her personality was a bit rough, but I can't be too careless, can I? Yufufu. That's not true, because Wataru seemed very happy to hear about the luxury liner I recommended. Isn't that right, Wataru? Huh? Yes, that's right. It wasn't that he was pleased with the luxury liner, but that he was just fooled by Ilma's sex appeal. Wasn't it? Exactly. You know, Master, if you choose the luxury liner of my choice, I will give you many fun things to do in the evening. Kaiawa. Marina, what are you doing? Lots of fun. No sneaking around. Unusually, Marina-san stopped Ins. She's not the kind of person who speaks her mind, but this time, she was having so much fun with Fu-chan that she seemed quite determined. I'm in trouble. Oh, geez. Everyone's out of the room now. Wataru, let me know when you decide. Perhaps thinking that the situation would not calm down, Alessia-san pushed everyone and forced them to leave the room. Phew, this might be the first time I've been relieved to see beautiful women leave the room. But it's also the first time I've seen such a disagreement since everyone usually gets along so well. If I choose the luxury liner based on a simple idea, it will be a scary thing. So I have to think carefully before making a choice. Let's see, there are 5 luxury liners on the list, right? It's better than having to choose between 8 luxury liners because everyone has a different opinion, but if possible, I would have liked to see a unanimous opinion on at least 2 or 3 of the liners. Unanimity would be great. Sigh, I guess there's no point whining about it. I have to pick one, or it's not over. It was supposed to be a fun ship selection. It was stupid of me. Let's see. The first one is the successor to the castle, recommended by Alessia-san and Ins. It is a similar type of ship to the castle, and it is quite attractive because of its amusements. In addition, the facilities have evolved. However, because of the similarities with the castle, I think it would be a waste if the castle returned here. But it is quite flashy, so I give high marks to Alessia-san and Ins. You like that sort of thing. The second is a luxury liner that is supposed to have good food. Recommended by Carla-san. As is typical of Japanese luxury liners, the food is highly rated. As a Japanese, I am quite interested in this luxury liner, but it has a relaxed atmosphere without the gaudiness of foreign ships. There is some entertainment, but it is hard to distinguish it from the cruise, considering that we all play together. But I am very curious about the highly rated meals. Carla-san was especially curious, is the food on this luxury liner good? And when she asked me with her bare ears beaming, I was so intrigued that I felt like my nose was about to burst with blood. The third and fourth are the luxury liner type. Recommended by Dorothea-san, Marina-san, and Felicia. Both are fully equipped as luxury liners, but they were built in different countries, and each has its own style. However, they put a lot of effort into the arcade and the stage, and while the lead ceiling in the arcade is attractive, the stage is mainly sapurabi, which is unfortunate. So, there are pros and cons, and I am troubled by them. Dorothea-san and Marina-san are influenced by the opinions of their respective familiar slimes. Felicia likes this luxury liner, but she seems to think that she would prefer a different type of luxury liner than the ones she has seen so far anyway. The fifth is a luxury liner with an adult atmosphere. This is Ilma-san's recommendation. It is a luxury liner with a variety of artwork and a rich collection of books. To be honest, I am not so sure. I think she is just attracted by the number of books in the collection. However, if I choose this luxury liner, I think I can get high praise from Ilma-san, so it is very appealing. Claretta-san hasn't made up her mind yet. She wavers between the meal and the crane game. Ah, man, I don't know which one to choose. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just buy them all? I have money, lots of money. I want to be praised by all the beautiful women. I want to see them all smiling. In that case, striving for the luxury liner. Volume 14 Chapter 3. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 3/4. Chapter 3, Secret Intention. I decided to buy a new luxury liner and had a great time choosing a ship with Ins, Felicia, and the beautiful ladies of Girasol. It was a very pleasant time, like being entertained in an exclusive club, but my unintentional comment led to a bitter situation. The only way to get out of this mess was that. Wataru, have you decided which luxury liner to buy? As soon as I left the room with my secret plan in mind, I found everyone on the sofa nearby, and Alessia-san immediately called out to me. She seemed curious. All eyes were on me. Every eye is telling me that I'm buying the luxury liner they've chosen. No, only Felicia and Claretta-san look at me with concern. They are an oasis in my heart. Yes, I've decided. The intense looks of the beautiful women. Normally, I would be so scared that I would want to run away, but I have a secret plan, so there is no problem. In fact, I replied with pride that I would welcome them with open arms. Dorothea-san and Marina-san, as well as Rimo and the other slimes, were bouncing around above our heads, but I was determined to respond to their anticipatory moves with aplomb. I see, it's been decided. Then would you mind telling us which luxury liner you're buying? Alessia-san looked a little nervous as she urged me to make an announcement. I paused and looked at each person's face. The expression on these beautiful women's faces, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, is quite good. Huh? Is that Carla-san? Doesn't she look hungry? Well, Carla-san, you can rest assured that your wish has been granted, and you will be able to eat a full meal. Well, Ilma-san, maybe you feel like you're at a disadvantage, but you don't seem to have your usual relaxed attitude. But you are beautiful like that, Ilma-san. Don't just smile, Master, tell us quickly. I enjoyed this, and it seems that Ims has reached the limit of her patience. Well then, I guess it's time to reveal my secret plan. Oh number. This is a hallway. It's a very elegant hallway, but I think it's a bit too subtle to announce the secret in the hallway of the Chris. I don't think it's possible to go into the room now. I understand. Then I will announce it now. I play drum rolls in my head to get in the mood. Then I'll make the announcement. I will buy them all. With a big smile on my face, I announce my secret plan. Since I'm going to make a big show of it, I can at least make a smug face, right? Silence echoes through the hallway of the Chris. It's so unexpected that not everyone seems to have understood the situation. But that's okay. Everyone's hopes will be fulfilled, so there should be rejoicing as soon as they understand the situation. Wataru, it's wonderful. You might say, oh no, I'm in trouble. I'm going to be so popular. Wataru-san, when you say all of them, do you mean all the luxury liners we recommended earlier? Oops, Dorothea-san, you just added a suffix to my name. She seems to be upset by my secret plan, even though she looks calm. For some reason, Carla-san, who is strict about suffixes, is also silent. Perhaps she is also shocked. That's right, I reply with a second shot of smugness. I think she might find me a bit annoying. So it's time to stop with the smug look. Huh? Why does everyone start a discussion with just the women without looking at me? What about the cheers? As expected, to buy them all. That's impossible, isn't it? Huh? What do you mean, Alessia-san? This isn't the reaction I was expecting. I'm sorry, Master, but that's a very simple solution. You couldn't choose just one, so you decided to buy them all. Ins, you are right. But how can you behave like that towards your master? And don't read my mind. Ins, you are exaggerating. Master just wanted to show his good side to everyone. I can't deny that he got out of control, but I'm sure he didn't mean to hurt anyone. Felicia seems to be protecting me, but she is subtly reading my mind. I'm lucky to have a slave who understands her master's thoughts so well. Damn. But yes, it's simple. Marina-san, don't say hard things in a whisper. Even though your voice is soft, it still pierces my heart. Yes, Wataru has money, but that doesn't mean you have to spend it all. Dorothea-san, if you're going to say something, please don't choke on your words and say it all the way through. On the contrary, it's hard for me. Yufufufu. Wataru is also desperate. That's right. Just like you said, I am desperate. So please leave me alone. I'm happy if I can eat a lot, but don't be reckless. Carla-san, it's hard to be really careful. Claretta-san, please don't look at me silently and regretfully. It makes me sad. Hey, why is that? I should wait for the cheers, but all the reactions of all the women are coming through me. Alessia-san's outright rejection, Ins and Felicia's reading my mind, Marina-san's whispered rejection, Dorothea-san's choked-up rejection, Carla-san's pure rejection, Claretta-san's silent rejection. It's all painful in the end. My life is already at 0, but there is still more to come. Oh, I get it. This is the one with the pattern where if you intercede with a group of women who are fighting, they somehow collude, and the man who interceded is blamed. I learned that development from the manga. It's a template, isn't it? Well, even though I'm learning, it's useless if I can't avoid the development. Wataru. Not good. Gaka. Oh no, Rima's thoughts are the most critical. I was shocked and fell to my knees, but no one reacted. It's really sad. I'd like to decide on the luxury liner you're going to buy, but the opinion of Wataru, who is actually buying the luxury liner, is very important. Oh, it seems that Alessia-san has remembered my existence. I'm really glad. That's right. As expected, we can't ignore Master's opinion there. Ins, I'm glad to hear that, but please don't ignore me. I'm still devastated here in front of your opinion. Then I think it would be better if we all discuss it again. Let's each make a strong appeal to Wataru about the ship we recommend. Huh? Dorothea-san. Does that mean you're going to throw me back into the chaos? I didn't want that, so I wanted to buy all the luxury liners. No, stop. Do not let her words convince you. Oh, hey, I can't get up because of the damage, or rather, I don't want to get up. So Ins, don't force me to get up. Marina-san, I just came out of the room, and I don't want to go back, so you don't have to open the door, okay? No, don't push me. Stop. What are you doing to me, forcing me into that room? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I tried to stop them from taking me to the room with silly jokes, but my words didn't reach them despite my best efforts. A room on a luxury liner in an atmosphere where the sofa, which should be soft and comfortable due to its luxury, seemed like hard, cold ice. The women began their fierce presentations. Words that were elegant on the surface but full of barbs flew back and forth. My slave, who for some reason speaks for my words that I have not said. A beautiful woman who happily begged me to try this and that. The bewitching beauty who is aware of her own sexuality and seriously tries to play sexual tricks on me. A cunning beauty who tried to attract Trimo through the slime she had contracted. Poor me, caught in a mess worse than the previous one, thinking that if I'm going to go this far, I might as well buy the whole thing. It's no longer an adorable, trembling little rabbit. So, Wataru, have you decided yet? I haven't decided yet. If you really think I can make a decision in this situation, you misunderstand me, Alessia-san. I am a man who cannot make decisions. In fact, even the castle's successor is attractive, with its giant water slide, robot bar, and restaurants from other countries never before seen on a luxury liner. Even Japanese luxury liners seem to be very attractive to Japanese people simply because of the cuisine that Japanese companies are proud of. Other luxury liners also have their own attractions, such as bowling alleys, and each has beautiful women who promote them. How can I choose among them? It's impossible. It is impossible. That's why I have not decided yet, so I'd like to draw lots. Now that the secret plan to buy everything has been defeated, the only way to make it all go away without causing resentment would be to leave the happiness to heaven. I feel that heaven equals the creator God Sama, but I assume that there is a difference between heaven and God. If I leave everything to the creator God Sama, I'll end up in a terrible situation. Draw lots. Yes, in this box, there is a piece of paper with a 0 written on it. There are 8 blank pieces of paper. Everyone will draw lots, and I will buy the ship recommended by the person who draws the lot with a 0 on it. I thought you were working very hard to create something like that. That's right. To escape the pressure, I did my best to make a lottery with empty candy boxes. That's what Ilma-san says, but you were also a factor in my escape. I understand the raffle. But why does everyone have to draw? Wouldn't it be easier if we each wrote down the name of the ship we wanted to buy and Wataru drew it? Dorothea-san tilted her neck. But the reason I didn't use that method was simple. I don't want to do that because then I feel like the whole responsibility would fall on me. Ins laughs at me for being so blunt, but it is my style to avoid any responsibility that can be avoided, even if I am laughed at. I see, so if Wataru wins the prize, whose recommendation is it for the luxury liner to buy? Ilma-san asked as if to say that, of course, it would be her recommendation. But I could not take such a threat. I'm trying to escape reality. But I have a plan. I've also found a luxury liner of my own choice, and I'm going to participate in the raffle on that ship. Bowling is available on other luxury liners, but the one I chose even has a go-kart track, so I think it's a pretty fun-looking ship. Well, I don't think go-karts are necessary since there are amphibious buggies. Still, it was my secret intention to choose the one I wanted to go on. If I keep it up, I'll get screwed, so I have to make a little statement. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 14 Chapter 4. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 4/4. Chapter 4. Purchased a new luxury liner. I thought it was a secret plan, so I put on a smug face and blurted out my secret plan, but it was actually a bad plan, and the ladies criticized me vehemently for it. I was just trying to be cool and make a rich man's move by saying I would buy them all. But I think the world is an unreasonable place. If you draw a lot from this box and get a 0, you win. No hard feelings, okay? At my suggestion, the nervous-looking beauties began to draw lots with serious expressions on their faces. Nervousness in a lottery drawing is like a draft, huh? Come to think of it, the result of this lottery will determine the purchase of the luxury liner worth tens of billions of yen, right? If I'm not mistaken, this lottery might require more attention than a draft. When I think about it, a lottery made out of an empty cookie box seems very poor, even though it's an empty box of luxury cookies. I don't think it's possible to start from scratch. 5 people have already drawn. If I start over here, there is a possibility that the person who lost the lottery will complain because I started over again later. I'll just have to accept that this time, the lottery was done with love. If there is a next time, I should think a little more about the raffle. Formality is important. Everyone draws their tickets, and I draw the last one from the box. My luck is low, but I have heard that there is good luck in leftovers, and I have a little hope that I will win. If I win the lottery, my stock price, which had fallen due to the I'll buy all the luxury liners incident, will soar. Wataru, is it okay to look at the tickets already? Alessia-san asked me as she looked at the tickets she had drawn. She seemed very interested in the outcome of the lottery, which made me very proud as the organizer of the lottery. I was very excited, but I hadn't thought about how to control the lottery. It would be exciting to check each person in turn, but if the results are announced at the beginning, the excitement of the rest of the participants will fade away. It would be more dramatic to check the raffle all at once. I'll give the signal, and we'll all check at the same time. Everyone nodded, so I cleared my throat and prepared to give the signal. What kind of signal is the raffle confirmation signal? I was getting nervous in a different way. Then open up. I can't think of a cool signal, so I sent a very ordinary one. At this point, I no longer felt like I had won the lottery. I felt like my luck was running away from me at a great speed. Still, I held out a little hope and opened the quadruple ticket, but of course, it was blank. I feel sad about my luck that I can't even get through the 1 in 8 chance. Is that a win? It is a win, isn't it? I got the 0. I did it. I won. Benny-chan, I won. I feel like I'm seeing a very rare sight. Everyone else, perhaps like me, was not disappointed that they had lost the lottery but instead looked at Dorothea-san with great excitement. Even Alessia-san and the others were surprised, so it was a rare sight to see Dorothea-san excited. Dorothea-san is holding Benny-chan, who was on her head, close to her chest and showing her the winning ticket. It was a reaction I couldn't have imagined, given her calm demeanor as co-leader of Girasol. Was she that happy about winning the lottery? No. Dorothea-san is not the type of person to get caught up in her own affairs. Come to think of it, Dorothea-san and Benny-chan chose the luxury liner together, didn't they? I wonder if this tension is because she was able to fulfill Benny-chan's wish. As a fellow slime lover, I'm glad to hear her reaction. I'm sorry. I was a little loud. Wasn't I? Dorothea-san, finally noticing the warmth in everyone's eyes, suddenly returned to a calm atmosphere and apologized. But she's definitely embarrassed. It's hard to tell with her brown skin, but if she had a white type of skin, I think she would be so embarrassed that her face would be bright red. Her eyes are swimming, and I think she is inwardly regretting her decision to get so excited. It's kind of funny. I wonder if everyone thought so, too, as they gathered around Dorothea-san and congratulated her, but also added extra words like "you were so happy" or "you were so cute" to stimulate her sense of embarrassment. The verbal abuse of a beautiful woman by beautiful women. This is something. The S-like smiles of the attacking beauties and the expressions of shame of the beauty being attacked. The fact that Dorothea-san is not an M-type person makes it all the more wonderful. Thanks for the treat. Stop it already, Wataru. The ship you're going to buy has been decided, so let's get on with the story. While I was enjoying the play of the grinning beauties, Dorothea-san, who couldn't stand it anymore, urged me to continue with the story. That was it. Now, it was not the time to watch beautiful women playing with shame, but the time to buy a luxury liner. The frolicking of beautiful women is so destructive that it makes me forget, if only for a moment, the great event of buying a luxury liner. That's right. Dorothea was so cute that I forgot about it. Alessia-san, with a smile on her face, makes another attack. Dorothea, you're so cute. Marina-san mumbles. Yufufu. Didn't you know? Dorothea may look cool, but she's got a girly personality. I have a feeling that Ilma-san is about to reveal something amazing. Dorothea-san's face turned so red that I could see it even through her brown skin. Dorothea is a maiden, after all, you know. Carla-san tilted her head at me and said it was obvious. Her pure eyes seemed to see through Dorothea-san's true nature. Everyone, no more. Claretta-san tries to stop everyone as if she were in a hurry. As for me, who was attacked the same way in the hallway earlier, I think for a moment that she didn't stop at my time. Geez, that's enough. Oh, she lost her temper. Just as Inza said, Dorothea-san lost her temper and grabbed Alessia-san and the others. She was so embarrassed that she went over the edge. Master, come here. Felicia is the epitome of a slave as she gently pulls me close and defends me. I wish Inza would learn from Felicia instead of yelling at me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, then, I would like to buy the luxury liner. Finally, after all the excitement had died down, it was time to get down to the business of buying a luxury liner. It was a big purchase, worth tens of billions of yen, so it was hard to make a decision, but it was definitely the wrong use of our time. There was no doubt in my mind that Alessia-san and the others were in tatters. Dorothea-san, you're sure this is the right luxury liner, right? It would be a bit embarrassing if we made such a fuss and bought the wrong ship. So I checked with Dorothea-san again before making the purchase. Dorothea-san leaned in close to check the purchase screen. Normally, I would have been excited, but since Dorothea-san is also in tatters, I am more worried than excited. Since it was an event, I wanted to give her some time to freshen up, but I knew that if I gave her more time, she would start fussing again, so it was probably a good idea to give up. Yes, this is definitely the luxury liner. What, Trusan? Please. I understand. With a click, I pressed the buy button. Just like that, 1,700 platinum coins disappeared. When I think about it calmly, it was a ridiculous thing to do. Well, the fact that the charity expense increased by 1,700 platinum coins is more painful than the disappearance of 1,700 platinum coins. I bought it. Despite being slightly depressed, I reported to Dorothea-san that I made the purchase. Fufu. Thank you, Wataru. Oh no, Dorothea-san's smile of appreciation up close is wonderful. It would have been great if there weren't scratches on her face. But you know what? I feel like I have a surprisingly positive personality, being able to jump over the pressure of 1,700 platinum coins with the smile of a beautiful woman. Master, you bought it, didn't you? Then, let's take a look. I can't wait to see the casino. Ins wanted to go to the casino right away, even though she had just complained that she didn't have enough money for her allowance. I don't plan to increase your allowance, okay? Master, that's out of the question. Have you forgotten the deal you made when you bought me? You will be punished by the god of commerce Sama, you know that? I'm not going to say anything bad about it, so you might as well make a big deal out of it to commemorate the purchase. It's for Master's sake, remember? When Ins hears that there is no extra allowance, she rushes to say something bad. What about bringing up divine punishment for an allowance? Yes, I made a deal with you that I would entertain you as much as possible, but I give you a pretty good allowance every year, and I don't think I would fall for that deal. Even if I did, the god of commerce Sama would probably give me a warning before the punishment, so I don't have to worry. I've got a direct line to God here, so such threats are meaningless. Well, it's too bad she can't play on the new luxury liner, so I'll give her some allowance after I've given her some more to push around. Until then, I'll just have to enjoy the pleading Ins. Wataru, in addition to In's allowance, we'd also like to take a tour of the new luxury liner. Well, Alessia-san, you're right. I can't wait to see the new ship as well. I agree with her. Ins makes a fuss about what she means by addition, but I'll leave it at that. I understand. Shall we take the Lotto out to sea? Why not here? It's true that I could just summon it next to the Chris, but there's a reason why I can't do it here. It is in full view of the Dark Elf Island. If I summon it here, the Dark Elf children will make a lot of noise. The children are fascinated by the Feast of the Chris. If a luxury liner bigger than the Chris appeared next to it, they would definitely show interest. They have been on the Chris before, so they can control their curiosity, but if they see a new luxury liner, their curiosity will probably explode. I don't mind inviting the Dark Elves, including the children, but I want to make sure they know the new luxury liner well before I invite them, because if I don't give them enough time, it will lose its specialness. It would be best to invite them after this trip. Those kids could probably swim their way in. Shall we continue then? Alessia-san seemed to agree. They can't break into the ship because of the boarding rejection, but with those aggressive kids, we can't rule out the possibility that they will swim close to the ship and make a fuss to be allowed on board. With the plan decided, we started to move to the Lotto. Oh, I didn't check if the level of my ship summoning has been increased. Well, I can check while we're on the Lotto. Then we will set sail for the new luxury liner, the Grandiosa. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 5. Happy New Year. May this year fill your heart with immense joy. And here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 5. Troubling. Distressed about a lot of things. I finally bought a new luxury liner. It was supposed to be a big event, but I wonder why the attention was taken away by the play of beautiful women in the middle of the event. Well, I guess it doesn't matter since I was able to buy it without any problems. But Dorothea-san, who turned bright red and was shy, was cute. Well, there's still some time before the luxury liner is out of sight of the Dark Elf Island, so let's check the ship's summoning level that I missed. Should I check the guest of honor's room just to be sure? I never know what kind of information might pop up, and I need a quiet, alone environment. After saying this to everyone else, I go to the back room. Okay, let's check it out. Phew, I'm getting kind of nervous. It is generally believed that the maximum skill limit is 5. As for ship summoning, when I reached 5, I was able to summon a special ship, and I thought that was the end of the line for me. But what if there is more to come? Would the level normally go up to 6? Or would the skill itself change from ship summoning to super ship summoning? It would be very interesting if it went that way. Maybe I'll be able to summon a spaceship or something. Well, I don't think there are spaceships. The people in other worlds before me had cheats, so even though cheats are limited now, spaceships are not possible. First of all, since the system seems to allow the purchase of Earth ships, there is no such thing as a warp-capable spaceship that I can imagine. The ISS is a station, so I guess it's impossible. Well, it's still exciting. I opened my status screen and looked at it excitedly. There it says, Ship Summoning Level 5, Unique. It's not up. The level did not go up. It would have been easier if the level had gone up, but I ended up entering the most difficult pattern. That's what it means, right? Either Creator God Sama deceived me, or I still don't have enough experience, amount of money, to raise my level, right? I have two choices. I can either give up quickly that I was deceived by Creator God Sama, or I can buy more ships believing that there is a level up even though I think I might have been deceived. I hate it. Whatever I choose, it will be a blur until I get the results. If I had more faith in Creator God Sama, I could believe in the level up. But with that creator god Sama, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the result of believing in him ended up being irretrievable. It's rather disturbing that that seems more likely. It would be helpful if creator god Sama would be honest with me, but the way things are going, it's going to be difficult. It seems that the god of light Sama and the others have been silenced as well. That's disturbing. What's wrong with your head all of a sudden, Master? Are you sick? Ins shouted at me when I had a difficult question on my mind that I couldn't answer. If she thinks I'm sick, I'd like to see a more worried expression on her face. That's a point off. I'll have to cut back on the allowance I was going to give her later. No, I'm not sick. I'm just a little troubled. Master's in trouble? Oh, I understand. You are wondering how to get closer to Alessia and the others. Don't worry. Master is a bit pathetic, but otherwise, you're in pretty good shape. Just be strong, and you'll make it. Huh? I wanted to tell her that it was a completely different kind of trouble, but then I thought I heard a word that I couldn't ignore. Well, Insan, if I just go in with a strong attitude, will I be able to make it? Master, why the honorific BFFT? If she can give me valuable information on female relationships, I'll be able to humble myself to the fullest no matter who I'm dealing with. Ins, I'll give you plenty of allowance later, so please tell me as soon as possible. No, I don't want you to look at me so expectantly. Ins is unusually confused. My pure and unclouded eyes must have dazzled Ins, who had been defiled. Oh, I was the one who defiled them. Ins-sensei, please tell me. Can I go? Is it okay if I go? If I could go against that group of beautiful women, I would. But I couldn't go if I thought that if I went, my relationship with Kirasul would be strained, and that group of beautiful women would disappear from my sight. I would still be able to see many wonderful and pleasing sights, and on the rare occasion of an accident or a lucky scheme over drinks, I would be able to see them. It's not every day that I find myself in such a happy environment, so I can't do anything reckless. But if Ins knows something, it's different. I can do the same thing I did when I was a student, get information from the friends of the girl I liked and make a tearful effort to reduce the risk of a failed confession. Well, when I was a student, I was once given a gossipy story. Damn that devil woman, she made me buy her a lot of drinks, and then she gave me some false information or some bullshit. No, 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 now is not the time to dredge up traumas. It's not the past that's important, it's the future. I have to cherish the present in order to have a bright and rosy future. Insama, please don't be silent and tell me what you know. Ins, is Watru still here? Am I interrupting? But it's only noon. No, you're not interrupting anything, but, did you knock? Alessia-san, what a time for you to come in. I know it's a misleading position since I'm clinging to Ins, but if only she had knocked, I could have avoided it. I knocked. Then I heard a voice, so I came in, but I guess I mistook it for an answer. I'm sorry, but we're all looking forward to the new luxury liner, so I'd appreciate it if you could leave such things for the evening. I'll be waiting for you on the front deck, so get there as soon as you can. Oh, wait a minute, Alessia-san. Alessia-san left the room. I see, she knocked. Didn't she? I didn't notice. But that is not the point. What is important is that Alessia-san left the room with the misunderstanding that I had tried to have sex with Ins during the day. Now that I think about it, I came to call for Master. Didn't I? I wondered why Ins came to my room, and I wondered if she had something proper to do. But if that's the case, she should have said so. Ins, no allowance. Hey. It's not my fault. It was Master who got into the conversation. That may be true. But that's because Ins said something I couldn't ignore, right? It's certainly not Ins' fault, right? I get it. If you clear up the misunderstanding with Alessia-san properly, I'll guarantee you an allowance. Also, if you give me the information you mentioned earlier tonight, I'll consider increasing your allowance depending on the information. For now, the information from Alessia-san and the others is indispensable. If that's the case, leave it to me. Ins looks confident with a puffed chest. But I'm strangely uncomfortable. But, well, since it's about an allowance, I'm sure she'll make a serious move. More importantly, Master, if you don't get going soon, Alessia and the others will get impatient, won't they? That's right, we were going to unveil the new luxury liner. Normally, I wouldn't have time to think about anything else because it was the unveiling of a new luxury liner, but I was less impressed by the problem of the two choices, the creator god Sama and the likability of Alessia-san and the others. Even during the purchase, all the attention was on Dorothea-san, and I wondered if Grandiosa might have been a little in between. While I blamed Grandiosa inwardly for the unjust accusation, when I went to the front deck, everyone was already gathered there. Oh, Alessia-san was averting her eyes. Ins, I really beg you to please clear up the misunderstanding. Sorry to keep you waiting. I will now summon the new luxury liner, the Grandiosa. I am worried about Alessia-san, but first, let's fulfill the original purpose of the event. It doesn't have to be anything special, right? But since this is the first summoning of Grandiosa, let's summon her with enthusiasm. Grandiosa, summon. With my enthusiastic summoning, a huge magic circle appears on the surface of the sea. The magic circle is as big as a luxury liner like the castle. If I wanted to get on board, it would be faster to get on top of this magic circle, but this time, I want to enjoy the outside as well. So I'll start next time. https://nikes-translatio-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/12leaving_keel_12jpg. I thought I was used to seeing big ships like the castle, but this one is big. That was Alessia-san's impression when she saw the Grandiosa as it appeared. All she said was that it was big. But that's not unreasonable. The size of the castle and the Grandiosa are not that different. That means it is big anyway. The white hull and the windows reflecting the light are beautiful, but it is so big that it is hard to grasp the whole picture, so the only impression that comes out is that it is big. Well then, shall we take the Lotto for a little detour and go around in circles? Master, I'll steer the ship then. Is that so? Then please do. While I was waiting for Felicia's words, the Lotto began to move. The Lotto gets quite far away from the Grandiosa, because the hull is too big. It looks like a white wall if it were not so far away. When it became easier to see the whole area to some extent, the Lotto changed its direction and slowly began to move around the Grandiosa. Wataru, it's awfully big, but it's a ship, isn't it? Carla-san said something she shouldn't have. It is true that when you look at it from a distance, you can only grasp the whole picture, and from the surface of the sea, it just looks like a big ship. But when you say that, it's not original, is it? But it's hard to react because Carla-san wasn't being sarcastic, she was just stating a fact. But the inside of the ship is amazing, isn't it? Yeah. Look forward to it. Let's have a nice meal. After all, food is the most important thing to Carla-san, isn't it? But I appreciate it when things are that simple. That's right, there's a new restaurant, so let's go there together. Yes, because it is easier to act together. Anyway, once we've circled around, let's go in. After all, the main thing about a luxury liner is the interior, which is more substantial than the exterior. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 6, sponsored chapter by Patreon. And you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out, and also a new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 6, Promenade. Finally, I summoned the new luxury liner I had purchased, the Grandiosa. But the ladies were not impressed by the exterior. I got great reactions when I first summoned the castle, but they don't seem to be as surprised by a ship of this size anymore. It's impossible to compete in size with a large luxury liner. Phew. It's hard to compete in size, but it seems it can still compete in facilities inside, and the ladies are open-mouthed and pouting at the opulence of the halls. But it can't be helped. The exterior of a luxury liner cannot be so differentiated, but the interior of each ship has different concepts. And just because you are used to another luxury liner does not mean that you are okay with another luxury liner. Of course, this Grandiosa must have a very special interior design. Probably a first-class designer has worked on the interior. An ordinary person like me would not be able to understand even 10% of the details, but there are some things I can understand. It's really cool. That's what it's all about. The luxurious and spacious halls are 3 or more stories high, with squishy, silver, artistic things and creative furniture. In particular, this luxury liner is obsessed with silver, and various parts, such as columns and railings, are unified in silver, and it feels, well, stylish. It's a really cool luxury liner, although my lack of vocabulary makes me sad. Master, that's a piano, isn't it? I've seen it in an anime. Everyone was stunned, but Ins, who was very curious, made a move. And it was the piano that caught her attention. Well, it's natural to pay attention to it because it's in the middle of the hall, but it's no use if it's the center of attention. Now, as the master of the place, let's show them something more impressive. Yes, that's right. It's called a grand piano. Take a look at it. Now let's hear it. The only piece I can play on the piano is I stepped on a cat. Oh, can I still move my fingers? I started to play, but it had been a long time since I had touched the piano, and I knew I would give a poor performance. Well, I had calculated that the ladies who didn't know much about piano would praise me anyway, but I played unexpectedly well. Is it because of my level? Does it mean that the physical ability I gained from the higher level outweighed the gaps of several years? Levels are awesome. Phew. That felt good. These were the first words that came out of my mouth the moment I finished playing the song. Even though the performance was left to the level, I think it was the best performance by an amateur. Wataru, it's kind of a comical song, but it was great. Oh, Alessia-san. Thank you for the compliment. Yes, it made me want to step to the rhythm. Dorothea-san, please don't get the cat involved in that step. It was lively and beautiful. Marina-san, perhaps fuss is a better way to describe it than lively. Yufufu. It was a nice melody. Next time, I'd like to request something with a more mature atmosphere. Ilma-san, I welcome your company in an adult atmosphere, but since this is the only song I can play, I can't grant your request. Buncha. Carla-san, I don't understand, but I'm glad you liked it. I think the god of music Sama might be pleased with it as well. Claretta-san, is there a god of music? No, there is the god of war, the god of gastronomy, and even the god of entertainment, so I wouldn't be surprised if there is the god of music. I wonder if it would be one of the goddesses I only had a chance to say hello to. If I get a chance, I would like to talk to him or her. If he is a male god, I would just thank him from a distance. Master, you were quite good. It was like a cat jumping up and down. Ins grins as if she knows that this song is played by a child. Maybe this song was in an anime. I'll have to silence her later with an increase in her allowance. Maybe Ins is grinning for that as well. Master, that was brilliant. I can't tell if Felicia knows or not. I know Felicia won't tell anyone, but I'll increase her allowance just in case. Feeling kind of good, I looked up at the sky with my fingers on the keys, and before I knew it, Alessia-san and the others who had gathered nearby were giving me verbal compliments. I'm really happy about that, but I'm afraid things will turn sour if I just keep going like this, so I think I'll move on. But it's a pleasant enough place that I'd be tempted to give an extra concert if I could play a masterpiece of classical music without a hitch. Maybe I should start taking piano lessons. I can't read music, though. Well, thank you for your attention. Shall we move on? I said and immediately started walking away from the piano. Now, which way shall we look around? Let's start with that. The ceiling is covered with LED lights on the promenade inside a luxury liner. It is important to see what new products are available. ******. I was an idiot. I didn't think I was smart, to begin with, but this made me acutely aware that I was an idiot. I can't believe I had forgotten the obvious fact that women shop for a long time. Thanks to this, it was night by the time we had finished looking around the not very wide promenade. At first, I was delighted by the exotic atmosphere of the promenade and the changing scenery of the ceilings. Once we were all satisfied, we entered the shops. The first shop was very spacious. It was a store with a collection of nautical items, and I was able to watch as adorable Claretta-san, who loves stuffed animals, got very excited about a stuffed bear dressed as a captain and a stuffed bear wearing a t-shirt. Her bouncing motherhood was wonderful, and I was fascinated by the model of a luxury liner they had on display. My heart was moved by the hat that looked like something a captain would wear, and I wondered if I should buy it since I am a captain too. But I knew I was wrong when I entered the next shop. It was a corner store that sold various jewelry and branded items. Although the store was not very spacious, the women were quickly attracted to it. They were intrigued by the brand name watches, horrified by the prices, fascinated by the beautiful accessories, and seriously examined the high-end bags. And then there are the cosmetics. The castle is a luxury liner operated by a different company. Not only are the companies different, but the country is also different, so the cosmetics, like the brands, are sold by different companies. It is natural for a group of women to be interested in such things. They became staff members of a store that handles cosmetics by staff appointment and went crazy with the knowledge they gained about the brands of cosmetics they handled. What about the feelings of the other members? Are they dark colors or warm colors? I was having a conversation with them in an unknown language that even I, with my language comprehension unique skill, could not understand. I could not keep up with the conversation, so much so that I anxiously checked my status, wondering if I had lost my language comprehension skill. I dreaded the time when I would go to a beauty salon in another location. The energetic ladies were oblivious to my fears and walked from one luxury brand store to another, replenishing their energy at the sweet shops set up in between. Along the way, I had to stop Ins and Alessia-san from rushing to the casino, placate Carla-san, who was groggy and wanted to take her time eating at the sushi, teppanyaki, and other Western-style restaurants and cafes, and I had a lot of trouble in other directions as well. If it hadn't been for the cooperation of Claretta-san, who has little interest in anything but cosmetics and stuffed animals, and Felicia, who knows the word reserved, I probably would have sunk to the bottom of this little promenade. Wataru. That was fun, Alessia-san said with a big smile on her face as I was about to run out of energy. Well, I guess that's true. If she had said that it was boring after all that excitement, even I, who is kind to women, or rather just weak, would have been seriously pissed. Well, I was sure that I was a fool to rush into the place that is irresistible to women first, so the next time I have a chance, I'll ask her to walk around the shopping area by herself. Finally, the shopping is over, and my sleeve is tugged with a quirk as I am filled with a sense of relief. When I turned around, I saw a sad-looking Carla-san with her eyebrows furrowed. That would be Wataru. I'm hungry. Dinner. I know, right? We ate something in between shopping, didn't we? I can't say that. To Carla-san, a light meal in between shopping is not even a snack. And before I knew it, she had Rimo on her head and Fu-chan and Benny-chan on both sides of her shoulders. I can't resist the request of the gluttonous quartet. There is also Pent crawling next to me, but Pent is surprisingly a small eater. Well, he still eats more than me because he is growing into such a huge body. Right. Carla has put up with a lot today, so it's time to eat. Where would you like to go? Let's go to a restaurant where Carla wants to eat. I want to eat the. Carla-san pointed to a Spanish restaurant on the promenade, her bare ears twitching at full speed. I think it was the restaurant associated with a famous two-star, award-winning chef, or so it said on the ship's purchase screen. As expected from Carla-san, she has an excellent sense of smell for good food. Well, I guess we will end up visiting all the restaurants, and they will all be of high quality, as is typical of a luxury liner. I understand. Shall we eat there then? Yes. Let's go. Carla-san couldn't wait to go on board with Rimo and the others. Carla-san is usually a cute person, but when it comes to food, she becomes incredibly cute, doesn't she? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 7. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 7. Does that mean there's a chance? I chose the promenade of the new luxury liner as our first stop for a stroll. I wanted to see the LED screens on the ceiling, and I wanted to see what kind of things they were selling. But my poor choice resulted in the first day of the tour of the new luxury liner ending with a shopping spree. So, Ins, can you tell me about it now? To be honest, this question had been on my mind all day. I had been so distracted by this question all day that I couldn't even concentrate on the tour of the new luxury liner, or rather, my mind had been so consumed by the women's shopping frenzy that I couldn't concentrate on anything else. Uh-oh, what? Oh, maybe not. That's disgusting. Ins, unaware of her master's eagerness, drank wine with gusto and looked as if she might collapse at any moment. Hey, Ins, don't sleep, please. You said so during the day. If I go in strong, I'll be able to win over Alessia-san and the others. Please tell me more. Ins, who was about to collapse on the sofa and fall asleep, was suddenly shaken awake. Ugh, I think I might throw up. Master, I think it would be dangerous to ask Ins about sensitive female relationships right now. I think it would be better to bring it up tomorrow so you can get the story straight. Indeed. Felicia may be right. If I took the drunken nonsense to heart and sank to the bottom, I would be beyond miserable. I would just be a fool. I realized I was an idiot this afternoon, so I don't need to make the same mistake twice in one day. Thank you, Felicia. Maybe I was a little hasty. By the way, do you know anything about this, Felicia? If Ins is unreliable, why not ask Felicia? I just realized that I was asking the wrong person to rely on. I'm sorry, Master. I'm a country girl, and I'm not familiar with the subtleties of human nature, so I'm afraid I can't help you in that area. It was not good. I don't think there's a causal relationship between country people and romance, but, well, with Felicia's personality, it was probably a bit of an inappropriate question. But I think Felicia, looking a little apologetic and embarrassed, is kind of sexy. Dark elves are hot, aren't they? No, it's okay. I'm sorry for asking such a difficult question. Yeah, sure, I can just ask the question tomorrow morning, right? Yes, I was in a bit of a hurry. In general, I made the wrong choice for dinner today. Well, it was Carla-san who chose it. Even with my own eyes looking through the ship's purchase screen, I had no idea that the Spanish restaurant was a place where one could enjoy a good glass of wine. The food was a perfect match for the wine. What's more, they are somewhat stylish and elegant. Snacks like quality cured ham and a variety of bite-sized dishes served in small portions that went well with the wine. That's right. The ladies must have had too much to drink. Well, Carla-san, who chose this restaurant, was more interested in the paella than the wine. How many pan-sized paella dishes did she eat by herself? Combined with what Remo and the others ate, the paella pan formed a tower, so I am sure they ate an enormous amount of paella. I was a little taken aback by the fact that the paella pan was being treated like a conveyor belt sushi plate. More importantly, Master, this is a new luxury liner, and since we're staying in the best room on it, wouldn't it be better for us to enjoy that first? That was it. I questioned Ins as soon as I entered the room, but usually, it's best to enjoy the luxury of the room. It is a luxury liner, after all. Yes, you're right. Let's put Ins to bed and take a tour of the room first, shall we? Yes. While Felicia nods with a smile, I leave Ins alone and check out the room. Spacious cabins, elegant and high-quality furniture, large balconies, and a bath with bubbles. It's wonderful. Yes, the castle and the Chris have similar amenities, but the rooms are designed according to the ship's clear concept and have a unique charm. There's no doubt it's a great room, isn't it? Yes, it's definitely a great room, but I was used to it. I had become accustomed to luxury. Yes, there is excitement in having a new room. I was excited, and Felicia and I had a lot of fun. But the first time I got a luxury liner, the castle, I was not as excited as I was when I walked into the best room. Well, maybe that's just as well. I have stayed in the finest rooms on the castle and the Chris and lived in them every day. So, while there is excitement about the new rooms, there is also a familiarity because of the same class. In other words, celebrities are not surprised by every price tag on luxury brands. I think I have reached that level of celebrity. Well, I am still afraid of the price tag in the daytime brand stores, and I still feel more at home in a ferry cabin, which is the basic level of ordinary people. But at least I've developed an unshakable spirit that won't waver in the face of the best room on a luxury liner. What a waste. I wanted to feel more amazing. This room was amazing, and I wanted to feel like a commoner staying in a hotel that was luxurious and not worthy of my status. Sigh. This is the nostalgia of a man who has made it to the top. It's so empty. Oh, Master, the room service is quite amazing. I don't know what it is, but it looks like you can order something called Neapolitan pizza. I've had pizza before, but is this Neapolitan pizza famous in your world? Seriously? Neapolitan pizza. I have heard of it. I've never had it, though. No. I've had stone oven pizza, but was that Neapolitan pizza? I don't know much about it, but just hearing Neapolitan pizza makes me feel like it's something very delicious. Oh, number. I was trying to give off the feeling of a man who had made it to the top, but Neapolitan pizza wiped it all out. Felicia, I know we're full, but I'd like to try it, so will you join me? Remo and Bent are satisfied and off to bed, and the pizza is too heavy for one person. Yes, no problem. Okay, let's order. The drink is beer. Pizza and wine may be fine, but I like beer. After enjoying a delicious pizza with beer, I think I'll take a bubble bath with Felicia. Mufafafu, the grandiosa life looks pretty fun. Oh, it's about time I gave this luxury liner a name. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now, Ins, it's time for you to tell me about Alessia-san and the others. I'm pretty much at the end of my patience, you know. It was a long-awaited morning. Ins was finally back, and it was time to finally get some information. Ins, what's wrong? She seems to be looking terribly dismayed, but it's just my imagination, isn't it? It's not possible to be stunned by a slave who leaves her master alone and gets drunk first, is it? No matter what's wrong with you, what kind of nerve do you have to have a feast while I'm sleeping and then ask Felicia for so much that she can't get up in the morning that she can't stand it? I looked in the direction Ins was pointing and saw empty pizza plates lined up and beer bottles lying around. Felicia is lying on the bed in a state of disarray. I got a little carried away last night because the Neapolitan pizza was much better than expected. Unlike the pizza I usually eat, the taste of wheat is robust or exquisite, and combined with the excitement of a new room, my libido got excited too, or how can I say it? That's not the same as this. Please tell me, I'm just curious. It's expensive, okay? Please. I'll pay whatever it costs. Okay, I understand. Then the first thing you have to do, Master, is to be aware. Be aware? That's right. Be aware. You do realize that life on a luxury liner is one of the best in the world, or even better than the best in the world, don't you? Yes, of course. Absolutely. I'm aware of it to the extent that I think that's all there is to it. Of course, you are aware of that, aren't you? The next question is this: you are not aware of the fact that Alessia and the others like you very much, are you, Master? You must be thinking that there is no way that a group of beautiful women like them thinks of you or something like that. That's why you are so preoccupied with Alessia and the others' bodies that you are completely oblivious to their feelings for you. What did you say? Does that mean I'm an insensitive protagonist? I'm well liked? Master could have made Alessia and the others give up their bodies when you saved their hometowns. Alessia and the others were prepared for that, and they were fine with it. That's when I screwed up. I remember I freaked out and settled for money. We had a lot of adventures together, got a lot of treasure, and solved the financial problems, but they still wouldn't leave you, right? Yes. Well, there is no reason why they haven't been able to redeem all of their money, but they have solved their financial problems, haven't they? They're making a normal, unprotected appearance in their daily lives, aren't they? Yes. It's very eye-opening. I always do my best to burn it into my memory. It's vulgar, but it keeps me horny. They told you to call them by their first name, didn't they? Yes. I still can't get used to it, though, and inwardly, I still give them honorific titles. They are usually spoiling you, aren't they? I don't remember such a nice event, though. They take you shopping, to the beauty salon, to the movies, to the crane game, and so many other things. Is that spoiling? Isn't that the noble selfishness of beautiful women? I'm happy about it, but I don't think it's the same as being spoiled. You have a face that thinks it's just selfishness. Exactly. It's true that they are taking advantage of you, and they are being selfish, but they are trying to close the distance between you. It's because Master is always focusing on their breasts and asses instead of looking at Alessia and the others. And yet, since there is no change, they are getting more and more extreme. Well, they're measuring you to see how far you're willing to go. It's that body. I don't think it's a good idea to draw attention to their breasts and buttocks. So you're saying that Alessia-san and the others are in love with me, and if I confess to them, it's okay? A harem? The completion of a dream harem? That can't be true. I mean, they like you, but it's not easy to fall in love with a man who has 2 slaves around him and who gives them dirty looks at all hours of the day and night. Then it's impossible. What's up with that up and down game? I was so excited, and now my heart is shattered. No reward for breach of contract. Oh, Master is so bad. Even with such a dirty look at them, they still like you, don't they? Then, don't you think it's a manageable situation if you go pushing it seriously again? Are you trying to waste the miracle of Master being seen in so many pathetic ways and still being so agreeable? Is this a love story? Am I being disrespectful? What am I supposed to do anyway? If I stop the dirty looks, will I have a chance? I mean, is it a miracle that I'm in this situation? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 8, sponsored chapter by Patreon. And you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also a new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 8. Was it like this? Had a great night in the best room on a new luxury liner. Delicious Neapolitan pizza and beer plus beautiful women. And in the morning, despite the emotional damage, Ins gave me some romantic advice for Girasol. I also got some advice. From today on, I will be the new me. Good morning, everyone. The atmosphere in the room has changed. Did you sleep well? Breakfast time at the main restaurant in Grandiosa. There, I appeared fresh and was greeted briskly. Normally, I'm usually dizzy with the charms of Alessia-san and the others, caught off guard by the calm of the morning, but not me today. Why yeah, good morning Wataru. The new room is lovely, and I slept well. Fufu. Alessia-san's eyes are wide open. Apparently, she is surprised at my freshness. It seems In's advice was spot on. I greet Dorothea-san and the others next, but they are all a little confused. As Ins said, they must have noticed my gaze. And since my gaze isn't like that today, they are puzzled. I have to reflect on my dirty mind. Oh, Rimmer popped out of my chest. Meal. Rimmer bouncing on the table. The thought of wanting to eat breakfast as soon as possible is appealing to me. My body is about to start moving reflexively, but I calm it down with my spirit. Normally, I would be so excited by Rimmer's begging that I would quickly prepare breakfast, but today I am different. I will prepare breakfast for Rimmer as fast as possible without losing my freshness. And don't forget to act like a gentleman. Normally, each of us would have started eating as we pleased, but today was the first breakfast on this ship, so everyone was waiting for me. Normally, I would be in a hurry to offer breakfast to everyone, but as a new person, I have to offer breakfast to everyone without being in a hurry. Well, everyone, I think it's time for breakfast. Please enjoy your breakfast on the new luxury liner. Oh, excuse me. It's hard to order as it is. Let's summon Sapurabi as well. I summoned Sapurabi and started breakfast. It seems that the main restaurant is mainly Mediterranean cuisine. Honestly speaking, what kind of food is Mediterranean food? But a man of ability will not panic. Let's start with the obvious: salad, omelette, and bread. Then, let's have Rimmer eat a lot of food while we eat slowly and check the dishes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Breakfast was delicious. The bread was freshly baked, and the omelette was filling. And since this is Mediterranean cuisine, there were plenty of seafood dishes. I recommend the seafood salad. Rimmer and the others were also very pleased with the unusual food. After everyone was satisfied with breakfast, it was time to get down to business. I wanted to take them to the places we couldn't visit yesterday and show them the new me. Well then, everyone. Now that breakfast is over, it's time to get going. Leave the guidance to me. I'll take you to some great places. Wataru? Alessia, is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? What do you mean? Worrying about my health all of a sudden? Is it because I had too much fun last night, and the fatigue is showing on my face? Master, come here for a moment. In suddenly grabs me and forcibly pulls me away from Alessia-san and the others. Master, what are you trying to do? What do you mean? What is this all of a sudden? I mean the way you acted this morning. Even I can understand when she says something like that. There must have been some mistake in my strategy. I was confident in my freshness, but did I make any other mistakes? I tried to present a fresh me, but did I make any mistakes? Yes, to put it simply, it was weird. Please don't say it in a simple way. It's not that I made other mistakes, it's just that I acted as fresh as I could. And that's a very hard judgment for a human being, isn't it? Master, it's okay to be normal. You don't have to think about being fresh or cool. Just normal. But not your normal. Normal in the world. Don't put a lecherous expression on your face. When approached by a beautiful woman, a normal man would be embarrassed. Become that kind of ordinary man. Do you understand? I feel like I'm being told some pretty terrible things. But since Ins has a serious face, it must be serious advice. In other words, she seriously thinks my freshness is weird. It's a reality I didn't want to know. But I'm going to change my mind. I've decided that starting today, I'm going to start a harem with a fresh start. If I am asked to be normal, I will play the role of normal with great success. If I have to act normal, does that mean my normal is lower than the average person's normal? Oh, number. I have to work hard. If I don't work hard, I'll just become a rich pervert. I understand. Ins, I'll be normal. Yeah, go for it. Ins tugged at my sleeve to stop me as I was about to go back to Alessia-san and the others. Do you have any advice for me? I demand the promised reward. Now? Why do you have to demand the reward now? This is the part where Ins, unlike Felicia, is rather untrustworthy, isn't it? Yes, now. If I don't demand the reward now, My intuition whispers to me that I will remain without reward. It sounds as if the hunch is whispering something very annoying, but of course, it is the hunch of Ins, who fell into slavery because of a gamble in which the hunch was important. I don't think there's anything to worry about. I understand. I hand her a small bag of silver coins that I have prepared as a reward. Just watch, Ins, and I'll show you how great I really am. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I started the tour of the luxury liner as a normal Wataru with a renewed spirit, but as time went on, the confusion disappeared from the faces of Alessia-san and the others. Apparently, the really fresh me felt uncomfortable. I was shocked. Oh well. Now, the real work begins. Wataru. What is it? What does it do? Whoa, the floor is slippery. Alessia-san showed interest in bowling. But don't get excited by the word slippery coming out of Alessia-san's mouth. Normal people shouldn't get excited just because a beautiful woman says the word slippery. You wouldn't get excited, would you? Normal is surprisingly difficult. Alessia, don't go in that line. This is a place to play a game called bowling. Let me explain the rules, and we'll play a little. I mean, it's a game where you throw this ball and knock down those funny-shaped pins and stuff. I understand. Alessia-san, you sound so confident, but did you really understand it? Well, if you play, you'll understand. The machine does the scoring for you, and the rules are not that difficult to understand. Alessia-san and the others had some doubts about changing shoes, but I pushed them away, saying it was just bowling etiquette. Since there were 2 lanes, we split into 2 groups and started the game. Then I'll go first. Alessia-san takes the lead as the leader of the group. Even though it's bowling, she's very dignified. Oh, no, wait. Alessia, please wait. Here I go. For some reason, Alessia-san swings at the ball as if she were pitching a baseball. The bowling ball flies away with a roar. Then, the bowling ball crashes into the wall above the pins. It missed. The ball is so light, it's hard to aim. The ball Alessia-san threw was a 16-pound ball. It was the heaviest one. Don't worry, Alessia. You still have one more throw left. You just have to fix it. No, that's not it. Dorothea-san was analyzing calmly like a sub-leader, but she was wrong in the first place. I'm sorry. I'll explain again. I didn't explain well enough. I didn't expect her to feel the bowling ball was light and aim straight for the pin with an up throw. I should have set a good example, but I made the mistake of letting Alessia-san's enthusiasm for what I was doing get the better of me. But oh well, no problem. Normally, a bowling ball would have dug into the wall, and it would have been a catastrophe. But this is a luxury liner with indestructible effects. Not a scratch on it, so it's all right. Then I'll knock the pin down this time. After giving a thorough explanation, Alessia-san stood in the lane again. Even though I just gave her an explanation, Alessia-san throws the ball from below with superb form. My eyes are almost drawn to her swaying motherhood, but I hold back and seal my dirty look. The bowling ball slides across the floor at an incredible speed. When the ball hits the top of the pin bursts open like an explosion. Boom. Crash, crash. I can hardly believe that it is bowling. There's one pin left. Did that impact leave a pin? The wind pressure alone was enough to reap all of them, right? Alessia, if you can take them all down, you get a bonus next time, so aim carefully. Again, Dorothea calmly advised her. This time, the advice was spot on. But somehow, I feel something is wrong. I know. Just watch. Staring at the pin that remained at the left end, Alessia-san threw a ball that was sucked into the gutter once, then somehow flew out to the gutter on the other side and disappeared over the lane. Foo. I guess just falling into the gutter once can't kill the power of Alessia-san's ball. Huh? Geez. Alessia-san is frustrated as it lands in the gutter. It's kind of cute. The power of the ball isn't cute, though. I still feel like I'm doing something wrong. But now that everyone has a grasp of the rules, let's enjoy the game. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bowling was a big hit. It is difficult to control the force, but the exhilaration of the pins popping off and the delicacy of finishing off the remaining pins made it interesting. I was not all that happy about it because I also threw curves and had people look at me with respect, but I think it was something different. Was bowling like this? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 9. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 9. Ship name decided. On the second day of our tour of the Grandiosa, My plan for a harem was thwarted by my unpopular performance, and I was terrified by the power of the women in the bowling alley, but so far, the tour is going on at a respectable level. Ha, that was fun. Yeah, it's kind of a rush when the pins pop off. After 3 games of bowling, Dorothea-san and Ilma-san chat happily. These two seem to particularly enjoy bowling, but is it my imagination that they seem to enjoy it in slightly different ways? I think Dorothea-san finds it a stress reliever, and Ilma-san finds it a kind of fun for S. Does S also react to bowling pins? But oh well, it's good that they liked it. From the second game on, Rimmer and the others joined in and enjoyed bowling with dexterity, and I think it was a good decision to buy this ship. The slime ejecting the ball and the sea serpent sucking the bowling ball into its mouth were worth seeing. Wataru, where shall we see next? I've had an easy workout, and I'm in the mood for some serious exercise next time. Alessia-san asked for the next one, and she seemed to be looking for a serious workout. The original plan was to combine bowling for exercise, followed by a real racing game with an F1 car body, lunch, and the stage. But it looks like I need to reschedule. Yes, a high-level person in this world wouldn't even get as much preparatory exercise as 3 games of bowling. But exercise, huh? The gym is probably not the kind of exercise Alessia-san is looking for. Alessia-san and the others don't do much weight training because they don't need it. Then, activity, maybe basketball, since there is a basketball court. Wataru, I'm curious about those spirals. While I was wondering what to do, Marina-san made a rare request. But what are the spirals? What do you mean by spirals? That big thing outside. The one that looks like a pipe and winds around like a snake. You mean the water slide? It is true that the pool is a full-body workout, so it is possible to meet Alessia-san's request. Normally, I would have led her to the pool if I had wanted to, but I would have preferred not to do that today if possible. Swimming pool equals swimsuit equals my face will collapse. That's the formula. Since I was trying to change Alessia-san's and the others' impressions of me, I wanted to refrain from this event until I was more comfortable with my poker face. However, after Marina-san's words, conversations like I was wondering about that, to take place among the ladies. When that happens, it is impossible for me to act nonchalant and not lead them to the pool. I would have to use my facial muscles to the limit to get through the event. I understand. Then let's go to the pool. Oh, you have to change into a swimsuit. You didn't bring it on this ship, did you? They probably wouldn't have brought their swimsuits since they'd only used them on the cruise. I don't remember that. It'll take me a while to go back and get them. The new luxury liner is a good place to get a new swimsuit, right? Wataru, they sell swimsuits on this ship, don't they? For a moment, I thought the pool event was far away. But it came back with a new ordeal. Yes, I think they sell them. Would you like to buy some? The ladies smiled and nodded. Ins, who just got her allowance, is trying to get me to pay for her swimsuit because she's going to pick out a great swimsuit. Has Ins forgotten the advice she gave herself this morning? I was so excited to see the ladies in their swimsuits, and now a new swimsuit. I feel an unfashionable ordeal coming over my facial muscles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The diet starts tomorrow. I'm serious, too, starting tomorrow. Today, a famous saying came to my mind. It can't be helped. When I saw Alessia-san and the others in their swimsuits, my facial muscles went wild, and I couldn't control myself. Alessia-san, Ilma-san, and In's white skin shone against their bikinis. Dorothea-san and Felicia's bikini against their brown skin. Marina-san and Carla-san's swimsuits that accentuated their uneven bodies. Even with all that, the best part is Claretta-san's face. Ah, Claretta-san, why did you choose that swimsuit? It's the black and white contrast. Holstein, isn't it? Is such a swimsuit sold on a luxury liner? Did some creator god mix it in? Excellent work. And it's a bikini type, which is rare for Claretta-san. The women on this ship are rich in symbols of motherhood. But she, who is undoubtedly the most maternal of them all, is wearing a Holstein patterned bikini. Is it a crime? Is she inciting a crime? It looks good on you. Really? I don't know if I should say this after you picked it out for me, but I'm embarrassed because it's so revealing. It's okay. Wataru is happy, 2. Carla-san, you chose this swimsuit for Claretta-san. Good. I promise to prepare the biggest feast for you from now on. You can eat as much as you want of the god of gastronomy Sama's special dishes. Wataru-san. It's embarrassing to be seen like this. Claretta. Don't call him with san. Carla, now is not the time to talk like that. Claretta-san is fidgeting, trying to hide her voluptuous body with her hands. Various parts of her body are sticking out, and she can't hide them at all. In fact, her fidgeting is even sexier. Thank God. Suddenly, my body was pulled and taken to a corner. Was it Ins who did the outrageous thing of pulling me away from Claretta-san? Hey, master. I know what you're going to say, but I've decided to start directing my new self tomorrow. When I honestly told Ins how I felt before she complained, she looked at me like she was looking at a sore head and then sighed. But I don't care. Now is the time to burn the paradise in front of me into my retina. Tomorrow will be enough to make me regret it. Let's go to the outdoor pool. On the way to the water slides, there was an activity like rope crossing, but unfortunately, Alessia-san and the others didn't show any interest in it. They enjoyed the zip line on the castle, but it was apparently too warm for the adventurers when it was just a game of crossing unstable footholds. I was very disappointed not to see these beautiful women exercising in their swimsuits, but I still had the pleasure of watching them jump off the water slide. This is not the time to be defeated by sadness. I went up the stairs and skied the water slide first, for example. It was fun, but that was not my goal. I was there to watch the beautiful woman jump into the water with all my might. It's wonderful. The beautiful girls were screaming with joy as they slid down the slider. A beautiful woman jumps into the pool with a plunge and comes out of the water with a splash. The symbol of motherhood bouncing with a simultaneous plunging. No, bursting. It's wonderful and the best. But there was something I didn't expect either. To my surprise, my dynamic vision, which had been enhanced by the increase in my level, did its job with all its might and caught the beautiful women who jumped into the water in vivid detail. These eyes clearly recognized the other side of motherhood, which is usually impossible to see and which is unbeatable. It was a treat. Also, the gesture of getting out of the pool and fixing the swimsuit that had dug in was a treat. The way they jump up and down when water gets in their ears is a treat. Thank you for the back view of them climbing the stairs in their wet swimsuits. How many times have I thought thank you before lunchtime? I think the only time I was calm was the moment when I was soothed by the cuteness of Rimu and the other slimes, not knowing whether they were slipping or rolling, or when I saw Pent's snake-like slipperiness. The only disappointment, however, was Marina-san and Carla-san. I couldn't reach the mysterious underside of the swimsuit. Also, it hurt that there was no slip out. Is it an urban legend that a water slide in a bikini is a definite slip? Great time continued after lunch at the poolside restaurant. We were going to play in the pool all day today. After enjoying the water slides to the point of exhaustion, we moved on to the ship's pool. Eros, from my perspective only, and elegance coexisted as we swam in the pool and took a rest in the jet bath nearby while enjoying cocktails. By the way, Wataru, have you decided on a name for this ship? As I watched Alessia-san's motherly nature being tossed around by the bubbles in the jet bath, Alessia-san asked me about the name of the ship, which I had completely forgotten about. Let's see, I named the castle because it was big, like a castle, right? It's a luxury liner that's just as big, and if I go back to the other language for the castle, it's French and castle is chateau, right? I can't think of the slightest word for castle other than French. Then the chateau. I feel like it's not a good word. Since we're here, I'm thinking of having Dorothea-san, the lucky winner of the raffle, name it for me. I couldn't think of anything, so I gave the naming rights to Dorothea-san. Me? Not expecting the topic to be broached, Dorothea-san was surprised by Benny-chan on her chest. To be honest, I envy Benny-chan. How about Benny-chan? It seemed that Dorothea-san's brain had been invaded by slime more than I had expected. If I were to use slime as the name of the ship, it would have to be no good since I would have decided to use Rimmer first, wouldn't it? Well, yes, I suppose we should all come up with a name this time. I turn away from Dorothea-san, who seems to want to say something and change it so that everyone thinks of a name. I wondered if this was a fun event for the ladies, and they were discussing it quite seriously. While I watched the excited women discussing the name of the luxury liner was decided. The luxury liner Girasol. I felt that the luxury liner might be hijacked, so I rejected the idea, and in the end, I was forced to name it the Chateau. I received a lot of complaints about it, but I don't think the Girasol is the best name for it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 10. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also new co-f. Enjoy. Chapter 10, You Are Loved. Ins. I tried to present a fresh self to gain favor with Alessia-san and the others, but Ins denied that it was creepy. The next time, I tried to be a serious type nice guy, but I changed my mind and decided to start working hard tomorrow because of the situation with the ladies in swimsuits. I did my best to enjoy the ladies in their swimsuits. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. We will soon be in the open sea near the Aquamarine Kingdom, so please get ready to change to the Lotto. Alessia-san and the others returned to their rooms to get ready with a look of understanding. Felicia was moving with them, so she would pack my things as well. Then the problem is Ins, who is still lying on the table and is in a full-blown, discontented mood. Ins, I think it's time for you to get in a better mood again. I don't want to. She turned her face, which was glued to the table, to the other side. She sulks like a schoolgirl. I often wonder about Ins. What does it mean to be a slave? I feel like I should scold her as her master, but it's hard for me because I have my own faults. Ins, you can't prolong our arrival by sulking here, okay? Well, at least shorten our stay. You originally wanted to leave quickly and return quickly. Then we'll send my mother and the others back to the castle as soon as possible. Then you can stay in the Aquamarine Kingdom for a long time after that. Do you really hate spending more time with your family? Your mother, Bella-san, that much? Well, Bella-san is strict, so I can't say I don't understand that feeling, but the cause is Ins, who fell into slavery because of her gambling. If her daughter had done something like that, it would be natural for her to focus on re-educating her as a mother. I think it's rather unusual for her father, Carlo-san, who didn't get too angry, and her younger brother, Dario-kun. I don't know how Ins feels, but I don't think Bella-san and Flora-san are ready to move out, and you know it's a waste of time to make an extra trip back and forth between the Aquamarine Kingdom and the castle, right? In general, aside from Flora-san, it was promised that Bella-san and the others would be confirmed to work on the castle in 6 months, wasn't it? Well, it can't be helped that my impression was that it was definitely confirmed. But I have a feeling that Ins will be scratching her feet again when that time comes. I know, but I can't convince her. When I told her that we were going to move up our trip to the Aquamarine Kingdom, she was incredibly upset. Originally, I was only going to pick up Bella-san and the others on the appointed day, just as Ins had said. In the Aquamarine Kingdom, Mage Sama was being treated like a hero, and I was also attracting the attention of nobles and merchants who wanted to take advantage of me, so I didn't want to stay extra time and provoke a troublesome partner. But things have changed, Ins. After a few days of naming the grandiose of the chateau, we enjoyed the new luxury liner as much as we could. Ins complimented me on my good-natured moves, which weren't too bad. I was proud of them, too, and if we were to enjoy the luxury liner to the fullest, we would have to go to church. Of course. The church on the chateau was also a sanctuary. That was understandable since it was the creator god. However, an unforeseen event occurred during the prayer. I had originally bought a new luxury liner, and I was praying to the god of light Sama, expecting to be called to the divine realm and to be told various things by the creator god Sama. If anything, I even thought it would be a chance to relive those wonderful days with the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama. The only thing I didn't expect was that when I opened my eyes after being called to the divine realm as planned, the god in front of me was not the creator god Sama or the god of light Sama, but the god of commerce Sama. And so began a conversation that was painful even for me. Hey, Wataru, it's been a while. God of commerce Sama, it's been a while. I see you bought a new luxury liner. I'm glad things are going so well. Ha ha ha, thank you. But you've also increased your charitable donations considerably, haven't you? Yes, that's right. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to build a mental health facility, and I plan to spend it gradually. I see. But it seems to me that the rate at which you are consuming is not in balance with the rate at which you are increasing. And you still want to add more luxury liners, don't you? Creator God Sama bragged about that, you know, huh? Yes, Creator God Sama told me that there is another possibility regarding ship summoning, so I thought I would try my best. I see. I don't know what will happen to ship summoning, but I do know that the imbalance between consumption and increase is undesirable. I would like to build a place for the beastmen in the Aquamarine Kingdom. Would that qualify as a charitable expense? Well, that's fine. Good luck on your voyage. Yes, I will get on it as soon as I can. Now, if you'll excuse me. It was a conversation that was a complete defeat for me. I felt like I was being dragged down by Creator God Sama. It was true that I was doing exactly as Creator God Sama had calculated. I was thinking of buying the next luxury liner. But if Creator God Sama hadn't blurted out something unnecessary, wouldn't the God of Commerce Sama still have looked at the situation? Well, it's better than having a ridiculous amount of charity expenses and then being pissed off, but still, the timing couldn't be right. Thanks to this, I had to get on with my business in the Aquamarine Kingdom as soon as possible. A sudden change of plans. Alessia-san and the others seemed a little surprised, but they accepted it. But the biggest problem remained. Yes, Ins. The change in schedule meant more time with Bella-san, whom Ins had a hard time dealing with. There was no way Ins would tolerate that. As expected, Ins was vehemently opposed and furious. Besides, we will be in the Aquamarine Kingdom at a time when the attention has not yet waned so much. The schedule was already in disarray. On top of that, Ins, who was in a rough situation, melted all her money in the Shatter Casino, which made her even rougher. My stomach starts to growl just thinking about it. I want to go home. But the gods of Commerce Sama told me to be encouraged, so I guess I'll have to work hard. Let's do something about In's mood first. ******. I could not control In's mood, but in any case, I carried her aboard the Lotto and managed to arrive at the port of the Aquamarine Kingdom. Since the Lotto's appearance had been changed by the ship disguise, it would not be immediately recognizable, but from now on, I would have to be very careful. It would be a big project to develop an undeveloped area by investing a large amount of money, and eventually, I would be discovered, but the less time I spent in trouble, the better. I want to be as discreet as possible. Marina-san, please. We waited until nightfall and asked Marina-san to deliver the letter to Bella-san. As a high-ranking scout, Marina-san would be able to deliver the letter without anyone noticing. First, I would talk to the locals, Bella-san and the others, to gather information. Okay, take care of Fu-chan. Marina-san nudged Fu-chan and quickly disappeared into the darkness. As expected from Marina-san, I immediately lost track of where she was. I'm back. I brought Bella-san because she said she would come with me. Please give permission to her. Marina-san returned in less than an hour, apparently bringing Bella-san with her. I was surprised because I had only intended to give her a letter and make an appointment. Master, I'm not ready for this. Send her away. Ins, as a daughter, how is that right? Well, if it were a neglectful parent, I would understand that kind of reaction, right? But Bella-san is not like that, is she? I'm going to ask for her help, so that's not going to happen, is it? Don't worry, just give her some cosmetics, and she'll be in a good mood in no time. These are not the words of Ins, who was in a bad mood until we arrived in the Aquamarine Kingdom or even after we arrived here. Well, now it seems that fear is more important than mood. This is impossible. I'm giving her permission now, Ins, and if you don't behave, you might be afraid of what comes next, okay? With a snap, In's back straightened. That's enough. Maybe it would be better if Bella-san worked with me instead of her working at the castle. It's not good because Ins would collapse under the stress. Leaving the hardened Ins behind, I walked out of the ship to find Bella-san standing there, smiling at me. Her good looks, recognizable even in the dim light that only came from inside the ship, were as good as could be expected. It's been a long time, Bella-san. I apologize for the short notice. Please come in. No, it's a pleasure. I wanted to tell you a few things, so I thought it would be a nuisance to bother you, but I came to see you. What did she want to tell me? Could it be that it has become difficult for the family to get a job at the castle? Ins seems to be jumping up and down with joy, but I'm a little disappointed. When I enter the cabin with Bella-san, she looks at Ins and smiles softly while Ins gives a long, drawn-out smile. The contrasting expressions of the similar mother and daughter are a bit amusing. I move to the sofa and offer Bella-san a cup of tea. So what is it you want to tell me? It would be better to hear what Bella-san has to say first than what I have to say. I read your letter, and it said that you didn't want to attract attention, so I asked you about it. Our house is being watched, so it might be a little awkward for Wataru-san and the others to be there." The air in the cabin became tense at the mention of being watched. "Mother, is something wrong? Are you in danger? Are father and Dario okay?" As expected, In's face changed color. "I'm not good at this, but it's not that I don't like it." Despite the tense atmosphere, I felt a little relieved. "I have to be careful." Ara, I'm sorry if my expression is misleading." "There is no problem. It's just that things have changed a lot since Wataru-san and the others invited us aboard the ship last time, haven't they? And with the things we bought and the souvenirs we bought, we've attracted a lot of attention, so we're being watched, or rather, we're being noticed." "There is no danger. It's just that when they come to the house, things are very conspicuous." The air in the cabin suddenly relaxed. "In other words, Bella-san's beauty has been polished, and so on, so she still attracts attention. The goods are also sought after by royalty and nobility, so I guess it can't be helped." "In short, there is no danger, but it is impossible to keep a low profile." "Huh? You can do that much with a message, right?" "I see. I understood from Bella-san's look. I was sure what she wanted to tell me, but she just wanted to see Ins as soon as possible, didn't she?" "You are loved, Ins." Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 11. Thanks to Ins for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 1/4. Chapter 11. Development Plan. When we arrived in the Aquamarine Kingdom and secretly made contact with Bella-san, she visited us on the Lotto herself. Apparently, the beauty treatments and products on the luxury liner have made her the center of attention in her neighborhood. Earth's beauty products are really amazing. Flora, long time no see. Ins, long time no see. Are you well? I guess not. What's going on? The day after we arrived in the Aquamarine Kingdom, Flora-san came to visit us on Lotto. Has it been a long time? Ins was happy to see her childhood friend again. Well, Flora-san was surprised by In's exhaustion. She has been under a lot of stress lately, and last night, after we finished talking, she and Bella-san had a mother-daughter communication that was full of love, so I hope she will be healed by the contact with Flora-san. The other members seem to be watching over her warmly, perhaps feeling the same way as I do. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wataru-san. Flora-san bowed deeply. I guess she is sorry for keeping me waiting, but from my point of view, it would have been better if she had taken care of In's mental health, so there was no need for her to apologize at all. In fact, I'd even like to offer her a gratuity. You can expect souvenirs from me. No, there's no problem. Thank you for coming all the way here today. Is everything okay at work? I'm fine at work. I can quit anytime I want since I've already taken over the job, and now I'm just helping the junior staff. I've already sorted out some of my things, so I'll be fine if I move in tomorrow. Flora-san, there is still some time left until the appointed time, but it seems that she is already ready to quit. Or rather, I can sense her desire to move out right away. Thank you. Anyway, now that we have things to do in this country, I think our departure will be roughly on schedule. Wow, Flora-san is obviously disappointed. Are you perhaps having difficulties staying because you are leaving your job? No, I was told to get married instead of changing jobs, but that hasn't made it difficult for me to stay. It's just that my mother is robbing me of my cosmetics, and the rest is already gone. Flora-san, I heard that she bought so much, and the rest is already gone. I mean, robbing. I will invite you back to the ship before we leave if I have the time, so please make plans with Bella-san and the others. Really? Hey, master, you don't even have to call my mother. In contrast to Flora-san's big smile, Ins complains with a tense face. Ins, if we only invite Flora-san, then we have to worry about what happens afterward, don't we? Ins shrugs. She seems to agree that it would be less harmful to keep Bella-san in a good mood. So, Flora-san, how is it going with the field survey and the monster thinning I requested from the Adventurers Guild? Now that Ins was satisfied, I went back to my original purpose. After all, I was under pressure from the god of commerce Sama. I can't just sit back and take it easy. In that case, I have the documents for you. Wataru-san has put a lot of money into this project, so I think it is in some shape. However, the Adventurers Guild of the Aquamarine Kingdom is mainly based in the sea, so we have a hard time thinning out the monsters, let alone conducting on-site surveys. From what I've heard, I don't know if that's good or bad. I see. I will have to check the documents first. Yes, I received the documents from Flora-san and read them first. Thanks to my language comprehension, I have no problem with difficult words. I don't want to sound rude, but the contents of the documents are somewhat correct. I thought that in the other world, it would be the norm for such parts to be in shambles, but the Adventurers Guild seems to be in order. Well, the content is something that even an adult student could read, but there's definitely a lot of information on the sea-facing part. Even if not, it seems that they started the survey from the seaside. They went there by boat, right? They didn't swim there, did they? Come to think of it, Ins told me that she left the country because the Aquamarine Kingdom doesn't have much work on land. It seems that the reason they haven't put much effort into developing the island is because there are so many fishermen, and it might be harder to develop this land than I thought. I don't mind that it will cost extra money since I was planning to gobble it up with money, but the question is whether wasting money and consuming charity money is in accordance with the god of commerce Sama. I don't think so. He's the god of commerce. After all, he'll punish me for wasting money. The original plan was to mobilize a large number of people with a lot of money. I had planned to finish everything with manpower, but the problem is that there are more personnel who are good at sea than on land. How to make the valuable personnel on land work efficiently? Flora-san, how many personnel who are good at physical labor on land can you gather? I'm willing to pay them well. Is that limited to adventurers? Come to think of it, a lot of adventurers are fishermen, aren't they? Even if the monsters are not that strong, it would still be dangerous for ordinary workers to work in a place where there are monsters. But if we don't have these manual laborers, development won't progress. If development does not progress, the cost of charity will not decrease. If that happens, I will not be able to leave this country. As a result, inns will be broken. That is not good. So, should I prepare to bring in a lot of workers first? No, we will first ensure as much security as possible. So it doesn't matter if they can't fight as long as they can do manual labor. I will have the adventurers escort them. If that is the case, I think we can get more than 100 people by talking to other guilds. 100 people. That's a lot of people to consider, but in terms of pioneering, I don't think it's enough. But, well, there is no easy way to gather a large number of people by suddenly opening up a new area, so even 100 people would be a lot. If we treat them well and recruit more people, we should be able to make it work. If that were true, it would be more motivating to recruit people by using the pioneer areas as bait. But since the original purpose of the project was to provide an escape for beastmen who are discriminated against in other countries, it would be difficult to do that as well. Well, there will probably be some beastmen among the workers, so I can scout out the ones who seem to be good. I understand. It will be alright if we gather more than 100 people, so please make an effort to recruit them. We'll go to the planned pioneering area first and prepare for safe pioneering. Flora-san looks at me somewhat anxiously. What's wrong? I know it's good for the country, and I know Wataru-san is a great person and has acquired a lot of treasures, but it's going to cost a lot of money to settle the land. Are you okay? Flora-san seems to be worried about me. I'm really happy to hear that. But the premise is wrong. In my case, I'm in a situation where spending money properly means paying off debts, charity expenses, which doesn't make sense to me. I can't say that to her, though. No problem. Oh, I'm sorry to bother you, but could you please also talk to the Merchant Guild and arrange for the supplies needed for the settlement? I don't have anything on hand, so please have them prepare whatever you think is necessary. It doesn't matter if it costs a little more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Flora-san went back home with a stiff expression on her face. She was carrying 10 platinum coins that had been given to her. Flora-san was half crying and said that if she had such a large amount of money, she would be too scared to go out, so Marina-san and Carla-san took her home. No, I left the platinum coins with Marina-san, so technically, Flora-san doesn't have them. However, she was holding on to the beauty products I gave her as a souvenir, and she didn't want to let go of them. So, Wataru, what are you going to do after all? Your original plan was just to provide some money and instructions and see how things went, but you've changed your plans a lot, haven't you? Alessia-san's question was quite understandable, so I showed her the documents and explained the situation. I see, so we should just secure a base and thin out the monsters, right? Yes. I don't think this is a job I would ask an A-class adventurer to do, but is it okay with you? To put it bluntly, In this country where adventurers who are a little stronger on land are out of work, Girasol is an overpowered force. If it weren't for the sea and the trade that the Aquamarine Kingdom focuses on, it wouldn't be surprising to see every inch of the island occupied by people. Well, the population of the island itself is probably the reason for the low population. This land should be able to attract more people because there is no discrimination against beastmen, but unfortunately, it is an island cut off from the continent. It's a difficult place to reach for the beastmen, who are discriminated against, have no money, and would be enslaved if found by a human supremacist state. That's why charity money is pouring in. Once it's developed, I'll put more charity money into it and send a bunch of beastmen there. If I put a word in front of the immigrants, the country will not complain about the increase in farmland and population. The Viscount, when I presented the treasure. What was his name? First, let's ask the Viscount to do some groundwork. We don't mind too much since we're indebted to you. Besides, we haven't fought on land lately, so this is a good opportunity. I'll uproot them. Alessia-san looks like a predator before the hunt. She seems to be looking forward to rampaging on land. So where will the locations be? That is the question, isn't it? Even though it is a reward, there is no way they would let a person from another country who is not receiving nobility and is not a vassal develop such a beautiful place. So it's a very subtle place that I can't say anything about. I would rather welcome it because it would increase the consumption of charity money. But it is difficult to choose a place because it has no special characteristics. It's also difficult because the ocean is shallow. It's not like a sunken city where the city is sinking, but it's not deep enough for a ferry to dock. If the ferry could have docked, it would have been easier to use the fortress, which is disguised as a ship, as an inn and send personnel there. For now, let's just see the place and decide, shall we? Even though some documents say something about it, it would be better to see it with my own eyes to be sure. All right. I don't want to work hard, but I have to, so let's do it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 12. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 2/4. Chapter 12, Too Short for One's Belt, Too Long for One's Sleeve. We arrived in the Aquamarine Kingdom and discussed the pioneering plan with Flora-san after Bella-san. Some tricky issues came to light, such as the lack of adventurers on land, but I want to do something about it with the help of money. We're finally setting sail. Master, we're leaving early. Ins is very excited. It had been 5 days since the meeting with Flora-san, and she seemed to want to release the stress that had built up during that time as soon as possible. Well, that's understandable. For the past 5 days, someone from In's family had been visiting the Lotto every day, and she had been under a lot of psychological pressure. It was the worst with Bella-san, but it was not without pressure from her father, Carlo-san, and her younger brother, Dario-kun. Especially from Dario-kun, who would ask her, "Annie-san, are you okay? Are you making trouble for everyone?" I felt sorry for him when he asked me to take care of his sister. I know she deserved it, but it must have been hard to live in a place you can't escape from and have your family worry about you every day. Foo-foo. It wasn't as hard as it was for Ins, but I would also like to get some exercise. Wataru, let's leave early. Alessia-san and the others seem to agree with Ins. Is it too much to ask? It seems that the attention on us hasn't worn off yet, and since we've been holed up on the Lotto with minimal trips to the city, even the active Alessia-san and the others must be feeling stressed. It seems that big news is hard to forget since there is not as much information available as in modern Japan. I didn't mind living on a small ship with beautiful women, playing with Rimu and the others and Pent. I can't help it as far as the number of people is concerned, but the Lotto is small, and I've become extravagant as well. Okay, then let's set sail. Felicia, please steer the ship. I understand. Felicia went to the flight deck. The reason I did not entrust Ins, who wanted to leave early, to steer the ship was because I was afraid she would lose control under the stress. It would be unfortunate if the sunken city were damaged. Wataru, the supplies are okay, right? As we set sail and basked in the sea breeze while looking at the sunken city, Dorothea-san spoke to me. She was the second in command of the follow-up team, so I guess she would be worried about this part. Yes, Flora-san has taken care of it, so it's not a problem. She prepared so much that it was almost too much. I see. Well, if Wataru doesn't have enough, you can always go out to sea and get it. Dorothea-san smiles shyly. But it's not that bad. It is true that I can get by, but most of the supplies I have collected are for use at the base. It would be a bit sensitive to distribute goods from a ferry or a luxury liner to a place that will be used by the inhabitants of this world, even if only by us. It would be awkward to have otherworldly goods flooding into a pioneer area. The day after the meeting with Flora-san, supplies began to pile up in the warehouse. Sneaking out in the middle of the night to collect these supplies was my only outing for the past 5 days, and since I brought them back by rubber boat every day, it was quite a lot. Thanks to Flora-san for helping us get the warehouse, supplies, and everything else around so that we could move everything in secret. Good job to Flora-san and me for making a contract with the god of commerce Sama. *****. Master, we have arrived. After my conversation with Dorothea-san, I returned to the ship and was relaxing when Felicia called me to tell me of the arrival. I went out of the cabin and checked the land. I knew that, but there was really nothing there. It is indeed an undeveloped area. I knew from the data that it would be difficult to anchor the ferry because of the shallow water. I took my eyes off the land and looked into the sea. The clarity of the sea is so high that you can see all the way to the bottom. It is shallow. It's not like the sunken city stretches out in front of you like the royal capital, so even if we wanted to do something about it, it would be difficult to build a ferry port from scratch in the time available. Is this a problem that should be addressed after a village is built? If a ferry could be placed off the coast of the development area, it would have been easy to use it as a base and develop it all at once, even if ship disguise was required. But it doesn't seem to work that way. Felicia, can you steer the ship along the land? Understood. Alessia and Inez, please check along the shore as well. We don't see anything. After checking the coastline of the pioneer land, we started exchanging opinions, and then Alessia-san made an opening remark that was quite blunt. I don't know how she felt, but please don't look disappointed. There will be no undiscovered ruins or dungeons. Or rather, it would be a problem if there were. In case you've forgotten, we came here to look for a potential location for a pioneer base, right? I don't know about the forest, but the plains aren't in the shadow of any monsters. If Marina-san, a scout, says so, I can trust her. It's easy to cultivate the plains if there are no monsters, right? If you want to cultivate, you should cultivate on the plains, right? It is easy to cultivate on the plains, but it is difficult to cultivate fields when the sea wind blows directly at them, and there is no water. In that case, it would be better to build a base half a day's walk from the sea or even in the forest where the stream is closer to the plain. Ilma-san compares my questions with the data and the location and gives me her opinion. As expected from Ilma-san, she is not only sexy, but also an intellectual. Her opinions are very convincing. The Aquamarine Kingdom is an island with many fishermen, so I think it would be better to build a base by the sea for trading. Anyway, we need a port. Dorothea-san's opinion is also reasonable. Especially at the beginning of the pioneering period, food was scarce, so transportation by ship and the blessings of the sea were very important. Ilma-san, Dorothea-san, what are you going to do? I don't like people looking at me. Is there a place that is suitable for a harbor and close to a waterhole? And if we could grow some crops, that would be great. If there was such a convenient place, I think this country would have developed it by now. That's true. I think Ilma-san is right, too. It hurts that the only stream is on the ocean side, in the middle of the forest. The place where the stream flows into the ocean is in the forest, so we would have to cut it open to make a port. For starters, I wonder how far the water in the stream can withstand farming. Dorothea-san is right. I also checked the stream that flows into the sea from the Lutto, but the width of the stream is not more than 3 meters. And it has the atmosphere of an irrigation canal made a little larger. Large-scale agriculture seems difficult. As expected of an undeveloped area, it is hard to do anything halfway. I guess short on the belt, long on the sleeve is what they use for this kind of situation. What about logging? I'm sure they won't be offended if we don't cut down the forest unnecessarily, but as someone who has a crush on the goddess of the forest Sama, it's an action I'd rather avoid. For now, we can't do anything without water. So let's start with the place Ilma-san chose as a temporary base. If it's on flat land by the forest and closest to the stream, wouldn't it be possible to dig a canal out of the forest? Let's let the people who live there decide for themselves. But considering the food problem, I think it would be hard to walk half a day from the sea. We can handle it. But if more than 100 people get together, they're going to starve, aren't they? Can we manage with the blessings of the forest? At worst, We can manage with massive food aid like the Dark Elf village. Master, what about the harbor? As Dorothea said, ports are important in this land, right? We'll build a port later. A city, or maybe 2 villages. I have money. So let's build both. Wataru, shouldn't we build the harbor first? Dorothea-san tilted her head and asked me why the back first. When you understand that the port is so important, why? I guess I completely understand the feeling, but it's hard to make a decision. I've thought about it too, but I can't decide where to put the port. What would be easier and more convenient, to cut through the forest and build a harbor in the forest, or to build a harbor on level ground by carving a channel out of a stream? This is too much of a problem for a beginner. Master, it is difficult to expand the port in the forest, and it is also difficult to build a road through the forest. Wouldn't a waterway be easier? After all, as a follower of the goddess of the forest Sama, I would like to keep the forest in its original state as much as possible. So Felicia belongs to the waterway group. I don't want the goddess of the forest Sama to hate me, so that's my opinion. Waterways are difficult to create and difficult to manage, aren't they? That's right. Ilma-san is right. It takes a lot of time and effort to maintain the slope and the water. I can't decide which is better, so I'm thinking of building it first, starting with the village. In the back, they all agreed with my postponement. It's not that they were convinced, but it's just a little sad that they're used to me postponing difficult decisions, and they feel that Wataru would have done the same. I am sorry for my indecision. Anyway, I don't think I can make the decision on my own, so I'll ask Flora-san to gather expert opinions even after we return to the royal capital. So let's check out the destination first, shall we? There might be some inconvenience if we go there. Even though we're talking here, it's just a theoretical discussion. Most of all, I want to escape from this delicate atmosphere. We bring the Lotto to the shore. Well, it looks like it would be nice to get to our destination. The weather is nice, and we can feel the wind on the ad, but there are only 3 summoning slots left on the ship after returning the Lotto, so a 2-seater amphibious buggy would not be able to accommodate all of us. Let's wait until we've explored the area around our destination for the ad to come out, and that's where the ranger comes in. The amphibious bus is cool, but it is rarely used, so I would like it to play an active role at times like this. It's been a long time. Has it been that long since that time on Earth Dragon? Alessia-san's eyes narrowed in nostalgia. It's been a while, but not that long. It's a good, strong child that can withstand the attacks of the Earth Dragon. Carla-san patted the ranger in praise. As a shielder, she might have some feelings about it, but the sturdiness is due to the indestructible skill, and I think a normal bus would be dented by the Earth Dragon's attack. Well, I won't tell her, but well then, please board the ranger as it is about to leave. I'm a little excited because it's been a while since I've driven. If it's only half a day's walk, would a bus get us there pretty quickly? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 13. Thanks to Aints for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 3/4. Chapter 13, as expected, it's sensitive. Under pressure from the god of commerce Sama, I have hastily begun my pioneering project in the Aquamarine Kingdom. The location is a very inconvenient and undeveloped area, and it is difficult to decide on even the first pioneer base, but I am determined to do my best. There are no roads in the undeveloped area, and the ranger traverses rough, hilly terrain. Of course, there was a lot of talk about the ranger's uncomfortable ride. It wasn't. Since the high-ranking ladies are gathered here, they sit rather calmly in their chairs, and even when bumps and protrusions threaten to cause things to fall off, they remain calm. The fussy ones are the slime group of Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan, who enjoy rocking and being bounced around by the vibrations. They roll around in the car, this way and that way. Pent, by the way, is relaxing on a pole inside the car. This plastic bottle is perfect for outdoor activities. It's lightweight, it doesn't break easily, it's easy to carry, and when you close the lid, the contents don't spill. I wish I had one of these when I first became an adventurer. Yes, these containers would have come in handy in so many ways. Then there's the cup noodles. Oh, yes, it is called instant food, but it tastes so much better than the food you usually get in the city. If only I had these when I started out as an adventurer, I wouldn't have had to deal with the tasteless, portable meals. I can hear the carefree conversation of Alessia-san, Dorothea-san, Carla-san, and Ilma-san from behind me. They were again impressed by the convenience of plastic bottles during the trip, and the topic of conversation seemed to have started rolling when Carla-san enthusiastically promoted instant food. It turned into a conversation about how I wanted to drink from the vending machine corner of the ferry for the first time in a long time. But I know the feeling. Even if you eat good food every day on a luxury liner, you still feel a different attraction to cup noodles and cheap, dinky food from the vending machine corner. Master, there's a big rock ahead. Be careful. Oops, thanks, Felicia. I was so focused on the conversation behind me that I was distracted from the road ahead. But the effect of indestructibility is really a cheat, isn't it? It's amazing that an amphibious bus, a somewhat delicate-looking vehicle, can drive over rough, uneven, unpaved roads and not break down. Ha 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 ha, cheats are the best. Bump, vroom, vroom, vroom. Kai-ah, vroom, vroom, vroom. Ah, Rim. Benny-chan. Fu-chan. Hey, Wataru. What's wrong? Oh, I'm sorry, Alessia-san, I think the tire fell into a hole or something. It might have been because I got too excited about the cheat. The rear wheel was spinning even though I was pressing the gas pedal. Even if it's a cheat vehicle that doesn't brake, as long as it's running on tires, it can't run if the tires don't touch the ground. Huh? That sounds a bit philosophical. Besides, Carla-san, it was an accident. So please don't get into the matter of honorifics at times like this. By the way, the slime group, who were stuck to the windshield due to the sudden stop, seemed to be safe as the thought of having fun once again crossed their minds. Or rather, enthusiastic thoughts came from them as if to say, let's have this moment again. When I saw Rimu and the other slimes sticking to the windshield, I felt a chill in my heart, but as expected from high-level slimes, it was nothing to worry about. But I don't want them to do it again. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't notice the dent. No, Felicia. It can't be helped. The grass is so tall here, it's hard to tell the difference. Felicia bowed her head apologetically, but I don't like it when she apologizes for something so trivial. I am not that unreasonable. So, Master, what do you want to do? Shall we all lift the ranger together? No, lifting a bus is. No. I'm sure it would be easy with this group of people. I think even Carla-san could do it pretty well by herself, but that's not necessary. It's true that a car can't run if the tires don't touch the ground, but I'll show you that ship summoning is still a cheat. For now, as soon as we all go outside, I can summon the ranger again, and it will be up and running in no time. Just as well, we can take a short break here. We had been rocking in the car for almost an hour, so this would not be a bad time to take a break. At my words, the women, Rimu and the other slimes, got out of the car. Even with the impact, Pent, who had remained wrapped around the pole, somehow crept up to me and wrapped himself around my body. I wonder if he doesn't want to move on his own because there's no water hole. When I went outside with Pent wrapped around my body, I saw the women raising their arms and stretching their backs. Don't look, don't look. I mustn't look. I desperately looked away from the devils who were stretching their backs and emphasizing their abundant motherhood. Even though Ins had assured me that I had not yet reached the stages that would make me a good young man but not a pervert, I could not ruin my reputation here by gazing at the rich maternal figure of the women. I must be a normal young man and woo Alessia-san and the others. As I frantically looked away, I saw the ranger, his body scraping the ground. Something calmed me down a bit. It looks like it fell into a pretty big dent. The rear wheels are completely in the air, and the belly of the bus is scraping the ground. I thought the front wheel went through fine, but it had to meander halfway through to get away from the rocks. There seemed to be less damage to the interior when the rear wheels fell off than when the front wheels fell off, and I may have been quite lucky. Anyway, I repatriated the ranger and summoned the hut boat and the food boat. It's been a long time since I've summoned the hut boat. I remembered the old days when I was in deadly battles with the horned rabbit, and I felt a little excited. It might be a good to take a break and reminisce about those days. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the break, we reached our destination without any problems. By the way, I immediately gave up nostalgia for the old days. The memories of those days were mostly memories of beating the horned rabbits to death. It is horrible to think that the souls of those killed horned rabbits are working with me as Saparabi. It was a bit empty, but we arrived at our destination, so I repatriated the ranger and summoned the hideaway. It's a little inconvenient to get in and out of, but considering that I can easily summon a house with a super luxurious jet bath, as expected, Ship summoning is really a cheat. It's been a long time since I've been to the hideaway. Come to think of it, wasn't it on this ship that Wataru and I took our first hot bath together? Yufu. Wataru, would you like to join us again? Alessia-san looked at the hideaway and made a suggestion that made me want to jump up and down. I've been getting more and more chest-thumping invitations from Alessia-san and the others since I started to avoid looking at them in an itchy way. When I happily told Ins that this could be the effect of if you don't push, you won't get it, she denied that it was anything like that. It seemed that they just saw that I was holding back and were teasing me. I was so frustrated that I wondered if I should take the opportunity since I had a word. I thought about it, but according to Ins, this is the point where I have to hold back. Resisting this urge was the only way to a harem, she said. Love. No, harems are very deep. Haha, I think that would be fun too, if I had the chance. That's why I'm going to reject Alessia-san's temptation with all my heart and soul for the future of a harem. Well, I think I'll start by using the hideaway as our base and scouting the area around it. I'll summon 2 of the ads so that everyone in the Girasol can use them at their leisure. If they continue to tease me, my spirit will be extinguished, so I begin my work anyway. With Ins and Felicia guarding me, I explore the nearby area with Rimmer and Pent. I've asked Alessia-san and the others to explore the plains and forests away from the base, and since they're an A-ranked party of adventurers, they should be able to bring me the best results if I trust them with the job. I understand. Then Marina, Alma, and I will go into the forest, and Dorothea, Carla, and Claretta will scout the plains. Okay, Wataru, we'll go. Oh, yes. I'm counting on you. The group was divided into small teams, and Alessia-san and her team left after quickly setting up their equipment. I've seen so many voluptuous figures on luxury liners and ferries lately that it feels strange, but I guess first class is great. I'm a little worried, though, that Carla-san packed a lot of snacks in her backpack. Also, it was nice to see the 3 beautiful women riding close together on the 2-person ad. But they were wearing equipment that looked hard, and I wouldn't have wanted to be sandwiched between them. In the past, I would have wanted to be sandwiched between them, even if it looked hard, so maybe I have grown up a bit with my recent patience. Well, let's take a look around, shall we? Feeling like I had grown up a little, I was in a good mood and was about to start scouting. Well, it's been a while since I've been on a land adventure, so I hope something interesting will happen. Ins, this is your hometown, and you left the country because there was nothing interesting going on. What do you expect? I understand. Which way would you like to go first? Which way? Well, let's go a little bit north first and then go around in a circle. It feels like a scouting trip or maybe more like a walk. ******. Well, we circled around for now, but it was basically a flat area of grass and dirt, with horned rabbits, slimes, and sometimes goblins. What about this? Is it livable? For a moment, the horned rabbit made me want to eat a whole roasted rabbit, but I left it at that. I wanted to touch the slime, but since I was scouting for a moment, I held back and gave it beef jerky and left it alone. Ins and Rimmer slaughtered the goblins. The horned rabbit wasn't so bad since it makes good food. Goblins are small fry from our point of view, but they can be troublesome if you want to live in an area. They are annoying. Ins may be okay with it, but I still have a hard time with goblins. I don't think I'll lose, but the sight of them gnashing their teeth and threatening me usually scares me. Depending on the results of the forest scouting, I think we can manage to keep the people safe if we build a fence and improve the defenses. The opinion of Felicia, who had lived in hiding in the forest, would be helpful. Well, is it possible to live here? I mean, is it not livable at all? The soil is not that great, and if I had to choose, I would consider it a temporary base and look for another place that looks a little nicer. It's not impossible to live here, but it's not a place I want to live. Fufu, even if you say other places, this place seems to be the most decent place in the documents. Abandoned and undeveloped land is undeveloped land for a good reason. The eastern part of the kingdom seems to be a sensitive place. I really hope that Alessia-san and the others will bring me some information that will turn things around. For now, let's take a break at the hideaway. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 14. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. 4/4 Chapter 14. Think about it the other way around. I took the ranger to the pioneer area I had targeted. Since the area was unpaved and roadless, We arrived without incident, although there was an accident on the way when the rear wheel fell into a hole. We split into teams and had a quick look around the area, but the results were subtle. I hope the other teams will come and find the best parts of the land. While enjoying a canned coffee at the hideaway, I heard the sound of engines. Either Alessia-san's team or Dorothea-san's team must have returned from their scouting mission. Maybe Dorothea-san's team? Alessia-san's team was scouting the forest, and it would take longer than Dorothea-san's team. When I went to meet them, it was Dorothea-san's team that had returned, as I had expected. At first glance, they did not look tired or dirty. Perhaps the scouting had been completed without incident. Thank you for your hard work. Please have a drink. I offered drinks to the returning Dorothea-san and her team. They were all canned drinks bought on the ferry. Dorothea-san had a sports drink, Carla-san had a soda, and Claretta-san had green tea. I'll keep this information in mind. This information is necessary to increase the likability of the drink of your choice when something goes wrong. I was so focused on the itchy side of things that I hated myself for not knowing even this simple information. So, how was your scouting trip? Well, it wasn't too bad. Nothing happened. Dorothea-san summarized the results of the reconnaissance in a single line. It was very easy to understand. I knew it. I hope that Alessia-san and her team will be able to help us in this situation. It would be great if they found a dungeon in the forest. Wataru, we don't need a dungeon to build a village. Dorothea-san replied, but there is a good reason for that. The land is so delicate that I feel if we don't have some special feature, we'll just build a poor village. If there are strong good parts or strong bad parts, the choice is easy, and it is easy to know which strengths to use and which disadvantages to eliminate. When everything is subtly bad, like here, it is the most difficult. It is hard to know what the right thing to do is. Or maybe the right thing is not to build a village. But I had no choice but not to build a village because I got a development permit for this land, and I told the god of commerce Sama about it. It is very inconvenient. If we are going to build a village anyway, the richer the better. But if I may speak from a beastman's point of view, even if it is safe for a beastman to live here, it would still be an attractive village, wouldn't it? Yes, safety is important. I see. So even if it is a bit poor, it is still attractive just because it is safe. I remember that Girasol also said that they avoid human supremacist countries because of the presence of beastmen. Okay, I think I may have found the little direction. Oh, I see what you mean. It was the other way around. I had a flash of inspiration. Oh, it looks like Alessia and the others are back. I was about to rejoice in my great discovery, but Dorothea-san's words put a damper on my excitement. Well, if I was going to show off my big idea, the more people, the better, of course. I greeted Alessia-san and the others and offered them drinks, just as I did Dorothea-san and the others. Alessia-san has a drink like a shot in the fight, Marina-san has lemon tea, and Ilma-san has a lactic acid drink. Huh? I'll keep that in mind, but Girasol's tastes are quite diverse. Is that just a coincidence? So, how was the forest? I asked after Alessia-san and the others had taken a break and settled down. It was normal. There were small animals, wolves, slimes and other small monsters, and goblins. It's a very ordinary forest with not much to offer. It was not a very favorable report, but it was not a big problem for me, who had come up with a nice idea. Master, it looks like there are no dungeons after all. What are you going to do? Do you want to ask them to move the development site to another place? Maybe I should have considered In's opinion before coming up with this nice idea. PFFT, Ins, I have an idea, so don't worry. When Wataru is confident, it's usually when he thinks of something stupid. Seeing my confident appearance, Ilma-san said something rude. Yes, you looked like that when you said you were going to buy all the luxury liners on the list. Dorothea-san also said something terrible in a calm manner. Even Dorothea-san looked calm now, but she was so excited when she won the lottery. I wasn't the only one who felt embarrassed. So, Master, what is your idea? As I had come to expect from Felicia, she listened intently. I was tempted to say, do you want to hear it here? But since that would just be annoying, I'll stop. I was already a little annoyed, so I couldn't make the mistake of pulling the trigger. Think about it the other way around. Instead of thinking that it's not good because it's in a delicate place, think that it's convenient because it's in a delicate place. Think like that. Wataru doesn't seem to be feeling well, so let's take the rest of the day off. Felicia, Please take care of Wataru. I understand. Wait. Alessia-san. Alessia, you shouldn't try to end the conversation either. Felicia, don't look at me with a worried expression. I'm not particularly sick. Why is this such a reaction to my passionate speech? But Wataru, even if you think it's convenient, doesn't that still mean it's a delicate place? Yes, it doesn't change the fact that it's a delicate place. Wait, I haven't finished talking about it yet. Alessia-san and the others tried to get up from their seats right away, even though I had just answered Claretta-san's question. Felicia, even if you touch my forehead, I don't have a fever. So far, I've taken the path that's easiest for me. Everyone nodded without hesitation, but it was a complicated feeling. I see. Wataru is determined to break away from the person he has become and take on the hardship himself. That makes me reconsider my decision. No, it's not that. I am only willing to accept some hardship, but I do not intend to take on the hardship myself. It is hard to deny Alessia-san's positive opinion, but if I nodded my head, I would feel that hardship would overwhelm me, so I would deny it once and for all. I don't want hardship, Master. I don't quite understand what you mean. If this is a delicate land, let's make it a wonderful land. That's what I mean. What do you mean? That is a good point. The land is bad because there is no water, but that means we should build a canal and a water reservoir. No, it means we should build a huge water moat for the safety of the city, with plenty of water. The land would be a little better off, wouldn't it? Master, haven't you also smelled the trouble of digging a canal into the harbor? A huge moat and a canal are incomparably more troublesome than a small canal to the harbor, you know? Do you understand? I do. If I were an ordinary person, I wouldn't have bothered with such a complicated thing. But on the other hand, this is an opportunity. Because the cost of building the mermaid village, even if it was just the materials, was 3 platinum coins. Right? Even if I make a big deal about the mental health facilities to be built in each country and the subsequent maintenance costs, the total cost would still only be about 150 platinum. Buying a new luxury liner leaves more than 2,500 platinum coins for charity. If I just spend it in small amounts, the charity expenses will only increase. If I am not careful, the god of commerce Sama might punish me, so this is an opportunity. I have permission from the god of commerce Sama to do charity work here. If I am going to build a village or even a city for charity, it is only natural that I should be excused from preparing the environment. Since this is a large construction project, it will require a large number of people, so I can ask the guilds and merchants to gather a large number of beastmen who are in vulnerable positions in various places. Then it would be a good idea to do the big construction here and spend all the charity money. That's the idea. If we were to do a major construction project, it would require a lot of digging and a lot of hard work. Normally, I would definitely avoid it, but even if I had to go through some hardship, it would be worth it if I could use up most of the charity's expenses. No, it would not only be worth it, but it would be a plus if I could escape from the charity expenses that are always stuck in the corner of my mind and never leave. This is the secret of turning things around. Let's spend all the charity money on a big construction project under the guise of development. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I enthusiastically presented this wonderful plan to the ladies. Well, this country is my hometown, and if it enriches my hometown, that's a good thing, I guess. Yes, Ins is right. If there is an investment of funds as much as public works, this country will be enriched. Of course, it's a good thing. You said it would be attractive just to safely house the beastmen, but do you really need to go that far? It does, Claretta-san. It's good that it's safe. Yes, as Carla-san said, it's a good thing. Master, it is true that if the moats and canals were built, this place could become richer and safer. But this is an island country, and there is no discrimination. Isn't that an exaggeration? It is not difficult to understand what Felicia is saying, but since there is no way to convince her, let me use a somewhat cowardly example. Felicia's village was attacked even though it was in a country where there is no racism. Bad people are everywhere, and they will go anywhere they can make money. If you build a small village in an undeveloped area that is hard to get to in this country, you may not be able to compete if you are attacked. Then, if you build a big city, the country will take notice, and if you are attacked, you can fight back. That's the way it is. I am sorry to remind you of the pain. Indeed. You're right. Felicia was convinced, and the whole atmosphere of the place changed to one of conviction. Okay, it's decided now. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's go back to the royal capital. Although our visit to the site changed the original plan quite a bit, it wasn't a wasted trip because we got some great ideas after seeing the area. When we get back to the royal capital, I'm going to hit the Adventurers Guild and the Merchants Guild with 2,500 platinum coins and use them without a second thought. Oh, if I were to strike through a conversation, would it be at the royal palace instead of the guilds? Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 14 Chapter 15. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 15. A little bit of vanity. The result of the inspection of the land to be developed was that there was nothing good about it, nothing very bad, and the whole of the land was not so good. However, the sight of the land gave my brain cells a genius inspiration, and I came up with a reversal plan. If the land were not good, I would use all the charity money to make it good. I'm a little afraid of my own talent. That's what I mean. I just need to talk to the Adventurers Guild, the Merchants Guild, and then the Royal Palace. Is that okay? After returning to the royal capital of the Aquamarine Kingdom, I immediately contacted Flora-san and explained the secret plan I had come up with. What, True-san, are you serious? After I finished my explanation, Flora-san asked me a question while looking at me seriously. It was embarrassing to have such a passionate look on me. Yes, of course, I am serious. I really want to use this opportunity to spend all the charity money. I am willing to go through some hardship. No, I'm aware of that, but I am willing to put up with it. Flora-san's heated gaze left mine and turned to In's. You may not believe it, but Master is sane. I see. That heated look doubted my sanity. That's pretty rude. Well, Flora-san doesn't know anything about charity, so it's no wonder she doubts my sanity. If someone did the same thing for no reason, I would question their sanity as well. Do you really think it's wise to spend 2,500 platinum to develop a piece of land that's not particularly important or vital? How many castles do you think you can build? 250 billion yen is the amount of money to build several castles. It's true that labor costs are cheap, and the materials used to build the mermaid village were also cheap. But this time, it's a big project that will transform the entire country, so it's probably not a problem. There shouldn't be any surplus. I don't know the price of the castle, but if Master says he'll do it, he'll do it. So what do you think? Do we just have to talk to the Adventurers Guild, the Merchants Guild, and the Royal Palace? No, Ins, I'm the kind of person who says I'll do it, but if things change and it becomes too much trouble, I'll just throw it away. I don't know. It's too big for me. Ha, I'll talk to the guild master. What, True-san, is it okay if I give you an answer after that? Yes. And if the big shot doesn't believe my story, please tell him that I don't mind paying the full amount up front. Oh, you can also tell him that I will put the platinum coins in front of him anytime. I felt a little smug, but you can't help it. It's one of the romantic things to treat a huge amount of money as if it were nothing. Well, I haven't received anything yet except the first platinum coin I received, but if I tell the god of commerce Sama, he'll have it ready for me right away. I should go and receive it later, just to be sure, right? I understand. Flora-san left, looking lifeless and dizzy. I think it's dangerous to be in that state. Will she make it safely to the Adventurers Guild? Ins, Felicia, please escort Flora-san to the Adventurers Guild. Yes. It's a bit dangerous. I understand. The two nodded and followed Flora-san to the guild. If possible, it would be great if they could also follow up on Flora-san's mental health. Oh, number. The first platinum coin was deposited in the Merchants Guild. Well, even if I can't get it out in time, if I put 1,700 platinum coins on the line and get the rest guaranteed by someone from the Merchants Guild, they won't think I'm lying, will they? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Flora's poff. Hey, Ins, I want to work for Watru-san, but will he be okay? Won't he lose all his money? I asked Ins, who followed me later, a rude question. But it can't be helped. I had decided to change jobs with dreams of a wonderful life, but the owner of the new job was going to spend 2,500 platinum coins to develop a delicate place. It's natural to feel uncomfortable, isn't it? Were there so many treasures in the Duke's castle? Maybe he used that beautiful ship he invited me on as collateral for the debt. I can't stop imagining things I don't want to imagine. I understand Flora's concern, but that money is money that Master wants to spend. Master has a lot of other money, so there is no way he could lose it all. Don't worry. Money he wants to spend? I spend all the salary I want to keep. But does such money exist in the world of the rich? The world is so unreasonable. Ins and Felicia-san kindly escorted me back to the Adventurers Guild as I was depressed by the injustice of the world. Well, Ins found out that Dario was inside and left in a hurry without going into the Adventurers Guild. Well, I'm a little out of shape, but let's do our best to get the job done. Come to think of it, I am working for Wataru-san, who is an unreasonable being, so my future life will be safe. I'm motivated. As soon as I got back, I reported Wataru-san's story to my immediate superior, who, after repeatedly questioning my sanity, took me to the guildmaster's room. Since I also doubted Wataru-san's sanity, I didn't feel any pain from being doubted. Rather, I can say that I felt sympathy for him. I understand what you're saying. Assuming that this is serious, how realistic is this story? The guildmaster who heard the story asked the question without hiding his dismay. I understand that feeling very well. Wataru-san said that he was willing to pay the entire 2,500 platinum coins in advance. Therefore, I think it is possible to get up to 2,500 platinum coins. The guildmaster's expression changed at my words. Are you sure he has that much money in reserve? He's also the discoverer of the treasures in the Duke's castle, and he said that if you don't believe him, he'll put the platinum coins in front of you anytime, so I believe he has it prepared. I wonder what it would be like to see 2,500 platinum coins lined up in a row. I know it's impossible, but I feel like my eyes are going to be crushed. Well then, let him show us. Flora, contact Wataru Dono, and I can free up some time tomorrow afternoon. Huh? Are you really going to ask him to show you? I understand. Can I come and watch as well? I'm kind of curious. Well, I just got back, but let's go to Wataru-san's place again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I see. It's happening too fast. I haven't even processed the withdrawal of the platinum coins from the Merchants Guild, and I haven't received the charity money from the God of Commerce Sama, and now they want to see it tomorrow. It would be polite to give us more time to work out our schedules. Oh no, if I can't get Creator God Sama to summon me to the Divine Realm, then I'm a confirmed liar. I can always show the platinum coin. Duh, I shouldn't have done that. I mean, how can they really confirm it? Normally, you would think it's a social gesture. No, if you can start a big construction project without worrying, is it natural to confirm it? Wataru-san, are you okay? Maybe it would be inconvenient for you if they really confirmed the platinum coin? A suspicious look comes from Flora-san. No, it's just that when I think about it, out of the 2,500 platinum coins, about 800 are still in the hands of the Merchants Guild. I said I would show them to you anytime, but I think it will take time for the Merchants Guild to prepare the 800 platinum coins. What should we do? Camille-san also said that they couldn't prepare a large number of platinum coins unless we told them in advance, so it would be impossible for them to prepare 800 coins right away. Oh, is that what you mean? If that is the case, Wataru-san will have to go to the Merchants Guild, but if you apply for a property certificate, it will prove that you have that much money, even if it is only for a limited time. Is there such a system? I understand. Then, I would like to apply for the property certificate tomorrow morning. Also, I would like to meet with the guildmaster after lunch if that is okay with you. I couldn't back out of the meeting, so I agreed. If I prayed to the Creator God Sama and he did not invite me to the Divine Realm, I would pray to all the gods I knew and somehow I would be invited to the Divine Realm. No, it might be faster if I prayed directly to the God of Commerce Sama. It is not safe to travel with platinum coins, so shall we ask them from here? Besides, Wataru-san doesn't want to attract attention, does he? Security is fine with Ins, Felicia, and Girasol present, but come to think of it, I'm a bit of a public figure. But I thought it would be until the rumors about the Duke's castle treasures died down. But now that I've accelerated the big construction project, I'm sure the rumors will rise the other way around. Well, I'm prepared for some trouble. As for the attention, after I finish what I have to do in the Aquamarine Kingdom, I won't have to come here for a while. That should calm things down. I'll go to the Merchants Guild to get the certificate, and after that, I'll arrange a time to go to the Adventurers Guild, so it'll be fine. I understand. I will wait for you. The meeting was over, and this time, Flora-san seemed fine, but just to be sure, I sent her back with Ins as her escort. They are childhood friends, and even if the escort was unnecessary, It wouldn't be a waste of time if they had a nice talk. When Ins returns, I'll go out to sea and pray desperately in the Chateau's church. *****. When I prayed to the god of commerce Sama while explaining the situation as I had tried it in the church before I knew it, a bag containing 1,700 platinum coins was placed in front of the statue of the god. I thought this was very reasonable, typical of the god of commerce Sama, but I felt a little lonely. It's a lot of work, but maybe I'd be happier being swept away by the creator god Sama or having an audience with the god of light Sama. But, well, now I can get away from being called a liar. I really wanted to move the Adventurers Guild and the Merchants Guild like a wad of bills slapping me on the cheek, but so far, I feel that the Adventurers Guild is taking the initiative. So, I'm going to put up this massive amount of platinum coins at tomorrow's meeting to regain the initiative. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 16. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. We really appreciate all kind of donations for the sake of the continuation of this site. You can read up to 6 chapters ahead by subscribing our Patreon here or join our Ko-fi's offer here. Enjoy. Chapter 16. Meeting. I returned to the royal capital of the Aquamarine Kingdom and discussed my plan with Flora-san. The next day, I was to show the Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild the 2,500 platinum coins as proof that I wasn't lying. I suppose it's good that things are moving so fast, but still. The next day seemed too soon. Is this right? Because of the sudden development and the difficulties I had to go through with the procedures for the property certificate at the Merchants Guild, I presented a large number of platinum coins and the property certificate side by side to the Guildmaster. It's a bit like a revenge gesture. Foo-foo. It's a vulgar act to show off a large amount of money, but it feels good to do it, especially since the Guildmaster gave me a look that said, "This guy is for real." I also got a look of respect from Flora-san. It's a little different, but not bad. I think I showed my dignity as her future employer. Then are you really going to do what Flora told me yesterday? I'd like to complain that he's too skeptical even with the money in front of him, but I guess it can't be helped since Flora-san, who's supposed to be his subordinate, doubted my sanity right after I explained the plan to her. Yes, I really will do it. I plan to deposit the entire amount of this platinum coin with an organization that will cooperate with me once the contract with the God of Commerce Sama is completed. That will give you peace of mind, right? I understand. This isn't something that the Adventurers Guild can do alone, so let's gather other influential people and discuss it with them. Would you be willing to share your detailed plans with us for clarification? Perhaps because I was recognized as a proper client, the Guildmaster's attitude became more polite. However, I'm not convinced that he changed his look from one of suspicion to one of looking at a madman. However, I understand the reason. I understand. Then let me explain. The greatest person in the Adventurers Guild is holding his head. I don't think it's because he was impressed by my wonderful development plan. Because it was a plan I made like a child building a secret base. I myself thought it was pretty simple when I talked about it. Isn't the plan too vague? We're just a group of merchants and adventurers, so we can't make a proper development plan. I've told you what we want, so I'll leave the rest to the experts. Normally, this would be an outrageous move, like writing a blank check. But this world has a very convenient system of contracts with the God of Commerce Sama. If the terms of the contract include that there will be no cheating and that the representative will monitor and supervise every aspect of the business, the rest is taken care of. If there's a loophole in the contract and they cheat, then that's the time. The God of Commerce Sama would not let anyone get away with using that loophole, and even if they are not punished this time, they can be locked out next time. I plan to buy another luxury liner sometime, and I am sure I will regret it when more pioneering plans are decided. I, the Guildmaster of the Merchants Guild, and the Guildmaster of the Blacksmiths Guild, the Guildmaster of the Lumberjacks Guild, and the Guildmaster of the Cooking Guild. Hey, Luke. What kind of business is it for the head of the Adventurers Guild to gather all these people together? And what about those youths over there? The head of the Adventurers Guild is Luke-san, huh? Come to think of it, I didn't introduce myself or anything because I was suddenly showing off the platinum coins. Anyway, it was yesterday afternoon when I talked to Luke-san, so why is this happening the next night? It's very strange. I had planned to swallow some of the hardship, but maybe it was because I had been living a lukewarm life lately. I felt like I was going to falter if things unfolded so quickly. I wish they would at least leave a day between events. Besides, the master of the Merchants Guild is a beautiful woman. She calls us youths, and since she's the master of the Merchants Guild, she's probably not as old as she looks, but she's still a beautiful woman. She doesn't look like an elf. Is she high level, even though she is a merchant? Ah, this is Wataru Dono and Alessia, the leader of the A-rank adventurer party, Girasol. As you probably know, they are the discoverers of the treasures in the Duke's castle. What? That Wataru Dono? Huh? I heard there was a large amount of rare metals there. I'm sure the Blacksmith Guild would love to have them. The master of the Blacksmith's Guild took notice of Luke San's introduction. Even though he didn't know my face, he seemed to understand that we had obtained rare metals. As expected from the master of the Blacksmith's Guild. I see. I tried to contact him, but he ignored all my attempts. Hey, you're supposed to be a merchant, so why are you with the master of the Adventurers Guild? The master of the Merchants Guild then asked me a question in frustration. I was not sure of her age, but I ran away from the invitation of such a beautiful, attractive, mature woman. I feel like I have done something very wasteful. I left the treasures to someone I know, so I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Besides, I'm with the master of the Adventurers Guild because I asked him for a request. I left all the treasures in Moro-san's hands, so it's not up to me to interfere now. The master of the Blacksmith's Guild is very disappointed with the situation. It's not that I've done anything wrong, but I feel bad that he's so disappointed. Request, huh? If I was summoned, it must be a request related to the Merchants Guild, right? Haha, that would be the case. Yes, I know what the master of the Merchants Guild is trying to say. You are a merchant, right? If it's not something that the Adventurers Guild can do, but it's something that the Merchants Guild can do, then you should talk to us first. It must be something like that. If I had known that the master of the Merchants Guild was such a beautiful woman, I would have talked to her directly, and I regretted it very much. Well, that's okay. I have a lot to say, but let's wait until we hear the story. Besides, the Merchants Guild will give you preferential treatment if you introduce us to the rumored Mage Sama, so please keep that in mind. Also, I'd like to hear more about the giant ship in the Kingdom of Brescia. As the master of the Merchants Guild, I would have expected her to have some information about the mage and the luxury liner. I had expected the subject to come up, so I had planned to let it go and leave it at that, but when a beautiful woman asks me that, it makes me want to change my plans, and that's a problem. I want to please her and be praised by her. If I could put her in a good mood even now, would I be able to get this beautiful woman, who seems to be older than me but still looks young, to treat me like a good boy? The Adventurers Guild agrees that we are interested in Wataru Dono, but first, let's get to the main topic of today. Good timing. Luke-san interrupted my fantasies. If I had fallen under the master of the Merchants Guild's charm and rolled on her palm, Alessia-san would have thought that Wataru was Wataru. After all, I am a gentleman, I am a gentleman, I am a gentleman. I am a man who wants to be a quiet man, not an obvious pervert. I should be aware of that. Wataru Dono, please explain. That was it. The reason I was brought here was to explain the plan myself. *******. In other words, you want to build a town with 2,500 platinum coins, and you want the Merchants Guild to provide the necessary materials and gather a large number of beastmen who are in trouble in various countries? The Blacksmith Guild will be in charge of gathering and repairing the hardware and pioneering tools used in the town. The Lumberjack Guild will be in charge of procuring lumber and preparing equipment for the lumber industry. The Cooking Guild is responsible for providing food during the construction period. Depending on the number of people gathered, this could be quite a challenge. The Adventurers Guild will be responsible for escorting people during the pioneering period, as well as other tasks. The various guild masters roughly confirm their roles. There will be many other materials needed and roles to play, but that's about it. I mean, that's not it. What is it? Instead of a reservoir, there will be a very large moat to be dug and a large town with a great wall. If possible, you also want a waterway. As one would expect from the master of the Merchants Guild, she first went along with it and then pointed out its ridiculousness. And I had forgotten. Also, please introduce me to someone who can design a town. Oh, and I'll leave it to you to lay the groundwork for the royal palace and various other places. I'm willing to accept hardship, but if it's easier, so much the better. Let's push where I can push. No, before that, why this place? As I recall, there are few water sources in this area, and the forests are not very healthy. Even if you wanted to cultivate the land, there must be a place with better conditions than here, right? The cost should be considerably lower there, too. As expected from the master of the Lumberjack Guild. He seems to have a general idea of what's out there, even if it's abandoned. And geographically, I don't see the point of developing this place. It's a halfway point as a stopover for shipping routes. Should I talk to the royal palace so that we can find a better location? The master of the cooking guild was not satisfied with the subtlety of this place and even offered to help us change the location. No, I decided to pay for this place because I wanted to develop it. I have no intention of moving to another location. I can't tell him that I don't want to keep the cost down. Even now, they're doubting my sanity, and that doubt is turning into certainty. Alessia, are you okay with this? You're sitting there with a face like it's someone else's business, but you're one of Watarudono's collaborators, aren't you? The master of the blacksmith guild, perhaps sensing that my intentions are firm, turns the subject to Alessia-san. He looks as if he wants her to stop her colleague from getting out of control. However, even though the pioneering plan is not appropriate, I have explained my reasons for pioneering to her. Alessia-san is on my side. Wataru is the one paying for the project, so it's not my problem. I'll help, but it's up to Wataru to make the decision. Although I was sure of what she was saying, I was shocked to hear her say that it was someone else's business. Anyway, I don't intend to change the place to be developed. You should all think about pioneering this place to the best of your ability. I invoked the strong authority of the client. No matter what happens, I'm promised a profit. Don't mess around and work like a cart horse. Is that too much to ask? Well, I will pay you as much money as I can convince you, so please work hard. And yes, it's an absurd plan, but it's also a profitable one, so you should be a little happier about it. I hope they don't put a serious face on the plan to discuss it thoroughly later. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 17 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Enjoy. Chapter 17. What is passing a whole task on to someone else? After I presented the development plan to the guild masters of the Adventurers Guild, the discussion progressed quickly. I met with the masters of the major guilds in the Aquamarine Kingdom, and although they questioned my sanity and asked me to change the location, I managed to get them to do most of the heavy lifting. Yes, it was supposed to be a success. In the beginning, I had to deal with the architects who were designing the city, and I also had to do some minor work, such as deciding which guild to deposit funds with and how much, but I was optimistic that it wouldn't be too much trouble because I was prepared for the hard work. Whenever I had some minor business to attend to, I would go to the royal capital, and the rest of the time, I would spend on Lotto, relaxing and playing with Rimu and Pent. Whenever I have time, I go out to the open sea to watch Alessia-san and the others train in battle or kill monsters to gain experience. At night, I checked out the facilities of the newly purchased chateau, played racing games and bowling, enjoyed watching Saparabi perform on stage, and went to restaurants I hadn't visited yet to enjoy May food. I enjoyed such elegant and fulfilling days. These days of elegance and fulfillment ended when the architect came back after checking the site. Then the meeting after the meeting began. I was invited to sit in on a meeting between the representatives of the various guilds and the architect, and my opinions were listened to. Even though I told them that I only had a rough idea of what I wanted to do and asked them to do it well, the architects did not agree with me, saying that the opinion of the client, who was investing a large sum of money, was important. What about here? What about there? What materials? What is the quality of the materials? What is the construction time? What is the concept of the city? How wide is the passage? How deep is the moat? How is the moat used? What about the waterway? Are you going to create a commercial district? What about an industrial district? What about a shopping district? What about my mansion? What about the church? A lot of things were pointed out to me, and if I didn't think of them, I would think of them on the spot. And if I couldn't make a decision, I would be given documents and homework. Every day, I had to do homework, and every day, I had to discuss the answers with the architects. Every day was like that. I knew it was a lot of work to build a city, but I didn't think I would be asked for so much input, let alone money and verbal input. The architects told me to do what I wanted, so why not do what I wanted? Besides the design of the city, the questions continue. How many beastmen will we gather? Where will the beastmen live? What about food? Where to store the materials? How to secure and prepare a place for cooking? What means of transportation? Are there any living goods to be provided or sold? What are the conditions of release for slaves? What about security? There were so many decisions to be made that I was soon broke. I relied on Ins and Felicia, cried to Alessia-san and the others, asked Flora-san and Bella-san and others for help, and managed to do my homework. With my head full of more and more parchment paper, I handed out notebooks and pens that I had bought on the luxury liner to reduce the hassle as much as possible, and that was when all the guilds started biting and making a fuss. I knew it was going to be a fuss, but still, every day, I felt like I would die of exhaustion if I did not use the tools of civilization. My heart broke a long time ago, but it won't let me. If I don't start building the city, the beastmen that are currently being gathered in other countries will be left on the streets, or the merchants who find profit in building the city will hang themselves, or some other such thing. They make me feel guilty and make me work. It shouldn't be this way. Go and look up the meaning of the word, pass a whole task on to someone else, and come back and try again. I don't want to work. What is the charity expense? Why don't I just give away platinum coins? Quality of materials? I don't know. Why don't I just use the highest quality materials? The days of complaining about such things will end today. It will end, but before that, there is one more annoying thing. The meeting with the top officials of the country. The masters of the various guilds used their personal connections to negotiate with the government officials, and it seems that they were able to get a general understanding of the situation. However, the scale of the project was so large that it would affect government policy, so as the owner of the project, I also had to make a presentation to the government officials. I was supposed to leave everything to the government, but this betrayal happened at the last minute. I find it unforgivable. I don't like it. Oh, I'm getting some kind of stomachache. I guess I'll just have to skip today. Master, you haven't given up yet? Instunda look hurt, but I can't help it. I'm just a student who was given a cheat by Creator God Sama just for fun. I am nervous about meeting the big shots, so maybe I don't have to go. Don't you think? Big shots? Why should Master, who has met even God, be nervous just to meet a mere human big shot? You even made fun of the prince during the war, didn't you? That's not the same thing. In fact, it was Ins and Ilma-san who made fun of the prince, not me. Don't blame me. In general, I'm not that nervous about meeting God. I was amazed at the very first meeting, and the goddesses are so beautiful that meeting them is just a pleasure. On the other hand, I have this image of human bigwigs trying to take advantage of me in some way, and I feel that if I am disrespectful, it will only cause trouble. Normally, I would just keep my distance from such a country, but this time, if I offended the big shots, more than a month of hard work would be wasted. This is really unacceptable. Wataru, you can't. If Kala-san says, I can't. Oh, did I put an honorific title earlier? Yes. You said Ilma-san. Why is Kala-san so strict about honorifics? I'll be careful. Okay. Then let's go. Huh? For some reason, Kala-san moved Rima, who was on my head, to the sofa and squeezed my hand. While I was very nervous, Kala-san took me off the lutter without question, and before I had time to resist, she threw me into a carriage that was waiting for me at the port. Since I had complained that I didn't want to go, did she take advantage of the fact that I used an honorary title and distract me by holding my hand and taking me out? No, I don't think so. There was no way that the innocent Kala-san would think of such a plan to take advantage of a man's heart. I looked at Kala-san through the carriage window and saw Ilma-san smiling behind her. Yes, Ilma-san only smells of scheming, so it makes a lot of sense. Wataru, give it up for good. If Wataru doesn't go, I'll be alone. You know? As I looked at the letter with unfulfilled curiosity, even after the carriage had started to move, I was scolded by my escort, Alessia-san. Then how about we get sick together? Isn't that a wonderful idea? Even if we got sick together, it would only mean that the meeting would be postponed. It would only make them unhappy because you would be changing a very important person's schedule. TSK, Alessia-san doesn't intend to attend the meeting, so it's easy for her. I'm dressed in a suit, but Alessia-san says that's the formal attire for adventurers, and she's wearing a simplified version of the equipment she's used to and is relaxed. I envy her. Well, I can't complain, because I didn't want to go to the royal palace alone, so I cried and asked her to come with me. The royal palace is getting closer and closer. I'm getting really sick to my stomach. Whether my stomach hurt or not, the carriage went on, was inspected, and entered the gates of the palace. When the carriage stopped, an official was waiting to greet me, and I was invited into the palace after being inspected. After being given a tour of the palace and being briefed on the precautions to be taken in a royal palace, I was led to a meeting room. Inside, the masters of the guilds had already arrived, and their eyes were on me. It seems that I was the slowest to arrive because I was reluctant to attend the meeting. "Come over here." The guild master of the Merchants Guild called me over and made me sit down in the seat closest to the honorary seat. There are chairs at the honorary seat, and I guess that's where the big shots sit. I would have liked to sit at the farthest end, but since I am the owner and responsible for the construction, I guess this is the place for me. I want to go home. It seems that Watarudono gave our men a lot of trouble, didn't he? Yes, my boys were in trouble as well. I heard that you didn't think about the budget allocation at all. It's the same with us. They were worried because they were told that all materials should be of the highest quality. If you use the best materials to build a private house, there is no way you will have enough materials. They're only top quality because they're rare and of good quality. When I sat down, the masters of the adventurer, merchant, and lumberjack guilds complained to me. I wanted to say that's why I threw it all away, but they would just get angry at me for throwing away such a large construction project, so I didn't say it. "So, what, Trusan, have you memorized the documents properly? If you can't explain them and we don't get a permit, we'll be in big trouble, right?" William-san, the architect, asks me worriedly. He looks like a kind, good-natured, thin middle-aged man now, but when it comes to designing, his personality changes like an onion, and he becomes extremely strict, which is not my favorite thing about him. "I don't understand why I need a permit now when I've already received permission to build a city in that location." Well, when I complained about it, he got angry and said, "It is not called development to suddenly build a city by investing unbelievable amounts of money." Maybe I have become a little wiser because I have been scolded so many times for building a city. Well, no matter how smart I become, I'll still put fun and personal feelings first, so my way of life won't change much. Yes, I've read the documents thoroughly, so I don't think I'll have any problem explaining. If I get stuck on a detail, please follow up. I would like William-san to explain everything from the beginning, but it seems that I have to explain everything from my point of view, which is a hard part for both me and William-san. "I understand. Please signal me with your eyes when you want me to follow up." While I was deciding on the signal with William-san, the door to the meeting room opened, and people began to enter. Everyone in their seats stood up and bowed deeply to the people entering, and I hastily imitated them. The meeting was about to begin, but I was immediately caught up in the atmosphere. In addition to a stomachache, I even felt my heart pounding. The plan to build a city might come to a standstill. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 18 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Sponsored chapter by our Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 18. Presentation. The time I have spent working like a cart horse is finally coming to an end, even though I have thrown myself into it. Now, all I have to do is get through the last presentation to this big shot, and I'll be free. So I'll do my best. Well then, let me explain. Oh no, my voice was hoarse. I was already surprised by the atmosphere at the first greeting, but I became even more nervous when I heard that the two important people who had arrived were the heads of the Commerce and Finance departments and the officials in charge of these two areas. Commerce and Finance seem to have similar roles, but are they different? I also had a question, but I had enough sense not to ask it. It also bothered me that the person standing next to the two executives also seemed arrogant. I guessed that he was an assistant, but since he was an assistant to the big shots, he must be high-ranking. He held a hand out in his hand and looked at me as if he was judging me. I want to leave, but I can't leave, so I begin to explain. There is no handy whiteboard. Since I had to bring it from the luxury liner if I wanted to use it, I explained verbally while showing them the documents. First of all, please take a look at the first document. May I have a word? Why yes, What is it? I was about to start my explanation with great enthusiasm when I was interrupted by the Minister of Commerce. I am grateful for the great investment you are making in the Aquamarine Kingdom, but to go to the trouble of gathering beastmen from other countries and developing them on a large scale in a place that has no particular advantages? I have heard about it from the guild masters, but I would like to hear from you why you are doing it. Is that where you're coming from? If you heard it from the guild masters, why bother? But I guess I have to talk about it. I can't really talk about charity expenses, so it would be bland. I thought I could create a place of rest for the beastmen in this country where there is less discrimination. The reason I decided to develop a place where there are few advantages is because I thought that if the beastmen who enter the country later monopolize the good places, there will be friction. But the original purpose of the project was to spend charity expenses. The assistant nodded slightly toward the Minister of Commerce, and the Minister of Commerce nodded slightly in response. Maybe that assistant has some skills in detecting lies. I'm glad I didn't say anything inappropriate. It's also true that I want to help the beastmen, although it's a much lower priority than spending the charity expenses. As for the friction, that's also true in my mind because it was an excuse I made up when the guild's labor representative told me to develop a better place, but it was a real problem that was going to cause friction. Maybe this assistant's skills are not that accurate. I guess he could tell if I was lying, but he probably couldn't tell the priority or seriousness of my objectives. Otherwise, he would have immediately realized that there was a reason other than my flimsy idea. Why don't you try to turn the land you have developed into a territory and leave it to the state, albeit with some contracts that don't put the inhabitants at a disadvantage? It would be a huge loss if you spend a lot of money and your profits were to receive some tax revenue. Now, the question comes from the Minister of Finance. It would be safer to tell the truth, except for what I can't say because he might find out that I'm lying. I hadn't realized it before, and I gave a reason that wasn't a lie but a thin one. But I'm not so clever that I can't hide my true feelings about it, because I don't want to manage the territory, and money is not a problem since I have other places to earn it. I tried to wrap up my true intention of not wanting to manage the land in an ostentatious way by avoiding the trouble. I avoided using the word heavy loss because it could be considered a lie since I had not lost any money. I may be a surprisingly good negotiator. The assistant who had nodded to the Minister of Commerce earlier nodded slightly to the Minister of Finance this time. It seems that he has the ability to detect a lie, after all. Is it a unique skill, then? What? Are the questions still going on? I can't think. Everyone except me and Alessia-san was holding their heads, putting their hands to their eyebrows, looking up at the sky, or staring off into the distance. Hey, Wataru. Not everything can be talked about honestly, you know. I know that much without Alessia-san telling me. It's just that in a situation where you can't lie, you're asked a lot of questions that have some sort of implication, and you can't even afford to keep your mouth shut. At first, I thought I was a surprisingly good negotiator, but I am definitely not a good negotiator. Power and position are annoying. I have plenty of money. I don't need land. Me? I'm probably strong. I prefer the Aquamarine Kingdom because my slaves' family lives there. Spies? No, I am not. Whenever I have revealed my true intentions without any pretense, not only the high officials but also the guild masters and the architect have looked at me like a dead fish. Now, I am aware that my true intention is a little out of line with the world's common sense because of the restrictions on God-related, otherworldly, and ship-summoning-related content. No doubt I've been recognized as a crazy weirdo by these people. But it was interesting that the official who was supposed to be able to see through the lies couldn't believe his own skills and started having other officials tell lies to check his skills. It would have been a bad idea to do this in front of me, but I guess he got confused because my real intention was distorted. Well, if you don't have any more questions, may I explain the documents to you? As I answered the questions honestly, my nervousness disappeared. I could now give the presentation without any problem. Why yes, thank you very much. With the permission of the Minister of Commerce, I began my presentation. First of all, I heard that it would be difficult to suddenly develop the proposed site on a large scale. So I would build a housing and material depot for the beastmen in the village closest to the proposed site. I thought it would be enough to just build a town, but I was told that it would be impossible to build a port in a place that would require major construction and where there was no proper road to the village. When it is finished, We will build a road from the village to the proposed construction site. I never thought that in order to build a city, we would have to set up quarters in another village and build it from the road. Once the road is open, we will use the materials we have collected to build a small village near the proposed construction site. Since it would be very difficult to suddenly build a large city, it was decided to build a village where the beastmen who would build the city would live. The merchants would initially do business in this village. We will build the original city while gathering people and materials in the finished village. I thought it would be better to expand the village into a city, but I was told that it would be better to have a satellite village than to put them all in one place, so I decided to do this. I don't know why it would be better, but I'm sure it's what the experts say. First, let's divide up the city. William San, the architect, was very enthusiastic about the idea of developing the city from scratch. I think we will probably end up with a functional and beautiful city. I am looking forward to the completion of the project because the drawings were not clear to me. The shape of the building was kind of round, so I didn't think it would be a mysterious city. I advised him to make the streets wider to be safer in case of a fire or something. When the city is finished, we will build a huge moat that will also serve as a reservoir. Since there is not enough water in the area, we need to be able to store a large amount of rainwater and water from the stream that we plan to draw from the forest. Once the reservoir and moat are completed, we will also build a reservoir and canal in the town to be used for domestic water. At the same time, we plan to dig several wells. Since water tends to be scarce in this area, we need to be well prepared for water shortages. The architect's words made sense to me. We are going to build a wall around the city. I was told that a very fine wall might not be necessary because of the water moat, but I asked for a fine wall because it was important to spend the money well. I was told that there was a risk of running out of funds, but the next time I buy a luxury liner anyway, the charity expenses will increase. The potential for additional investment is great. I thought that the god of commerce Sama's judgment might be a little delicate, but I think that a little strengthening of the defenses is permissible for the safety of the beastmen who are being targeted. However, I think he would probably be offended if we built a nice facility or recreation center for the beastmen for nothing. So, I want to make sure that I invest funds in the areas related to security. Once the walls are finished, the rest will be about building the city inside. I don't know all the details, so you'll have to ask the architect, William San, who is also the designer of the city, about the rest. I could not answer the question if he asked me to explain in detail, so I explained at once, adding to the information written in the documents, and finally threw it all to William San. Phew, it's finally over. In the carriage on the way back, I immediately felt at ease because a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. You say finally, but Wataru only spoke at the beginning and was mostly silent the rest of the time. For some reason, no one asked me questions, so I didn't have to talk. After I told the story to William San, for some reason, no one asked me any questions. Well, I guess they didn't need to ask me questions because William San answered all their concerns. But I think that's the right way to throw everything at someone. I hope this will continue in the future. You didn't know why? Alessia-san held her forehead as if her head hurt. Alessia, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick? No, I'm not. You see, the reason there were no questions is because they gave up on the relationship with Wataru. Powerful people naturally try to have a good relationship with those who have money and power. Well, I am one of those people who want to be friends with rich people. I like rich friends because they buy me drinks. And rich people who are not the arrogant type are fun to hang out with because they have a lot of room in their hearts. But Wataru was so open about his true feelings at the meeting that they decided it was dangerous for them to get involved with Wataru. Didn't you know what you were doing? I see. That means I was in the position of a rich friend. That meeting may have been to check my identity and whether I was a pawn to be used. I am aware that I am rich now, but I never imagined it because I deliberately avoided getting involved with powerful people. But I don't want to get involved in the first place, so if they avoid me, that's fine with me. Speaking for myself, I think I would be a pretty useful pawn. Those two guys who gave up on using me as a pawn will never succeed. Oh, they were some of the highest-ranking people in the government. Since it was already a big success, they refused to have anything to do with me, who was like a time bomb. Smart people are different. If it's okay with Wataru, Then why not? Alessia-san smiled as if she had no choice. It's a little unpleasant to be looked at like a useless child. I did a pretty good job this time, you know. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 19 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 1/8. Chapter 19. Final paperwork. I had to interview in front of a group of important people at the Royal Palace, and I left the interview feeling like I was being treated like someone they didn't want to have anything to do with. I think it was a good result despite the various restrictions. Maybe. Flora-san, did you say that the permission for development was granted today? No, we talked about it before it was approved, but maybe it was close. Even if we were told about it a week after the last presentation, we had already started working on it before the presentation. Or, to put it another way, the Royal Palace assured us that they would not interfere with the project. Wataru-san received permission directly from His Majesty, so that alone would have been no problem, but the story was too big, so they had to lay the groundwork. Oh, so that's how it was. It seems that the project went from something that was just discussed with the boss to something that the whole company is aware of. I see. Wataru-san, you look so carefree, but the Guildmaster and the others had a hard time wrapping their heads around it, you know? Well, I guess so. As a result, I am aware that the presentation was a bit of a mess, and since the Guildmaster and the others were at their wits' end in front of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Commerce, I am not surprised that they are at their wits' end elsewhere as well. Wataru-san, I am no longer a member of the Adventurers Guild, but please be a little nicer to the Guildmaster. It's usually not easy to get confirmation from the Royal Palace in such a short time. You know, I can kind of understand why it takes so long to get approval from a big place. If Flora-san, who unexpectedly decided to change jobs and doesn't seem to have much feeling for the Adventurers Guild, says something like that, the Guildmaster and the others must have gone through a lot of hardship. I understand. Then, I will give them various tokens of gratitude when I leave the Aquamarine Kingdom. As a token of my gratitude, I will give each Guildmaster a luxury assortment set from a luxury liner. Food items, alcoholic beverages, beauty products, and the pens and notebooks they expressed interest in would be acceptable. It would be quicker to invite them on the luxury liner, but it would definitely be a hassle, so I rejected the idea. I'd also reject the idea of giving them a reward right away because that would also be too much trouble. They would probably barge in and demand all sorts of explanations. I'll give them more, especially since I feel that beauty products are detrimental to the Master of the Merchants Guild. In that sense, handing over a valuable item and running away seems like terrorism, but if I give them something that will pique their interest, they'll be sincere in the work I'm asking them to do. Well, I'm afraid the next time I come to the Aquamarine Kingdom. But then I can give them another set of luxury assortments. It's a long-term development plan, and if I can motivate top management with things, some fear will be acceptable. I feel like that would be a problem, though. Flora-san also looked a little worried, as if she could have guessed what my gratitude would be. Well, as someone who made a life-changing decision on the luxury liner, I guess she knows the power of gratitude. It's something that anyone who likes alcohol, candy, unusual items, or beauty products can't help but ask for. Beauty products are especially powerful, so there is a good chance that they will be very effective for the Master of the Merchant Guild. If the other guild masters' wives and daughters use them, they won't be able to get away with it. I can somehow see an agonizing scream in the future. Let's give out even more beauty products than expected. When they run out, it'll be too bad for the guildmasters and the others. Anyway, Flora, what are you up to today? Did you just come to tell us about the permit? Ines spoke to Flora-san while I was thinking of something nasty. The permit has been granted, and the project is now in full swing, so I came here to explain the situation and get the necessary documents signed. Wataru-san, since the briefing, you've been saying that you'll take care of this, and you didn't come out when I called you. Did you? Ahaha. Master, Flora is in trouble. Well, you see, I used to leave when I was called, but since I'm afraid I'll be kept company until the end, I thought I'd try to stay out of it as much as possible. Although I thought I had thrown the whole thing away, I'm not satisfied that it's not much at all. I've decided to swallow some of the hardship, but it's about to become too much for me to swallow, so it's an act of self-preservation. Well, I know a little bit about Wataru-san, so I understand, but please be aware that in a job of this magnitude, it's usually impossible for the client not to get involved, right? Yes. I was scolded. Flora, you can't say that. If Master can't get away from this job, Flora can't go to the next job anytime soon, can she? I know. I want to move as soon as possible. That's why I got the necessary documents from each guild. There are some additional explanations, but once that is done, it should be okay to leave for a while. A pile of papers was placed on the table, but it seemed that once this was done, I would be free to leave for a while. Flora-san must have moved in advance because the job wouldn't get done if things continued like this. Thank you for your help. Dorothea, Alma, and Felicia, please help me. I didn't hesitate to call on the 3 people who were good at organizing paperwork. If I take my time, I'm sure I'll end up with a lot of additional paperwork, so let's hurry and get it done. Oh, Wataru-san, are you planning to leave as soon as you finish the paperwork? I'm ready, but I'm sure Aunt Bella and the others will have trouble if we leave suddenly, right? That was it. I also had to think about Bella-san and her family's move. The timing of the move had not changed much from my original plans, but I had asked them to wait to make preparations because I could not finalize my plans in advance due to development plans. It would be difficult to be told out of the blue. Could you go and tell Bella-san and the others that we are about to leave? There's no need to rush, so tell them not to panic and to get ready. Also, if they pack their bags, we'll go get them. Even if it looks like too much work, you can help. Ins looked very unhappy. She probably doesn't want to spend much time with Bella-san, but it was her fault. Since we're going to be living together on the ship for a while, I think it would be better for later if you helped out, right? I guess so. Master, I'm going out for a while. After some thought, Ins became a little more motivated. Maybe she was weighing the pros and cons of going out to help in this short time. Yes, go ahead. Oh, and Flora-san, we'll pick up your luggage too, so you just need to pack it up. Thank you very much. Then let's do our best to leave as soon as possible. Let me explain the documents to you. Why yes. Flora-san's aura of motivation increased. I guess she was convinced that departure was near after the exchange we just had. If she's so excited about life on a luxury liner, I'm happy for her. It's a great thing, isn't it? Is it safe to gather so many people all of a sudden? Flora-san explained and added to the documents in a nutshell. But the scale of the work has changed before and after the presentation. I thought there were quite a few people working even before the presentation, but it seems we were still in the preparation stage. The people, materials, and resources used have literally changed by orders of magnitude. Wataru-san, we're going to expand the village and build new roads, villages, and towns. Even so, we are completely short of materials and people. With the permission granted, we will gather people and materials from all over the Aquamarine Kingdom, and merchants have already left to go to other countries to gather beastmen and materials. There will be more to come. That's right. Wages will be cheaper than in Japan, and 2,500 platinum coins will have a huge economic impact. The most profitable will be the Aquamarine Kingdom, but there will be a lot of money flowing to other countries as well, and the entire continent could see an economic boom. That won't upset the god of commerce Sama, will it? If the economy improves, business will be brisk, and the god of commerce Sama should be very happy. I am a little worried about the economy cooling down after the big investment is over. But there will be additional investment with the purchase of more luxury liners, and we should be able to get by for a while. Well, now that I've explained everything, I'd better be going. I'll finish the preparations for the move, so please do your best with the documents. Wataru-san. Flora-san left with a smile on her face after finishing the rough explanation and completing the documents. She pronounced the word moving strangely and strongly. Could it be that she was under pressure? Well, I guess there's no problem if she doesn't mind. I also want to leave as soon as possible, so I'll finish this pile of papers in a big hurry. Inspoff. Mother, I've got an idea about Master's schedule. You don't have to rush, but we will be leaving soon, so please get ready to move. If you can't make it, you can reschedule for next year or so, or even the year after if you want, or even cancel the move. Most of the preparations are done, so we just need to pack a few things, and we'll be ready to go. Are we leaving soon? I think it'll take a few more days. Are you ready yet? What about Father and Dario's work? Your father and Dario are like Flora-chan. They're just helping out for now. They can leave as soon as we talk to them. I see. Master said he would pick up the packages, and we could just pack them up. That's a ray of hope. From the looks of it, she's not going to give up the move under any circumstances. I guess it can't be helped. We'll sail together for a while. Let's keep Mother in a good mood as long as we can. Ara, your father and Dario are here, and Ins will also help us, right? I don't want to bother Wataru-san as well. It's a little troublesome, but it will make a better impression if I help them carry their luggage. Let's score some points here. I understand. Call me when you're done. Thank you, Fufu. If I can put my mother in a good mood just by carrying her stuff, it's a small price to pay, right? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 20 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 2/8. Chapter 20, Moving. As a result of the presentation at the Royal Palace, I was able to get permission, or rather, an assurance that I could not be interfered with. With that, the development project began in earnest, and the paperwork piled up, but I finished the last of the paperwork and fled. Or rather, it was time for me to leave. It's beautiful. The last ship was incredibly beautiful, but I wonder if I'm dreaming that there are other ships as beautiful as this one. Fufu, Mother is working on the castle. This Chateau ship and the Chris ship we were on before are two different ships. I know. This ship alone is such a dream. I can't imagine there are others. We were able to pick up the luggage from In's parents' house and invite them aboard the Chateau without incident. When I started to put the luggage in the rubber boat, Bella-san gave Ins a fist pound for some reason, but I think the invitation probably went off without a hitch. I think the reason Ins got the fist was because she tried something to give herself an advantage and ended up digging her own grave. Now, Ins seems to be doing her best to divert her own mother's attention separately. Still, the move. It was bad. It seems that Bella-san was the face of the surrounding housewives and was originally very much noticed by the residents. Then, an army of beautiful women appeared. Their polished skin and beautifully shiny hair gave the housewives tremendous power of reason. It turns out that Bella-san is responsible for the increased beauty of this group, and as the owner of beauty products she brought as a souvenir Girasol, an A-ranked adventuring party, and Felicia reacted quickly to the housewives sneaking up on me. Showing their competence, they quickly surrounded me and took up a defensive position. But it was a bad move. In no time, I was surrounded by housewives and subjected to a barrage of questions. Well, I was able to get out safely while Alessia-san and the others acted as decoys, so the escort mission was perfectly accomplished. I checked Alessia-san and Felicia-san with a sideways glance, and everyone was discouraged. Even Ilma-san, who always has a casual and charming smile on her face, lacks strength in her expression. It seemed that even though they had been camping in the southeastern forest for days fighting monsters, dealing with the ants was even more difficult. And next to them are Flora-san, Carlo-san, and Dario-kun, who are even more exhausted. They were not attacked by the housewives, but they were exhausted just because of me. Flora-san, Carlo-san, and Dario-kun had all finished taking over their jobs in preparation for the move and were ready to quit at any time. Then, someone without a clue dropped a big job in a somewhat fluffy way. The capital of the Aquamarine Kingdom was flooded with a large amount of money and work and was exposed to a booming economy and the accompanying dramatic increase in work. These three were the ones who suffered the full brunt of it. The business world, which the Royal Palace has allowed to move forward in earnest, has moved tremendously, and it is said that everyone, right down to the last person, is being made to work like a cart horse. What happens to those who want to quit their jobs in such a situation? Of course, they are kept on. Carlo-san and Dario-kun cried out that they could not quit under the circumstances, and various measures were taken to keep them on, including an increase in salary. And among them, Flora-san was the most furious. When she brought me the documents, it wasn't so bad, but after that, her workload increased drastically. Moreover, it was Flora-san who acted as a bridge between Luke-san, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, and me. In other words, she was seen by those around her as the one who caused this hellish work situation. Now, Flora-san is quitting her job. Of course. The people around her thought, what the hell? You've got to be kidding me. All kinds of pressure was put on Flora-san. But Flora-san was not defeated. Dreaming of wonderful days on a luxury liner, she fought back against the pressure from those around her. Sometimes she even dared to say, I don't give a damn. Of all the people who moved this time, Flora-san was definitely the one who left the most behind. I wonder if she will be able to return to her hometown. Flora-san is in such a state of disarray. Of course, this ship has a beauty treatment. In's words, which were meant to put Bella-san in a good mood, made the battered Flora-san react with a twitch. One of the reasons Flora-san wants to work on a luxury liner is because of the beauty treatments, and even though she is exhausted, she is probably interested in them. Will it be like the last ship where they give you a full body polish? Yes, of course. The effectiveness of the equipment and supplies used is different from that of the Chris, so it will be interesting to see. Flora-san reacted with a twitch. I see. I'd like to try it. By the way, the cosmetics I got as a souvenir this time are different from the ones I got before. I wonder if they are available on this ship. Flora-san replied with a twitch. Yes, you can get them. They're a little expensive, but I'll give you one as a gift. Oh, Ins is giving Bella-san a gift. She must feel some filial piety, but I guess she's desperate to avoid any more preaching on the upcoming boat trip. She will probably cry to me later because she lost at the casino and probably does not have much in her purse. I should give Ins some pocket money for all the work she has done this time. And Felicia, of course. Thank you. What kind of cosmetics are they? I can't explain what kind of cosmetics they have. There are so many. It is better to see them in person and decide. Hearing that there were so many cosmetics, Flora-san's eyes lit up. That's true, too. I'm looking forward to it. It seems that Bella-san is interested as well. I actually wanted to have a welcome party, but everyone is tired, so I guess we can do it tomorrow. The only ones doing well at the Shatter right now are Bella-san, Ins, and me. The rest are just the familiar monsters. Let's see. I'll give you a tour of the ship and have the welcome party tomorrow. You must be tired today, so you are free to do as you please. Of course, you are free to use the facilities as you wish. Can we use the beauty salon? Just as I expected, Flora-san bites back. Of course. Flora-san, no, everyone here has been very helpful to me, and not only Flora-san, but also Bella-san, Alessia, and the others, Ins and Felicia, are welcome to use the top-class facilities. I will cover the cost. Well, Alessia-san and the others, Ins and Felicia, are frequent users, so it's not much of a reward. Really? No, but that's too bad. Even though it is a favor, I can't indulge myself in the top course. Flora-san refused very bitterly. Is that a reasonable thing to do as a member of society? I thought she had a wild personality, but she was surprisingly firm. I'm the owner of this ship, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't hesitate to enjoy yourself to the fullest. At my words, the women erupted in cheers. Even Alessia and the others were happy to be treated to a drink. Wataru, may I have a word? Alessia, what is it? Alessia-san led me to the corner of the hall. I'm sorry, but would you appoint us to the beauty treatment staff? Oh, okay. You want to give Bella-san and Flora-san beauty treatments by human hands, which are more effective than Saparabi anyway, right? The reason she took me to the corner of the hall is because it was before they started working, so I guess she wanted to keep the staff appointment a secret just in case. It doesn't matter if they find out that we've come this far, but I really appreciate the consideration. I understand. I appointed Alessia-san and the others as beauty salon staff and secretly gave Ins and Felicia some pocket money. I also gave Felicia 2 gold coins as entertainment money so she could enjoy herself to the fullest. I said goodbye to the group of beautiful women who were so tired and excited to go to the beauty salon. Now, Carlo-san and Dario-kun, why don't you stay in your room and have a relaxing drink over some delicious food? Carlo-san and Dario-kun's faces lit up. Men are easy, aren't they? Oh, do you want to stay in the same room as before? Or would you like to stay in a luxury room this time? Same as before, please. That's an immediate answer. Well, I still haven't gotten used to the luxury rooms myself, so I can understand how they feel. Let's show them to the double room. ******. What's with this booze? It's too good. I wanted to punch him in the face this morning when he came to me with a carefree look on his face and greeted me playfully, saying he was leaving and would leave the rest to me, but it was a good thing I didn't. This drink is unusually good. Damn, I would have forced him to add more before he left, but I guess it's impossible once he's gone. Luckily, he gave me a good amount of alcohol, and I'll drink it carefully until he comes back. Hey, Guildmaster, is that alcohol? We still have a lot of work to do, so please don't drink. Shut up. I've been working for days. At least let me have a drink. Since I'm having a good drink, don't remind me of the reality of the situation. That's not very considerate of you. Oh, let's just skip work and go home, okay? Then I can enjoy this drink. Of course, it's rude to drink this alcohol in a place like this, surrounded by papers. I have some other souvenirs that I think my wife will like, so let's go home today. I'll work on the paperwork again tomorrow. You Guildmaster, the master of the Merchant Guild is here to see you. What? There's no appointment. I'm not in the mood to work today, so send her away. I'm going home. Huh? What are you thinking, Guildmaster? There's still a lot of work to be done. There's no way you can go home. Shut up. I'm going home anyway. Hey, Luke. TCH, I've missed my way home because of my secretary's nagging. Hey, I didn't say you could come in yet. Don't come in here without permission. What is it with you, Master of the Merchants Guild, and your lack of manners? Guy, where is Wataru? His liaison is here, isn't she? Go get her. Hey, even if you're the Guildmaster of the Merchants Guild, you shouldn't grab the chest of the Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild. I know you're leveling up for the sake of your youth, but that's a hell of a lot of power. Wataru has already left. The liaison went with him. Why didn't you stop him? For God's sake, call him back. Don't be absurd. What kind of emergency is this? What should we do? What's so urgent that we have to call Wataru back? Will I not be able to go home again? Yes, that's right. It's an emergency. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe he hid all these cosmetics. I'm going after him. Send an escort. Cosmetics? What? She's going on a rampage because of cosmetics. Did she have a breakdown because she was too busy? Kaya, the Merchants Guild employee rushed in and dragged their guild master back out. What the was that all about? Well, no matter what they say, I'm going home today. I'm going to drink my liquor while watching my wife and daughter enjoy the souvenirs I got from Wataru. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 21. TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations, and if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 3/8. Chapter 21, A New Awakening. After finishing the city building stuff, we finally escaped from the Aquamarine Kingdom. Bella-san and Flora-san also made it safely to meet us at the chateau, and it looks like we'll be able to spend some relaxing and free time for a while. Phew. On the deck of the chateau, I puffed on purple smoke and drank a cup of coffee while looking out at the sea. Coffee on a luxury liner is delicious, but at times like this, the canned coffee I stocked up on during the ferry ride does the trick. Leaning against the railing of the ship's edge, I relax and enjoy a blissful time, remembering my busy days. Just the thought of not having to look at paperwork for a while fills me with joy. I also have a good idea of how I can continue to spend my charitable expenses. I feel that my shoulders are much lighter now that most of the charitable expenses that should not be debt but had the pressure of being practically like a debt are almost gone. It's a blessing. The happy words came out involuntarily as I relaxed my whole body and leaned against the fence. It has been a week since I escaped from the Aquamarine Kingdom, but I still feel happy, which means that the days in the Aquamarine Kingdom must have been stressful for me as a soft person. Now that I think about it, what happened to the souvenirs I gave to the masters of the various guilds and the people in charge of the construction work just before I escaped? I gave them quite a bit, and they'll all enjoy it to the fullest, to the point where they'll suffer when it's gone. It was punishment for sending me to paperwork hell after I had invested a lot of money and asked for the whole thing to be thrown at them. It's a little revenge that Ins found amusing, and Alessia-san told me it was not to her taste, but it has a proper purpose other than revenge. If I give the luxury liner items to the powers that be, the next time I visit the Aquamarine Kingdom, I will be bombarded with requests for more booze, beauty products, food, sweets, and useful stationery. That would indeed be a nuisance. In the past, I would have carefully selected items that I could hide, or that would not cause too much of a stir and brought them back as souvenirs. This time, however, I was being generous. I went overboard, all to show the bloodless bastards who had sent me to paperwork hell the glory of luxury liner items. The next time I visit the Aquamarine Kingdom, I am sure I will be thrown back into the hell of paperwork due to the progress of city construction and so on. At that time, the luxury liner items would be a powerful bribe. In exchange for the bribe, I can get a reduction in paperwork on time off, and in return, I can make the bribe-hungry rulers and people in charge of the practical affairs of the city work like cart horses. I would have liked to give some of my gifts to the Lord of Finance, the Lord of Commerce, and other royal court officials, but I was told that it would be a real hassle to deal with the state, and I had to be careful. I wanted to see which would win out, the elite's right decision to distance themselves from me or their greed. Oh, it's Alessia-san and the others. Haha, they're doing it with flair. While I was calmly thinking of something out of character, the Lotto arrived, unleashing their fancy magic and skills. Wow, that attack must be Rimu or Claretta-san. That water attack must be bent. Flying slashes, fire, wind, and lightning were so spectacular that if it were night, I would have thought a parade was going on. They are destroying the monsters gathered around the chateau to raise Bella-san and Flora-san's level. I wonder if they will be able to hit them properly in that situation. Well, it seems like their level has increased quite a bit in the past few days, so they should be able to hit the target at least. Well, the fact that the Lotto has come to this side means that it has circled the castle, and it will be back soon. So I should go back to my room. It's not bad to relax and enjoy my time alone, but it's more fun to be with everyone else. Master, I'm thinking of playing in the pool afterward. As expected, Ins returned a little later and told me about her next plans. A run on the Lotto and then the pool. Everyone's in a good mood. Yes, I'm coming, I answered, holding Rimmer in my arms, who jumped from In's head to me with a pop and jumping up and down. There is no reason for me not to go if the beautiful women are in bathing suits. But still, Pent, is it my imagination? All right. Then let's meet at the pool. In half an hour. I'll be there to lead my mother and the others. Got it. Oh, Ins, are Bella-san and Flora-san having a good time? Are there any problems? I talk to them at the table and sometimes play with them, but it would be difficult for them to complain to me, their employer. In this respect, it is easier to talk to Ins, who is a member of the family and a close friend, and it is possible that they express their dissatisfaction to her in some way. I am the one who has the most problems because I have to deal with my mother and the others every day. Ins gave me an answer that was the opposite of what I wanted to hear. No, it's only natural that Ins takes care of them because they are your family and your best friend. During this boat trip, Ins was supposed to support Bella-san and her family and Flora-san. At the same time, Bella-san and Flora-san have a dedicated Saparabi assigned to them, so it shouldn't be too strenuous, but it seems that mental exhaustion is building up. Could Master at least tell my mother that I don't need to be taught housework or common sense? Bella-san asked me to do this for Ins with a deep bow, so I can't do more than that. If it were true, you would have been trained by Bella-san for the entire boat trip. So I think you should give up that much, don't you? After boarding the chateau and enjoying the beauty treatments and shopping, Bella-san began to prolong In's education. Ins was screaming and crying, and I convinced Bella-san to give it up. I think it is a matter of gratitude that I reduced the time for In's education on the basis that understanding the facilities aboard the chateau would be useful for Bella-san's work on the castle, so she should enjoy herself and understand the facilities. No. Looking at me so resentful won't help. So, is there anything that Bella-san and Flora-san might have problems with? Father and Dario are a little tired of being dragged around by Mom and Flora. Carlo-san and Dario-kun are a little tired. I understand. I'll keep that in mind. The cause of their tiredness is hard for me to deal with, and the only thing I can do is to arrange relaxing time for them by organizing a men's party or some other reason. After parting with Ims, I went to my room to change into my swimsuit. It's my own ship, so it's very easy for me to move around without worrying about my surroundings. Hey, Felicia. Was Bent that big? Since I was only wearing beach shorts, I quickly finished changing and asked Felicia, who was changing in the next room, what I had wondered about earlier. Bent looked like a giant snake when he was born, but when I looked at him again just now, He seemed to have grown a lot. He is still curled up and resting on a carpet, but his size seems to have doubled. Pent is growing every day, you see. Is there something wrong with that? Felicia replies with that look. I knew it. I didn't pay much attention to him because I was with him every day, but he's grown considerably compared to the first time. Originally, he was a baby sea serpent that would grow into a huge one, and I guess his growth rate is much faster than that of a slime rimmer. Fortunately, he's still thin now and doesn't take up much space on the Lotto, but there may not be much time left to raise him on the ship. There is still plenty of room on a luxury liner, but it will be difficult to take him anywhere else. If he grows fast, I'd better think about Bent's future as well. Master, it's almost time to go, so let's go to the pool. Felicia changed into a swimsuit and came out wearing a pure white bikini that stood out against her wonderfully proportioned and tanned skin. It is a feast for the eyes. Yes. Let's go then. Rimmer, Pent, let's go. Even though I should have known a more naked Felicia, just seeing Felicia in a bathing suit makes me extremely nervous. I have fallen into another world and gone through many hardships, but just being with Felicia is a plus. Please forgive my heartless son for thinking about it. Wataru-san. Hello. Ins told me that sliding down that tube-like thing is fun. Is it true? Oh, yes. I think it's definitely fun. I joined Ins and the others at the pool, nervous like a virgin. It was a deep red bikini that was so tight. It was bad. After enjoying Ins, Felicia, Alessia-san, and the others from Girasol, and even the goddesses in their swimsuits, I can't believe I'm nervous. I don't want to be rude, but if we compare the beauty of Ins and the others and Alessia-san and the others, the goddesses are probably better than them. But Bella-san's sex appeal is dangerous in a different way from Ilma-san and the god of gastronomy Sama. She has a charm that is different from Ins and the other goddesses. Yes, she is a married woman and a mother. Bella-san was originally the mother of Ins, a wonderfully beautiful woman and also a beautiful witch. This has been polished by the beauty products and beauty treatments on the luxury liner, and her charm has exploded with the rejuvenating effects of leveling up. In other words, despite her youthful appearance, she combines the dangerous charm of a married woman with the receptiveness of a mother, and because of this, her family is in the midst of a catastrophe, and like a show-era Ichi video, as an apartment complex wife, what a flyaway with the rice dealer, and the universe goes Big Bang. T/N, I'm not really sure about this. Whoa. Suddenly, my body is pulled, and I let out a pitiful scream. Hey master, your eyes are rolling around, are you okay? Could it be that you got excited by my mother? No, that's not true, you know. This is bad. I was so confused that Ins was worried. No, I'm a man who wants to be taciturn, not open. Calm down, me. If I cultivate the attributes of a married woman and a mature woman here, it will be irreversible. Calm down. Even the tolerant Alessia-san and the others would indeed be drawn in if they were excited by In's mother. If that happens, the ambitions of my harem will go up in smoke. Stop it, Bella-san. Would that swimsuit be too conspicuous for an aunt? Don't strike sexy poses like that. My sexual preference will be ruined. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 14 Chapter 22 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 4/8 Chapter 22. The Royal Road of RPGs. A graceful journey on the chateau after leaving the Aquamarine Kingdom. In's family and Flora-san, who just joined us, are somehow adjusting to the rapidly changing environment, both excited and tired. It's good that everyone seems to be enjoying themselves somehow. Thank goodness I haven't developed any new sexual preferences. I managed to survive Bella-san's fascinating swimsuit. If I hadn't seen Carlo-san's suspicious behavior and his ulterior motives towards Alessia-san and the others, I honestly think I would have been in danger, but on the surface, I could have kept quiet. However, I think I was very close because the first thing that came to my mind when I heard the words oyakodon was no longer food. After that pool event, we continued to have a good time bowling and shopping. So what do you think, Felicia? In the midst of these fun days, an option emerged. The route from the Aquamarine Kingdom to the castle is closer than the route through the wartime route. The Empire, then the route through the southern city. And tomorrow, we will pass near the dark elf settlement that the goddess of the forest Sama told me about. I know they are going through a hard time, so the sooner we can make contact with them, the better. Felicia's thoughts are obvious. Besides, I can also fulfill my promise to the goddess of the forest Sama, so a detour is no problem. I understand. Then let's go to the dark elves settlement tomorrow, shall we? Can you tell Bella-san and the others and Flora-san that we'll be making a little detour? I don't mind telling them, but will that be okay? I mean, neither my mother nor the others nor Flora have loose lips. But what if they accidentally let the secret slip out? Wouldn't it be better to at least tie them up in a contract with the god of commerce Sama? Says something like she doesn't trust her family and her best friend. But she's worried about her family and her best friend, so she wants to protect them by tying them up in a contract first. I think it's very cute that can't honestly express her concern for her family and friends. Hey, Master, why are you looking at me with that grin on your face? I want to say it's because is cute, but I'm afraid she might sulk, so I stop. It's nothing. And since seems worried, I'll ask them to sign the contract later, just in case. Oh, I'm not worried about anything. Talks like it's dear. Well, that's one thing. But lately, I don't see much point in signing a contract except for the safety of family and that of Flora-san. Not so long ago, it would have been dangerous for people to know that I was protecting the Dark Elves. I would have had to be a bit careful that something would alert me to the existence of a Dark Elf island and that reckless slave traders would come across the open sea to the island. But all those problems were solved when I got the sea god's divine treasure. If it weren't for irregulars like me who were given cheats, even if this entire continent were mobilized to attack the Dark Elf island, it would be a piece of cake to repel them. I'd have to put them on a luxury liner if I protected them. But if I stayed on the Dark Elf Island, there would be plenty of opportunities to get on board, and it's too late for that now. Oh, and there's also the possibility that word will spread that I'm protecting the Dark Elves, and the Dark Elves hiding on this continent will be targeted. It seems that there are usually people who think of securing the Dark Elves first and then try to negotiate with me in some way. It's not that I don't trust Bella-san and Flora-san, but for their safety and that of the Dark Elves, I will make a contract with them. *****. The next morning, after deciding to seek the protection of the Dark Elves, I explained the situation to Bella-san and the others, and we set off on the Lotto. And we arrived at the nearest land to the Dark Elves settlement, which is a mountain. I had heard about it from Felicia, who had done her preliminary investigation on the location of the goddess of the forest Sama's marker, but since Felicia's settlement, the Demon Forest settlement, and the Dragon Forest settlement were all forests, I felt a little uncomfortable that it wasn't a forest. Well, since there are trees here, too, I feel that the only difference between a mountain and a forest is the slope, but the slight difference is very annoying. It seems unlikely that the ranger will be able to proceed, and it will be difficult even for the small lad. I had a feeling that if everyone was present and the ship was summoned, there would be enough time to spare, but this might be another difficult mission. The lands around here are human supremacists due to the influence of the Empire. So if they were able to stay safely hidden in these mountains, it would be difficult to discover them, wouldn't it? Well, Alessia-san is right. Surviving in a difficult place means that they are either that confident in their defenses or that they are very well hidden. Considering the value of the Dark Elves, if they were discovered, they would be attacked at all costs, and it seems likely that they live in perfect hiding. But the goddess of the forest Sama has marked it on the map, and in my case, does that mean it would be a piece of cake? The trees are so dense that there don't seem to be many big monsters like the earth dragons. It might be a place where small monsters are troublesome, like the Demon Forest. Really? If Dorothea-san's prediction is correct and it takes as long as it did in the Demon Forest, we should consider the possibility of starting over. It is painful that even with Felicia's preliminary investigation, we were unable to gather detailed information due to the influence of this area's proximity to the Empire. Marina, please do some scouting. Take it easy and be safe. Roger that. Alessia-san asked Marina-san to do the scouting. I guess it's true that we need to do some scouting. Let's see. All the places where Dark Elves have been hiding were quite dangerous. Instead of asking Marina-san to scout, Wouldn't it be better to allow emergency evacuation to the ship so that we can all continue? It would be unfashionable if Marina-san and Fu-chan didn't come back. Well, I'd like to get some information about the monsters, but if Wataru is around, it might be safer that way. Perhaps remembering the forest where the Dark Elves had been so far, Alessia-san immediately retracted her previous opinion. Honestly, I think it's great that she can quickly revise her thoughts without being stubborn about her opinion. We all decided to enter the mountain together, and first Alessia-san and the others jumped from the Lotto onto the land, followed by me, Ins, and Felicia. Then we go. Wataru, there doesn't seem to be much space in this forest, so if anything happens, summon a rubber boat. I understand. We climb the mountain in formation with me in the middle. I feel like I'm on a real adventure. We avoided the trees, dodged the bushes, climbed steep inclines, and avoided cliffs and the monsters that appear. I have a strong feeling that I am living in a fantasy world. However, there is no sense of suspense because Girasol kills all the monsters instantly. They were A-rank adventurers when we met, and now that they have been strengthened by the sea, they are no match for half-baked monsters. At this rate, it would be easy to get to the Dark Elves. I thought so, but it didn't seem to work out that way. The direction is wrong. It's the exact opposite. We were supposed to be going towards our destination, but we were going in a completely different direction. Also, it is difficult to notice that the direction has changed, and we end up going quite a distance. The map function of the ship summoning will take us in a straight line to our destination. If we were always looking at the map, we would know immediately if the direction was off, but it is unreasonable not to notice when we are walking in the exact opposite direction. I don't understand why it doesn't feel strange to go down or when you have to go up. But this strange phenomenon is probably why the Dark Elves were able to hide and live in this mountain, where the monsters are not so strong. I never thought that I would experience the Lost Forest, the Royal Road of RPGs, in a place like this. Well, this is not a forest, but a mountain. I'm a little excited about this Royal Road RPG event, but I'm not sure how much longer we'll be able to reach our destination if we keep going like this. Ilma, can you do something about this phenomenon? I call Ilma-san, who is walking nearby with a troubled expression on her face. Although we are physically fine, it is mentally difficult because we are lost in nature. It is difficult. Most of the illusionary magic shouldn't affect me, but I don't even know when my senses were thrown off. So there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe there's a fairy at the other end. Fairies? I remember seeing documents about fairies in the Adventurers Guild reference room in Western City. I remember reading that they were a small race that rarely interacted with humans. Can't you fight fairies? Yes, fairies are a race that specializes in illusionary magic. I am also aware that I am among the top class of illusionary magic users in this world. But fairies are of a different caliber. Is that so? They're of a different caliber? Well then, there's no way to get there, is there? I'm sorry, Felicia, but should we just give up and retreat? If it's a mountain with not so strong monsters and even fairies on their side, there's no need for force protection, right? No, I definitely want to make contact with the fairies. If I can acquire the abilities of fairies, I can grow even more as an illusionary magician. Ilma-san, who never stops smiling even in the most difficult situations, is on fire like the protagonist of a sports manga. She looks like she has flames in her eyes. But you can't resist the fairies' illusions, can you? What are you going to do when you can't even comprehend their existence, let alone make contact with them? Don't worry. It's true that we can't fight them with illusions, but we can do something about it with methods other than magic. Other than magic? Wataru. Summon a rubber boat filled with sweets. We also need music from Wataru's world. Huh? Why? Don't you know? Fairies love candy and dancing. Even fairies will be delighted with the sweets and music Wataru prepares. Ilma-san is beautiful when she speaks so eloquently. But does that mean she's trying to bribe the fairies? I wonder how that would work. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 23 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 5/8. Chapter 23, Fairy. On our way to send Bella-san and her family and Flora-san back to the castle, We decided to take a detour as we passed near a dark elf settlement. Based on our previous experience, we started our search expecting to see some troublesome monsters, but now, it seems that it is not the monsters that are troublesome. Wataru, I want something sweet and colorful. Alessia and the others, please keep an eye on the area. Don't let the monsters get too close. Ilma-san, who is usually relaxed and never breaks her bewitching gestures, is flying her instructions briskly. Perhaps her researcher's face is on full display. Going home in this situation would be impossible, and the unusual Ilma-san is also attractive, so I'll follow her instructions for a while. When it comes to sweet and colorful sweets, maybe this? With ship summoning, I summon a rubber boat filled with cupcakes. These cupcakes are decorated with fruits, jams, various creams, and chocolates, which would be perfect for Ilma-san's request. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out from next to mine and quickly grabbed the cupcake. Huh? When I turned around in surprise, I saw Carla-san looking at me with a cupcake in her hand. Can't I? She looked at me with sad eyes as if she thought I might be angry with her when I turned around. Her moist eyes told me that she wanted to eat the cupcake. She could always eat them for free on the luxury liner, but I guess seeing the sweets in an unusual place made her really want to eat them. Well, you have to keep an eye out too, don't you? There was no way I could tell her no when she was staring at me with such watery eyes. Yeah. With a smile, Carla-san took a bite of the cupcake, picked up 2 more cupcakes, and returned to her post. Carla-san is very honest about her desires when it comes to food, isn't she? Now, the next thing is music. The latest music for fairies seems to be a bit different. They dance, so it would be better to see how they do with the standard song from sports events and such, but I wonder if it was in the tablet. There's a strange smell. It smells so sweet. I want to eat it. It's beautiful. I've never seen it before, but it looks delicious. Is it a hallucination? I can see a small figure with wings attached to the ship summoning barrier. Huh? I haven't played the music yet. As expected from the luxury liner's suites, it works wonders. Ilma-san is happy to see the little figures stuck to the barriers, so those 3 must be the fairies. I think they appear a little too easily, don't you? I look at the fairies stuck to the barriers with a bit of dismay. They are not the slim type of fairies you see in foreign cartoons but rather the slightly chubby, big-headed type of fairies you see in Japanese anime characters. They look a bit heavy, and I wonder how they can fly with those little wings on their backs. Is it magic? But even for a guy like me, I think they're cute, and if I were a woman, I'd be fascinated by them. Huh? I looked around at the women, but they were a little different from what I expected. They were looking at the fairies with smiling faces, but not in a way that would make them scream cute. Also, Alma-san looks like a mad scientist who has discovered an object to dissect, and that's scary. Ah, damn it. It's a trap. As I tilted my head, one of the 3 fairies, probably a boy, noticed my gaze and began to make an accusatory fuss at me. That's kind of cute. It could also be a trap, but this trap wasn't finished yet, you know. If possible, I would have liked them to be caught in the trap when it was finished, and we were waiting for them with our hearts pounding. The boy fairy's voice made the 2 fairies understand the current situation, and they also looked at me. One is a boy, and the other looks like a girl. The girl seems to be scared, which makes my heart ache a little. No, an evil one. Be careful. SSHHH. The boy fairy who first noticed me began to call me evil. The other boy fairy seemed a bit shy and hid a bit, seemingly intimidated. Why are they all looking at me? Huh? Is this the stream where I speak? What about Ilma-san? When I looked at Ilma-san, I saw that she was being held back by Marina-san, who was covering her mouth. I see. The Girasol decided that the fairies would be afraid of Ilma-san, who had turned into a mad scientist. As you would expect from Girasol, their assessment of the situation was very accurate. I would like to ask Alessia-san and the others to negotiate, but since the fairies are intimidated when they see me, I guess they want me to do something about it. I'm not a bad person. That last part was in the form of a question. I'm a shy person, so I thought I might be guilty of a crime. But even if it's not a crime in this world, I cause trouble in many places, so it's hard for me to say with pride that I'm right. I do some charity work, but technically, it's not my money. Liar. Anyone who has enslaved a dark elf is an evil person. You can try to trick me, but it won't work. It won't work. Oh, That's right. The human who enslaved the Dark Elves is approaching the Dark Elf village. It's natural to be suspicious, and they were suspicious of me before. But now it's confirmed that these mountain fairies and the Dark Elves are in a cooperative relationship. Now, I just have to clear up the kid's misunderstanding, and we'll be able to do something about it. Leave that delicious-looking thing and the Dark Elf here and go away. Go away. Apart from Felicia, they seem to want the cupcakes as well. Well, they must be quite interested since they are so caught up in the sweets that they come out. Felicia, please. I don't know what to say now, so I just let Felicia do it. I understand. Fairies. I became a slave because I wanted to, so Master is not a bad person. It's okay. I'll save you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't do it myself. Ah, you made her apologize. You brute. Brute. Felicia failed to convince them, and because she apologized to me, the fairies called me a brute. I understand the meaning of the word unreasonable very well. Let's hug and cuddle with Rimmer. Then I'll be fine. No, Felicia. It's just something that can't be helped, so don't worry about it. Felicia's failure was inevitable. No matter what Felicia says, the fairies will only think that she is being forced to say it, so no matter how hard she tries, her words will never reach them. Alessia-san, why don't we just give up and go home? I understand what Wataru is trying to say, but I don't think the kids will be convinced if we don't leave Felicia behind, do you? It's impossible for me to leave Felicia behind. I would die of loneliness. What should we do? As expected, I can't let Alessia-san and the others take care of the fairies, and I have to get them to trust me somehow. Master, I am afraid it might be a bit scary, but how about showing the fairies the letter you received from the goddess of the forest Sama? The fairies also live with nature, so I think we can gain their trust. I see. The content of the letter is about Dark Elves, and seeing the mark of the goddess of the forest Sama will clear their suspicions. However, when I remember how the Dark Elves looked when they saw the letter, I have a fear that it might be something dramatic. But our words won't reach the fairies, and I guess it can't be helped at this point. At worst, they'll probably just faint. I mean, if we have the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, we won't have to bother convincing the Dark Elves, right? So far, they've suspected us every time we've contacted them, but they won't suspect anyone who has the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama. At least they will listen to us properly. I thought I'd gotten a very rare item, but it looks like she might bring me luck in unexpected places. As expected from the goddess of the forest Sama. She is so precious. I summon the rubber boat containing the goddess's letters. What are you doing? If you try anything stupid, I'll kill you. Kill you. The sudden summoning of the rubber boat seems to have alarmed them. But it's hard to get away from this place, so there's nothing I can do. I took the letter of the goddess of the forest Sama out of the rubber boat and handed it to Felicia. Felicia carefully takes the letter out of the envelope and carefully unfolds it. It's a sacred object in a way, so she handles it with extreme care. Look at this. Felicia unfolds the letter and holds it up for the fairies to see. What is this? Don't do anything weird. It's a trap. A trap. The fairies were surprisingly cautious. If they were so cautious, why did they appear so easily? Could it be that the sweets on the luxury liner have some kind of lure that I am unaware of? It's not a trap. Can't you tell by the seal? When Felicia pointed to the seal with the sacred atmosphere of the goddess of the forest Sama, the fairies who saw it gradually widened their eyes and became pale and confused. I don't get it. What is this really? Is it true? It's a lie, right? Could it be true? Is it the seal of the goddess? It was interesting to see their changing emotions. The flying fairies quickly descended to the ground and began to prostrate themselves in response to the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama. Perhaps the goddess of the forest Sama's seal is as effective as the previous vice-general's seal case. I also wonder if this culture of prostration is unique to this world or if it was passed down by the Japanese who came to this world before me. Or rather, where did the fairies learn to prostrate themselves? When the little fairies prostrate themselves, I feel like I am doing something incredibly terrible. Do you understand? I understand. Understand, Felicia said softly. But the fairies nodded their heads with a twitchy look on their faces as if they had been attacked by a monster. The girl fairy nodded her head desperately with teary eyes, perhaps unable to speak, which made my heart ache. Then will you take us to the village of the Dark Elves? The fairies nodded their heads. Now we can get to the Dark Elves village without a problem. No, not yet. If we arrive at the village like this, there will surely be an uproar when they see the fairies in a state of panic. I've been through a lot myself, so I understand that much. I'll make the fairies smile by feeding them cupcakes before we leave. Besides, it would be dangerous if we didn't calm down Ilma-san as well. T/N, I think the fairies are something like this with a wing on their back. https://nikestranslation.files.wordpress.com/2024/01/large.jpg, Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 24. TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 6/8. Chapter 24, Contact with Dark Elves. When we climbed a mountain to help the Dark Elves, we got lost in a mountain in fairy territory. Following Ilma-san's advice, following her and setting a trap for the fairy, I was accused of enslaving Felicia, and I was able to clear up the misunderstanding by using the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama. I was able to clear up the misunderstanding, but the effect of God's power is so strong that the fairies are in total awe of me, which is very problematic. Let's see. Let's take a break before we go to the Dark Elves. When I spoke to the fairies and the others, they shivered, and their faces twitched. I don't know how old they are, but it hurts my heart when little fairies are so afraid of me. I felt like I was doing something terrible, even though I wasn't doing anything wrong. Why, you don't have to be afraid of me. I tried my best to make a soft, soothing, harmless appeal, but the fairies started crying silently. Why? I don't have a strong face. And if anything, I have a face that can be taken lightly by others. They shouldn't be afraid of me. Oh well, I guess it's all about size. Even though I am a coward, my body is incomparably bigger, and I have the backing of God's power. No wonder they are afraid of me. Master, your face is disgusting. It will only scare the fairies, so don't force yourself to smile and act normal. Is my smile so strange that it makes these children cry? No matter how beautiful Ins is, I'm really going to get angry. You know? Should I trigger the master's authority and do this and that? That's what I'm saying. Wataru, I understand that you're trying your best, but it's so obvious that you're forcing yourself that you're not smiling properly. I was quickly reassured by Ins, and after that, Dorothea-san confirmed the fact. Apparently, I am in too much of a hurry because I feel guilty, and I am not smiling very well. I'm afraid that even if I try to force myself to be in a good mood with the fairies at this point, I'll just end up being hated even more. Felicia, Claretta, please take care of these children. Alessia and the others, please find a way to calm Ilma down. I'll stay away. Let's leave the fairies to Felicia, a dark elf who is used to fairies, and Claretta-san, who has a wonderful maternal nature. Let the other members deal with Ilma-san, whose researcher spirit has been ignited. And as for me, I'll embrace Rimu and heal the emotional wounds I've just suffered. While I was moving away and enjoying the feeling of Rimu's softness, Felicia and Claretta-san took the cupcakes and slowly approached the fairies. The fairies seemed a little scared, but there was no sign of crying like when I was there. Apparently, they were really afraid of my smile. Felicia and Claretta-san gently placed the cupcakes in front of the fairies and said something to them, and the fairies timidly approached the cupcakes and bit into them. It's so good. Good. Delicious. After taking a bite, the fairies hugged the cupcake, which was half the size of their bodies, and bit into it with all their hearts. As one would expect from a sweet treat on the luxury liner, even the fantasy creatures called fairies seemed to be captivated by them. Felicia and Claretta-san put something next to the fairies. It looks like a plastic bottle cap. When the two of them called out, the fairies moved to the cap and put their mouths on it. I see. It's a drink. They didn't have cups that fit the fairies' size, so they used the caps instead. Cupcakes make you thirsty, so it was a nice idea in two ways. As expected from Felicia and Claretta-san. This one seems okay, so I'll check on Alessia-san and the others. Dorothea-san is lecturing Ilma-san. I looked around to see what the other members were doing, and it seemed that Alessia-san and the others had gone back to watching the surroundings. Come to think of it, This is a mountain where monsters appear, though not strong ones. I look at Dorothea-san and Ilma-san, reassured by the fact that the surrounding vigilance is in full swing. Combined with the words I hear leaking out, it seems that Ilma-san's excitement has subsided, and she is being lectured about her earlier outburst. Ilma-san. She must have been quite out of control while I was unaware of it. I never heard that she tried to dismantle the fixtures and equipment of the luxury liner. Well, I heard that the ship summoning ship couldn't be dismantled due to the effect of indestructibility, so let's say there's no problem. Can purchased items be dismantled? Apparently, Ilma-san bought a camera and a watch and dismantled them so that they could not be restored. No matter how skilled Ilma-san is, it would be difficult to dismantle and reassemble a precision machine. Dorothea-san, who is in charge of the party's expenses, may have had her own thoughts on the matter, and she took the opportunity to warn them not to do anything wasteful. It seems like it would be good to leave this one alone as well. It would be more helpful to me if Ilma-san was made to think about her actions. While I was playing with Rimmer, giving him meat and sweets, the three fairies came to me, accompanied by Felicia and Claretta-san. Nichan, the sweets were good. Thank you. Thank you. It was delicious. The fairies are a little suspicious, but they thanked me for the sweets. Perhaps Felicia and Claretta-san, smiling kindly behind the fairies, were supporting them. I am very grateful. But that was all. I was just thanked, but that alone made my heart warm and fuzzy. Is that so? I'm glad you were happy. Oops, I got a little too excited, and my voice got a little too loud. I think I scared the fairies again, so let's talk slowly and calm down a bit. Master, the children were supposed to confuse the intruders in the mountain, but it seems that they have not returned to report for quite some time. If things continue as they are, reinforcements may arrive and cause trouble again. I wanted to speak slowly, but it seems this is not the time. I heard Felicia's story in detail from the fairies, and it seems that the reason they took so long to return is because of me. Normally, they would be able to drive people out of the mountain by tricking them into an illusion, but in my case, I have a cheat map function from ship summoning. Even though we got lost, I kept correcting our direction and heading toward the village, so it seemed like time had passed without them having time to come back and report it. Could you go back to the village and tell them that the people climbing the mountain are related to the goddess of the forest Sama and are not suspicious people? After that, it would be helpful if you could pick us up again. If it were true, it would save time if they split up to report back to the village and guide us. But as expected, it would be pitiful to split up in this situation. The one left behind might get nervous and get out of control. Okay, perhaps my request in a slightly quiet voice was effective. The mischievous leader-like boy fairy nodded his head without fear. Thank you. Please do. I'm out. Out. I'll do my best. So please give me some sweets again. The fairies flew away. Was it an auditory hallucination that the frightened girl fairy, who barely spoke, flew away at the end, asking for more sweets? Should I prepare some sweets just in case? Even if it was an auditory hallucination, they would be happy. Considering the size. Maybe a ramune would be good. The kind they sell at the kiosk on the fortress. It's not a luxury item, but it's tasty, so I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is it true that you are related to the goddess of the forest Sama? After about an hour of seeing the fairies off, I heard a strange voice. As I looked around in surprise, Marina-san explained what was going on. I could not see clearly because my vision was blocked by the trees, but there were two dark elves about 100 meters away, and they were using wind magic to send the voices out from there. They must have heard the story from the fairies and come to see if it is true. They seem to be quite alarmed, but the word that we are related to the goddess of the forest Sama, as told by the fairies, makes it impossible for them to attack. But it is also hard to really believe the surprising words that we are related to the goddess. So I guess they'll just have to wait and watch from a distance. I wonder if our voice will reach them. It's useless to talk if you can't reach them, isn't it? If their voice can reach us, then they can receive our voice. But it is easier to be heard if you speak a little louder. I see. Then, I will say it louder again, just to be sure. It is true that we are related to the goddess of the forest Sama, and we have proof. Following Marina-san's advice, I reply in a slightly louder voice. Let me check the proof. I'm used to talking to people I can't see on my phone, but the voice echoing unsteadily around me is subtly terrifying and strange. Felicia, let them see the letter. I doubt they can even see it from this far away, but, Well, I guess if they can send their voices through magic, it probably isn't anything to worry about. As Felicia holds up the letter, at the same time the voice says, "I'll be right over there." I hear footsteps running from the direction of the Dark Elves. Probably because they saw the seal on the letter and are really related to the goddess of the forest Sama. They are running this way in a great hurry. The fairies prostrated themselves when they saw the seal. What about the Dark Elves, who were the same race as the villagers, who went crazy when they saw the letter on the luxury liner? "I am sorry that I doubted you." The two Dark Elves also prostrated themselves while whimpering. I expected the Dark Elves to prostrate themselves, but I didn't expect them to immediately go to the prostration position while running. I'm afraid they might be injured. Also, the sight of the three fairies from earlier landing on the heads of the Dark Elves, rubbing their heads against the ground, and looking at us was very surreal. "Felicia, please explain the situation." I decided that this situation was too much for me to handle, so I threw everything at Felicia. It would be easier to talk to someone of the same race. "I understand." I was relieved after throwing everything to Felicia when a fairy girl fluttered in and looked at me shyly. Could it be that I offered her the bottle of ramoon I had prepared, just in case? Tilting her head at the object she sees for the first time, the fairy bites into the ramoon I still have in my hand and gives me a broad smile. It seems I was right to prepare the soda just in case. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 25 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 7/8. Chapter 25. I did it. We managed to communicate with the fairies and asked them to send a message to the Dark Elf village, and we also managed to contact the Dark Elves. The letter with the seal of the goddess of the forest Sama on it was so powerful that I was a little scared. So that's the village of the Dark Elves. But what is that crowd? I finally saw the Dark Elf village, but there was a commotion at what seemed to be the entrance to the village. I wondered for a moment but soon understood. That group must be waiting there to greet us. Normally, I would have thought they would be on alert, but the Dark Elves who went to report the news first saw the seal of the goddess of the forest Sama and informed the whole village, resulting in this pattern of commotion. Well, it's better than being alerted, isn't it? They'll see the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama and go crazy anyway, won't they? It's been a while since I've been on the mountain path. Let's take a break until the commotion dies down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When we arrived at the village, as expected, they asked for the letter of the goddess of the forest Sama, and as expected, there was a commotion, so I sacrificed Felicia, and we rested near the village. The atmosphere is so different from the Dark Elf villages we've seen before. The Dark Elves and fairies, happy to see the letter, showed no signs of fear or despair. Exactly. It doesn't look rich and prosperous but doesn't have the gloomy atmosphere of the previous Dark Elf village either. Alessia-san seemed to agree with me. The reason why the atmosphere of this village is not dark and gloomy is probably because of the fairies. In the past, Dark Elf villages, including Felicia's village, were always in danger of being attacked by humans or vicious monsters. On the other hand, the monsters in this mountain did not seem to be that strong, and they were protected by the powerful illusionary magic of the fairies. The people are self-sufficient in food and other necessities, so they might not be rich, but their faces are cheerful because their safety is assured. Hey, Wataru, do you have any left from the sweets you gave to the fairies earlier? Yes, I have some left. Would you like some? It's rare for Ilma-san to show interest in sweets. No, I don't eat them, but I hope you don't mind if I have some. Yes, I don't mind. She doesn't eat them, but she needs them. I see, so that's how it is. Hey, fairies, would you like some sweets? I handed Ilma-san a ramoon, and she immediately did what I expected. I guess she is trying to lure them with sweets to ask them about illusionary magic techniques, but when Ilma-san, who usually exudes a bewitching charm, does it, she looks like a very wicked witch. Not the witch who is an old woman and stirs the pot with suspicious potions, but the man-killing witch who, once hooked, will eat you to the bone. I want to be eaten, too. The fairies Ilma-san spoke to gathered around her as if they couldn't resist the temptation of sweets despite their vigilance. If Ilma-san were really an evil witch, those children would have been captured in one fell swoop. Ilma-san blatantly asks for illusionary magic from the fairies, who are delighted by the Ramoon. She makes a magic circle of illusionary magic and says she'll give them another Ramoon if they can point out the inefficient parts. Alessia, is that okay? One of your companions is sucking knowledge out of fairies with sweets that are worth less than 10 yen each. You know, if you consider it a sweet from another world, the value goes up even more, but still, isn't it a rip-off? It's good that my friends are getting better at what they do. Alessia-san seems to pretend she didn't see that. Master, this is Triatum-san, the chief of this village, and his son, Kelmatum-san. While I was watching Ilma-san, who is actually doing something nefarious despite the heartwarming scene, Felicia brought an elderly dark elf with a cane and a man a little older than her. Even though dark elves live long lives, he is so old that he needs a cane. I wonder how old he is? Come to think of it, none of the people in the Dark Elf village were old enough to be called elders. This might be because their environment prevented them from living long enough to become very old. Considering that, this village must be so peaceful. My name is Wataru. It's nice to meet you. Thank you, Wataru-sama. I heard from Felicia-sama about our brethren who were saved and about the goddess of the forest-sama. I cannot thank you enough. Triatum-san shook my hand and thanked me as if praying. No, it's something I want to do as well, so don't worry about it. I am glad that he thanks me, but when he thanks me so earnestly, it is something that weighs on me as I demand that the goddess of the forest-samas give me a neowax on her lap. I ask Kelmatum-san, who bowed with him, to raise his head as well, and I remind them again not to worry. This is not the appropriate place, so I will take you to a place where you can rest. However, guests never come here, so it will be a meeting place. It is a hidden village in the mountains, and people get lost when they enter. Therefore, it is likely that no guests will come. The village chief's house is the standard resting place for this kind of situation, but if there are no visitors, the house may not have such facilities. There was no need to complain, so I quietly followed Triatum-san and the others. I see. A meeting place. Yes, it looks like that. A slightly larger building with no partitions to allow everyone to gather, a large table, and a few chairs. There is not enough room for everyone in the village, and when people gather, they probably bring their own furniture or sit on the floor. I sat down in the recommended place, and a slightly older dark elf woman served me tea. It smelled nice and refreshing, probably herbal. I thanked her and drank it. As I had imagined, it tasted of herbs, but I could only tell that it was a combination of several herbs or that the taste and aroma were complex. But I told her what I think, that it is really delicious. Claretta-san is happily chatting with the dark elf woman, asking questions about the various types of herbs, but of course, I can't keep up with her. After we take a break from drinking tea, the discussion begins in earnest. Felicia seems to have explained the situation to some extent earlier, but it is important, so I should explain it in as much detail as possible. But first, let's get her to stop calling me Sama. It is a pleasure to be addressed by a beautiful woman, but to be addressed by an old man is nothing but awkwardness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I see, so that's how it is. After hearing our story, Triatum-san closed his eyes and thought deeply. You've been thinking about it, haven't you? It's not your lifespan, is it? I won't know until I discuss it with the people in the village, but in my opinion, I would like to ask everyone to move. Huh? Everyone? I was relieved to see Triatum-san open his eyes and begin to speak, but I was surprised by the content of his words. I have only been here for a short time, but even so, I can see that this village is peaceful. I thought that even if they were to move, it would be with those who wanted to leave the village. Yes, there will be those who want to stay, but I would prefer it if they all moved. As far as I'm concerned, it would also make sense for this village to stay. Can you give us your reasons? I think the Dark Elf Island is safe, but still, you never know what might be there. If it's a dangerous place, there may be no other choice, but if it's a safe place, I think it's safer for the Dark Elf race to keep it as a place of refuge. Fairies are very cautious, but they are also very curious, and they love sweets. I heard from a fairy that Wataru Dono has some very tasty and rare sweets. I saw Ilmadono giving them to the fairies earlier, so I guess it's true. Why yes, I have a very bad feeling about this. With the seal of the goddess of the forest Sama, the fairies will want to go with Wataru-sama and the others. My bad premonition came true. But don't you think some of the fairies will want to stay on this mountain? If we stay, there will be fairies who will stay with us. But if there are fewer of us, the burden will increase. and the fairies will be forced to endure more. If that is the case, I think everyone will be happier if we all leave together. I know it will cause trouble for Wataru Dono, but what should we do? What are we going to do? Won't we end up destroying the village with sweets? I looked at Ilma-san, and she averted her eyes. However, she seems to be feeling quite uncomfortable as she is sweating profusely. I apologize. I should apologize anyway. I'll do my best to apologize. We came here to protect the Dark Elves, but it would be unfair to end up destroying a peaceful village. First, let's apologize as much as I can, and then we'll think of countermeasures. Do I have to bring sweets? I can't come often because it's far from where we usually operate, but the sweets have a long shelf life, so can it be managed? No. There is no need for you to apologize. This village is peaceful, but that is all. I understand how blessed we have been after hearing the story of Wataru Dono and others. Not that I have no regrets. But even so, we should welcome the new wind blowing in our village. I am grateful to Wataru Dono, even if you say that. How is it? Is it really okay? Won't the goddess of the forest Sama be angry with me later? Besides, if we go with the fairies, even if something happens to us, we can build a village that is as safe as this one. Wouldn't that be good for Wataru Dono and the rest of our Dark Elf brethren? I see, even if something happens to the Dark Elves on the island, as long as I can escape with them, we can secure a safe place for everyone to live. I'd certainly be grateful for that. I'll have all the villagers discuss it thoroughly, and if they decide to move to the island, I'll do my best to help them. To relieve some of this indescribable guilt. Striving for the Luxury Liner. Volume 14 Chapter 26 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations, and if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Thanks to Aints for the Ko-fi and this chapter. 8/8 Chapter 26. Reflection. When I arrived at the Dark Elves village and showed them the letter from the goddess of the forest Sama, as expected, both the Dark Elves and the fairies were overjoyed. Thanks to this, even I, a human, was welcomed, but the conversation took an unexpected turn when I offered sweets to the fairies. Is this village really going to disappear? Yesterday, I did not know because I went straight to the meeting place after arriving, but when I took a walk and looked around the village, I could see that it was well maintained in every corner. Even though it did not look prosperous. Such a village will disappear depending on the outcome of the meeting that is currently being held at the meeting place. The village chief said he would convince everyone to move to the new village, and that's probably what will happen. I feel very sorry. I know, right? Did Alessia-san, who was walking next to me, feel the same way I did? I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels guilty about the loss of this village. Wataru. Alessia. This village is very interesting. There are small doors for fairies everywhere. It's a clever idea because they live together with fairies. It's interesting. Ilma-san, curious about fairies, gives a short report as we pass each other and walks away. A small door, It reminds me of a pet door, but it's probably for the same purpose. Still, Ilma-san. She seemed to be having a lot of fun with a literally bright smile on her face. Alessia. Doesn't Ilma feel guilty or something? I wouldn't go so far as to say she's the main culprit, but she was definitely the catalyst for the disappearance of this village. Wasn't she? It was Ilma-san who suggested baiting the fairies with sweets, and I think she's half to blame. But no, she feels bad too. In fact, she was so depressed last night that she felt sorry for what she had done. It's just that this is a rare village where they live with fairies, so Ilma's curiosity is getting a little out of control. That girl, she likes that sort of thing. Alessia-san tries to follow Ilma-san with an awkward expression, but I don't think it's much of a follow. That means her intellectual curiosity has erased any sense of guilt or anything else, right? Well, it's not hard to understand when you think of an otaku having a precious object laid out in front of him. Don't worry, I'll make sure she thinks about it. I'll punish her when we get back to the ship, and I'll make sure she apologizes to everyone again. I guess my subtlety showed on my face because Alessia-san looked upset and told me she would not leave it like that. But, Alessia, I thought it was now, not later? Oh, Ins just said exactly what I wanted to say on my behalf. Yes, we should make her sit up straight and think about it now, not later, right? Well, then I'd have to sit next to her and think about it, too. I'm tempted to say that I'm innocent because I was told to do it, but that's really a child's logic, and I should really think about my actions. I feel very much involved in this. I know, but it would be inconvenient and cause trouble for the village if she got out of control here, wouldn't it? Oh. That's true. That's also true. Both Ins and I agreed with Alessia-san's words. It is true that it would be very difficult to keep Ilma-san quiet now, and it would not be good to cause more trouble for the village. Well, it may seem like I'm spoiling her, but rest assured that I'll make her think about her behavior. What exactly are you going to do? If you want, I can help you with that as well. Ins asks Alessia-san. She will probably have fun while saying she will cooperate because she will tease Ilma-san. No research-related activities and no alcohol. I'll also let her eat on a portable meal for a while. I see. So, she is going to punish her by not allowing her to compile the results of her research. Sounds painful for a researcher, and if she is going to be deprived of her favorite alcohol and delicious meals, that sounds pretty harsh. Well, I doubt that it is equivalent to the disappearance of the village. But the disappearance of the village is also the choice of the Dark Elves, so is that what it is? Well then, I suppose Master must do the same. Huh? In-san, what are you saying out of the blue? But Master doesn't seem to be that interested in fairies, so he won't be doing any research. I know. Why don't we forbid you to do anything itchy during that time? No, no, no. Ins, what are you saying all of a sudden? And don't say itchy in front of Alessia-san. I'm trying to get rid of the image of being a dirty man. Besides, I think the itchy ban is too harsh a punishment. Ara, Master also said that you did something wrong and that you were sorry. Did you mean just to be sorry and be done with it? What about that? Ins looked at me. It's true that what she says is not wrong, but I can't nod my head in agreement because I can see through her emotions that this is fun and that she wants to play along with her dirty master. But if I refuse here, Alessia-san will think I'm just talking, and Ins will be even more encouraged. Who is a slave here? Oh, Alessia-san said, that's also true. She nodded her head while muttering something about how they were unable to stop Ilma-san's outburst and that they should think about that as well. If Alessia-san and the others are going to be punished in some way, I can't just run away from it. Yes, we all die together and go to the grave together. That's right, and I will show my remorse through my actions. Yes, I'm sure Ins will have nothing to do during my time of reflection and will be free, so you can help Bella-san. I will also ask Bella-san to train Ins so that you can come back and improve your skills. It is necessary to reflect, but I will not allow Ins to try to take advantage of it at every opportunity. She will have to suffer with me. Wait a minute. Why are you doing that? It has nothing to do with me. Ha ha ha, Ins is my slave, isn't she? We have a very deep relationship, bound by a contract with the god of commerce Sama. What about Felicia? She also has a deep relationship with Master, so of course, there has to be some kind of punishment, right? You are trying to take advantage of the fact that I have a soft spot for Felicia. But naive, too naive. Felicia has to take care of the dark elves and fairies while we reflect, so we don't have time to reflect together. Then I think the meeting is over. Alessia-san covered In's attempts to refute and told us that the meeting was over. Looking at the meeting place, even from a distance, you can see the villagers coming out one by one. Good timing, in a way. I don't hesitate to include Ins in my reflections. Could it be that if they decide not to move as a result of this meeting, there will be no need for my reflections? I wonder if the move will be cancelled. We went to the meeting place secretly, hoping that it would be cancelled. Perhaps sensing our activity, the members of Girasol and Rimu and the others who had gone their separate ways gathered while we were on our way. Aside from Girasol, I find it amazing that Rimu and the others know how to act in a group, even though they're slime. What Rudono? I'm sure will cause you some trouble in the future. But we'd like to ask for your kind cooperation. When we reached the dark elves and fairies gathered in front of the meeting place, the villagers all bowed deeply at the same time as the village chief, Triatum-san, spoke. At that moment, I realized that the disappearance of the dark elf village and my time for reflection would be realized. I understand. I will do my best to help you so you can count on me as well. Phew, there's no changing what's been decided, so I'll do my best to help. First of all, we have to prepare for the move. To avoid any problems on the Dark Elf Island, they should bring everything they can. Dorothea-san and the others are checking out the village. In case they decide to move to the island, so we need to have a meeting with the village chief and the others first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The monsters in these mountains aren't that strong, so it's not that difficult to move out, just a little more difficult to move around with livestock. When I walked around the village, I didn't see any livestock. The village chief said it was blessed, but compared to other dark elf villages, it really is blessed. Today, however, it was decided to disappear. Dorothea Dono. It's not easy to travel with livestock, so there's no need to force them to come with us. Wataru. The village chief said that, but what are you going to do? We will take all the livestock with us. If everyone is moving, there is no point in leaving things behind, so we will dismantle the houses and uproot everything that can be moved. Since Dorothea-san asked me to talk about this, I told her that we would take everything with us. The more things they lose, the more guilt I feel. Wataru Dono, there is no need for you to go that far. We dark elves are the people who live in the forest. As long as you give us a place to live, we can take care of ourselves. Kelmatum-san, the village chief's son, interrupted with a reserved tone. Felicia should have told him about me, but he seems to be afraid of being a burden to us, perhaps because he hasn't really seen my skills. The seal of the goddess of the forest's armor is very effective, but it's a little too effective to be of much use in situations like this. I'm going to show it to the dark elves on the island anyway, so there's no need to hide it here. I wanted to wait until after the meeting, but I think I should show the people in the village my ship summoning skill first. For now, let's summon the hideaway and show them that we can afford to take trash with us. Well, as expected, I won't even take the trash, though. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 27. TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations, and if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Enjoy. Chapter 27, Notification of Dismissal. In the end, it was decided that everyone in the Dark Elf village would move out, and at the same time, I would be severely punished with an ichi ban. It is a very painful punishment for me, but I will accept it with tears in my eyes because it has triggered the move of a peaceful village. Come to think of it, aren't the fairies attending the meeting? They're not at the current meeting, but I didn't see any fairies at the meeting before this one, either. The fairies are moving out, too, and their input is needed, right? That, the fairies said, we'll follow you. So take care of the rest, and left everything else to us. They do not like troublesome things. What did you say? Are you telling me that those innocent and slightly cheeky fairies have mastered the art of throwing annoying things at others that I could never hope to achieve? And even if this village they have been protecting for generations is about to disappear, can they throw it away without a care in the world? I'm very jealous. If I had the mental ability to throw at that level, I wouldn't have gone through the hell of paperwork in the Aquamarine Kingdom. Should I consider becoming their apprentice? Those people. Don't fairies have leadership roles? When you think of fairies, you think of fairy kings and fairy queens. But maybe they have a council system. Oh, that's not it. Come to think of it, not all fairies are here. They are the leaders of the fairies in the village, and their title would be something like village chief, not king or queen. I heard that there used to be a coordinator for the fairies, but one of them realized that if the Dark Elves were here, they should leave it to them, and from then on, the Dark Elves were in charge of all the details. So they have been entrusting everything to the village chief, a long-lived old Dark Elf, for so long that it has become hearsay. If that's the case, they could throw out the whole village move, even if it's important. I'm jealous, but the level is too high, so I'll give up on becoming an apprentice. Even though the women and gods are already looking at me with disappointment, I feel that if I master the fairy level of throwing, it will be irreversible. I see. Well, please try your best. As soon as I stopped throwing things, I immediately felt sympathy for the village chief. It must be hard to organize not only the Dark Elves but also those little ones. Ho ho ho. This is a village where only peaceful time passes, so taking care of the fairies is a good stimulus. It's not hard to do. Perhaps my sympathy was conveyed. The village chief replied with a gentle denial. Come to think of it, he did say something about not much changing in the village. Peaceful life in a village deep in the mountains, where nothing changes from day to day. Maybe an ideal village for those who are tired of living in the city and working in the Black Company. But even this utopia will disappear. Well, I'm not that shocked because I'm not greedy, and I prefer a comfortable luxury liner or ferry to a simple country life, but it's heartbreaking to see the peaceful place being destroyed. Let's take this meeting seriously so that the residents of this village can go through it and not regret it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have received a notice of dismissal from the field. Notice of dismissal? Incompetence? What a disappointing person. Kaya disappointing. The innocent and cruel words of the fairies pierce my chest with all their might. I don't think they understand the meaning of the word notice of dismissal, but perhaps it's a racial gift to be able to pierce the heart with just a hint of nuance. It is said that fairies like pranks, and perhaps that is true. However, it seems that the fairies in this world are the kind of fairies who don't do dirty tricks, which is a bit of a relief. Even now, the fairies are flying around the hideaway in all directions, happily and mischievously playing with new things. Yes, playing with the fairies is my job now. Yesterday, I worked hard at a meeting for several reasons. At night, the Dark Elves threw a welcome party for us, and I was thrilled. Since it is a closed village, it was a simple welcome, but the Dark Elves and fairies dancing under the moonlight in the village square were wonderful and fantastic. It was wonderfully fantastic, and I felt strongly that this is how fantasy should be. After the feast, I took the hideaway out to the square to spend the night and rest well in preparation for the next morning's move. I was in perfect physical condition and ready to go. The process of moving out was not difficult. It was just getting the stuff out of the house and dismantling the house. I carried it back to the ship and repatriated the ship. It was that easy. The only thing that was a little difficult was the timing of the dismantling of the livestock pens and the transfer to the ship. I was assured that the timing would be decided at the meeting and that the A-ranked adventuring party, Girasol, would be there to help with the transport. But the transport was easy because there were many high-level adventurers, and the dismantling was the next step. The problem was discovered at the dismantling stage. I was nervous about the work of dismantling the house, and I swung the hammer with a weak stance and was advised, "You can't dismantle it like that, you have to use more force." I smiled kindly and swung the hammer with all my might. The wood broke into pieces. There is a difference between dismantling and destroying. In order to be reused on the Dark Elf Island, the wood must be dismantled in a clean form. At first, I could get away with a wry smile like, "Wataru, you're overdoing it," but I ended up destroying it over and over again. This scene showed the effects of the pampering I had received up to that point. Although I worked hard when I first came to this world, I have lived a lukewarm, cultured life since I acquired the luxury liner. I was born as a useless person with only a high level of skill. I don't have any problems in my daily life, but when I put my mind to it and use my strength, I can't control it at all. Overkilling isn't a problem when dealing with monsters, but when it comes to dismantling, it's a big problem. I practiced my power on a rock in a corner of the village, but the handle of the hammer broke off, wasting the tool. Finally, Alessia-san said to me, "Wataru, the fairies are flying around, and it's dangerous. Will you take care of them?" I was kindly asked to take care of the fairies. Up until now, I should have been able to control my power to some extent even though my level had increased, but it seems that I lost that control because I was really lazy. Let's resume the training I've been neglecting. But for now, let's deal with the fairies that are clinging to me, pulling my hair, pulling my ears, trying to stuff nuts up my nose, and trying to get into my clothes. Well, I think it's time for a snack. A snack? A sweet? A sweet? Is it tasty? The fairy who had been playing with my nose and ears responded quickly. Yes, I have lots of tasty sweets, so call everyone. Hurry up. Full speed. Gather around, everyone. It's time to feast. The fairies who had been playing with me flew around and told the fairies who were playing all over the hideaway that it was time for a snack, and soon, they were all over the place. They were small, so they didn't stand out much, but there were an unexpectedly large number of fairies in this village, so it was a little scary when they gathered. What's going on? The fairy who was trying to stuff nuts up my nose tugged at my ear, trying to tell me something. Over there, over there. I looked in the direction the fairy was pointing and saw 3 fairies clinging to the barriers, looking impatient and complaining about something. I see, they've gone outside and can't come in. When I gave them permission, they smiled and came in to join the crowd. I had taught them not to leave the ship because they could not come in. This might be difficult for fairies with a free spirit. The easiest thing to do would be to give all the fairies a ticket or pass, allowing them to come and go as they please, but tickets and passes are too big for the fairies. I could just give them permission again, but I shudder to think what would happen if they accidentally stepped out of the barriers during the voyage. Hopefully, one of them will notice, but if not, they could be stranded on the open sea. I will discuss this with the village chief. By the way, I'll feel safer if there's a good countermeasure as well. Anyway, I will probably only have to deal with the fairies during the move, so there is plenty of time. Oh number. I should have had the snack with the 3 fairies locked away. I feel a little sorry for them. But once they realized that they wouldn't be able to eat their snack if they went outside, the fairies would have stopped being so careless. Well, that's okay. There will probably always be one fairy who goes outside and gets locked out again, and I'll make that child go without a snack. Ship summoning. Thinking of all the bad things to do, I summon a rubber boat filled with an assortment of desserts. The fairies all shout and cling to the barriers of the rubber boat. They are too honest with their feelings, which worries me more and more. But it's easy to control them by giving them sweets, isn't it? With my permission, the fairies will charge the sweets they are interested in. That's what locusts are like, isn't it? A rubber boat full of sweets has been devoured. I think the fairies are quite to the point, stuffing their mouths with sweets without looking aside as long as there is an abundance of sweets, and when there is not much left, they change their style to secure their favorite sweets and enjoy them in their favorite places. I also envy those fairies who eat sweets while lying on the slime, like Rema. I wonder how it feels to lie on slime that is so soft and slippery. I also envy them for being able to play slime nights like in popular RPGs. I wonder if there are giant slimes in this world. I'll ask Alessia-san and the others later. If there are, I am ready to go anywhere in the world. I have time to train and hone my taming skills at the same time. Also, there's an abundance of sweets, so I don't mind if they eat them all. But I'm afraid they'll get sick. I'm not sure if fairies have diabetes or not, but I don't want it to ruin their dreams. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 28 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com, since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 28, Migration and the Devil. When the decision was made to move the peaceful Dark Elf village, I decided to do my best to help out, but I was deemed ineffective and put in charge of looking after the fairies and keeping them from interfering with the work. It is not an unnecessary role, but it is a bit sad because it is a very obvious demotion. 2 days after the decision to move the Dark Elf village was made, the preparations for the move were completed with astonishing speed. The village was quiet and safe, and there were more houses and more belongings than in the previous Dark Elf villages. But with the strength and power of Ins, Felicia, Alessia-san, and the others, and my ability to summon the ship, the village disappeared very quickly. I had seen a video of the city's development taken from a fixed-point camera, but it was like watching it backward. And I did my best. Of course, I had to store the collected wood, but I did my best without being discouraged by the adorable fairy's heartbreakingly innocent words. I don't know if it was malicious or not, but words and actions that pierce the hearts of adorable creatures are very dangerous, especially fairies who are interested in unnecessary things and play tricks on you, even though they look like big-headed manga characters. It is no exaggeration to say that they are devils. Hey, does she like Wataru? And Wataru is looking at Claretta's boobs, or Wataru won't give me sweets, he's a goblin. When I was admiring a beautiful dark elf, Annie-san, I was also harassed, and those devils tried to corner me by saying countless unnecessary things. I especially don't forgive those who pulled down my pants in front of Alessia-san and the others. After my pants, they were so diabolical that they even messed with my underwear, and that's when I understood the true horror of fairies. If you take them lightly, they'll kill you socially. In general, I changed my class to be silent. I never saw Claretta-san's lavish motherhood, but it was an irresistible force. It just so happened that my eyes were focused when Claretta-san's abundant motherhood went on a wild rampage, and I did not want to see it. Yes, it took me a little while to look away after my eyes accidentally came into focus, but I guess that can't be helped. It's no wonder that such a beautiful image, open or silent, is irresistible to a man curious about the opposite sex. Besides, I may have the libido of a goblin, but I am human. But, well, I have no problem with these devils because I have punished them properly. All devils who do unnecessary things are very curious, and they quickly slipped out of the hideaway where I was waiting. I timed the snack to coincide with the event, and in front of the devils who had rushed back and were blocked by the barrier, I ate sweets with the other good fairy children. The devils drooled and banged on the barriers, demanding to be let in. Finally, the devils cried and begged me to let them in as the sweets dwindled. Normally, this would have been a heartbreaking scene, and the sight of a crying fairy, devil, who only looks cute on the outside, would have made anyone question my character. But I didn't care and continued my devilish deeds until all the sweets were gone. Normally, I would have been so exhausted from the fairies' tears that I would have let them into the barrier area. But I had done all the groundwork beforehand, so I was able to act with great strength. I told the villagers and Alessia-san about the danger of going outside the barrier during the trip, and they gave me permission to do some terrible things because they were worried about the fairies' behavior and that it was all for the fairies' sake. So we ate all the sweets and showed them off. To be honest, it was hard to eat so many sweets, but for some reason, seeing the devils crying brought a dark joy to my heart and gave me the power to eat all the sweets. It helped me to have the power to punish the devils, but I will refrain from doing that in the future because I think my dark joy might lead me in a dangerous direction as a human being. But I think it was good that this incident gave me the opportunity to teach the fairies and the devils a sense of hierarchy. It's so much easier when you have a grip on their stomachs. Master, it's almost time for us to leave. What's the matter? Are you feeling sick? No, I'm in perfect physical condition. Felicia, please take care of the preparations. I'll just follow along, so don't worry about me. I remembered the joy of my victory over the devils and tried not to show it, but they thought I was not feeling well. It's not in good taste to rejoice over small victories forever, so let's just forget about it. If it gets out that I really fought back against this elementary school-style prank, my character will be seriously questioned. I understand. Then I will tell Alessia at the front and leave. Take care of Master, okay? It won't be a problem. I understand. Felicia bowed her head and ran to the front group, and after a while, the group began to move. Finally, the migration began. At the front were Alessia-san and Marina-san. At the back were Dorothea-san and Ilma-san. On the left and right were Claretta-san and Carla-san, keeping a watchful eye on the group. The dark elves who can fight will be on guard, and the hard-working elves plan to confuse the monsters, so we should be able to safely reach the foot of this mountain on foot, where the monsters are relatively weak. The lead party leaves the village. After leaving the village, the dark elves turned around and looked at the ruins of the village as if they had burned it into their eyes and then started walking again. 3 days had passed since the decision to move had been made, and the villagers must have been in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, humans appeared in the village, and with a letter from the goddess of the forest Sama and alluring the fairies with sweets, they migrated to the new village. It was a sudden development, and there must be many people in the village who have not yet come to grips with reality. After all this time, I feel very sorry for them. I feel like I shouldn't have been so busy enjoying the dark joy of being able to mount the fairies. The group moves on. Now, the women and children leave the village. The children in this village are a bit quiet. When I give them sweets, they smile cutely and are happy, but they are not as excited as the children on the Dark Elf Island. At first, I thought it was because they grew up in a peaceful village because they had no lack of energy to run around. When I told the village chief this, he denied it with a wry smile. He said that the fairies play pranks before the children do, so the children often follow them around, which is why their personalities have become calmer. Fairies, I think, but at the same time, I have a very bad feeling. What will happen when the overly cheerful children on Dark Elf Island meet the mischievous fairies? Is it really impossible to refuse to let only fairies emigrate from now on? Let's just be careful that the children of this village don't get infected by the children of Dark Elf Island. After the women and children leave the village, the men of the village leave with the livestock. Are the livestock chickens and pigs? They are a bit different from chickens and pigs on Earth. Chickens have fewer feathers because they fly, and pigs have their tusks cut off or are castrated, apparently because of their temperament. Perhaps both chickens and pigs are in the process of being domesticated, as they are on Earth. After the livestock left the village, it was time for the village chief and us to leave. The chief is, of course, attached to the village, so he might as well take some time, right? Fairies, assemble. The non-working fairies gather at the sound of my voice. They all know about the sweets incident, so they're relatively obedient now, but they'd probably make a big fuss if I put them on the luxury liner. Well, that's okay. Once I get them on the chateau, I can handle the rest. Let's just assume that if we just work hard on this trip, we'll be fine. But to make the trip easier, I'm going to scare them a little by showing them the sweets. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I can finally take a breather. The feel of Rimu is very soothing to my tired mind. Foo. It's been a long day. Alessia-san responds to my words with a smile, but her face shows a hint of fatigue. Yes, it was really hard work, but I'm glad we made it safely. Thank you. This time, Alessia-san and her crew really worked hard, and I think that's why we were all able to board the chateau. There were some injuries, though. It's okay, but I'm a little tired because I didn't expect to explore so much. No wonder Alessia-san was tired. We'll have a consolation party after we settle down, as a reward, of course. But I was really tired. No monsters appeared, and the fairies I threatened with sweets didn't cause any problems. The dark elves were also very careful, and they could have made it to the chateau without any injuries. The problem happened right in front of my eyes. It was caused by a snake that was not even poisonous. It fell from a tree. It landed on a man who was holding a chicken. The chicken was so frightened by the snake that it went into a frenzy and jumped out of the man's arms, but it could not escape far because it was tied with a string. But it reached the top of the pig that was walking next to the man. It suddenly jumped on the pig's back and clawed at it, causing the pig to go berserk. The pig was also properly tethered, but it lunged forward, dragging the dark elf with it. The group was in chaos, and the animals fled in all directions. Only the dark elf was left behind, having been lunged at by the pig, pecked at by the chicken, and fallen down. I don't know how to put it, but the event unfolded before my eyes like the Pythagoras switch that is broadcast on morning educational programs. Dorothea-san and Ilma-san quickly caught some of the livestock, but the rest were lost in the mountains. I asked Claretta-san to take care of the injured, and a livestock search team was hastily formed. We decided to scour the mountains for chickens and pigs. Fortunately, the fairies cooperated with us, and we were able to capture all the livestock. But it was still an exhausting affair, no doubt about it. Phew, I want to go to sleep now, but I'll try a little harder once I've caught my breath. Felicia and Ins will take care of the dark elves, and I will have to take care of the fairies. Anyway, I promised to give them lots of tasty snacks since they're supposed to find livestock for us, and I'll have to pay them for that. And I also have to do something about Bella-san and Flora-san, who are very excited about the appearance of the fairies. I'll have Carlo-san and Dario-kun do something about them. I've got my hands full just trying to calm down the fairies, who are so excited about the chateau that they're flying around. Will I be able to sleep tonight? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 29 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations, and if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Enjoy. Chapter 29, Luxury Liner with Fairies. Though there was an accident in which livestock ran amok and were released into the mountains, the migration of all the inhabitants of the Dark Elf village to the chateau was completed with only a few injuries. The injuries were limited to bruises and scratches, so it is safe to say that the migration was a success. Roll call. 1, 2, 3. At In's command, the fairies gathered and counted the numbers as they moved, one by one. The scene is fantastic, but at the same time, it is a bit like taking attendance in a kindergarten, which makes me smile. Well, the fact that they don't do it by name but by number is quite realistic. Foo. It's so cute, isn't it? Claretta-san, who is watching the roll call of Ins and the fairies together, speaks to me very happily. Claretta-san loves stuffed animals, and it seems that the existence of fairies was a stroke of luck for her. She did not show many such signs in the Dark Elf village, but when we returned to the castle, and she was in a semi-private state, she actively communicated with the fairies. The smiling, glowing Claretta-san is beautiful and a sight for sore eyes, but the fairies playing with her, swinging boing boing on top of her wonderful motherhood, give me mixed feelings of envy and well done. But it's hard work. These kids eat a lot. Next to the delighted Claretta-san, Carla-san looks a little worried. The only thing that makes me uncomfortable is the fact that Carla-san is troubled by the fact that they eat so much. But I guess Carla-san is in trouble because the fairies have their eyes on her. Foo-foo. They are after Carla's snacks, you know. I regret that I should have secured enough for myself. Yes, just as Claretta said, Carla-san's snacks are being targeted by the fairies. Carla-san is ignorant, but she is also a very kind woman. She shares her food with Rima and the others and goes on food walks with them. When she ate the sweets she had prepared, she kindly shared them with the fairies who passed by. This kindness of Carla-san's was trampled on by the fairies. To be more precise, when she was observed and tried to eat something, the fairies began to gather around her. It would have been better if she had not given it to them, but she did not have the mental strength to say no when the little fairies looked at her greedily. Wataru, open the shop. Carla-san looked at me with her watery eyes and asked me to open the shop. Sorry, I can't do that because it would be too much. I'm not that mentally strong myself, so I'm tempted to grant Carla-san's sweet request. But I have no choice but to refuse with a feeling of resignation because I would really lose control of the situation. Carla-san's sullen expression is very cute. The first time we boarded the chateau, it was hard. It was really hard. I took the fairies to a room with sweets, rewarded them with treats, and explained the system of the luxury liner and the rules for living on it. I gave them a verbal test to make sure they understood the rules, and then I let the ones who passed the test out to their rooms first. If I had just locked them up instead of letting them out of their rooms, I would have saved myself a lot of trouble later. The fairies who were released on board the chateau wandered around the ship, following their strong curiosity and desires. The fairies were smart enough to understand sweets and related things. They quickly grasped the shops offering free snacks and juices and devoured them to their heart's content. So far, so good. The fairies were excited by the novelty, but they would calm down eventually, and the dark elves were cooperating with us, so we were a little relieved. However, something unexpected happened. The fairies, or rather the devils, who are particularly curious, discovered the sweet liquor. Immediately, the fairies are captivated by the sweet drink, and the ship is flooded with drunkards. The little mischievous fairies were a real mess, and being drunk, there was a possibility that they might even jump out of the chateau's barriers. In the midst of the chaos, I exercised my authority and took full advantage of the ship's disguise. I covered the ship so that the fairies could not get out, and inside the ship, I closed the stores and set up a series of separators. The rest was manpower tactics. First, we secured all the fairies who were drunk and flying around and locked them in a room. Then, after confirming the number of missing fairies, we conducted a thorough search of all the rooms that had been divided into small sections. Looking under sofas, in cracks of cupboards, and in every corner of the shop, we managed to catch the drunken fairies in unexpected places. The last two were not easy to find, and I was horrified to think that they might have gotten out in time. If Rima had not found them sleeping in a crack in the duct, the search would have extended to the sea. After taking the matter seriously, I decided to close down most of the facility. In particular, I strictly controlled alcohol and sweets and only served sweet drinks in one room one night a week. As for sweets, I decided to open the most popular shop at a certain time. If anyone missed roll call 3 times a day, everyone would not be allowed to attend the next day. At first, there were many absentees, but after that, everyone began to gather without any problems. Maybe it was because the other fairies were chasing around the fairies who had accidentally forgotten to assemble, resentful of not being able to eat the sweets. Meanwhile, the fairies have grown up enough to check that all the fairies are present before roll call, and there are almost no absences during IN's roll call. Occasionally, there are fairies who are so engrossed in their play that they forget roll call, but they find them and bring them back themselves, so the attendance rate is quite high. However, the situation is not perfect when a fairy gets so caught up in the game that they wander off to a place that even other fairies cannot find in a short amount of time. Needless to say, the careless fairies later suffered a terrible fate. The dark elves took the brunt of it, but they were still happy with the unusual meals they had for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they also enjoyed the playground and the beauty salons. Master, I've checked the noon roll call. They want a 3 o'clock snack at a chocolate shop. Ins, who had finished the roll call, came to report. Chocolate shop. Ah, you mean the cafe run by a top chocolatier? The choco of this high-class shop is really good, just like the chocolates. I don't really understand the difference between chocolate and choco. but I think the fairies' palates are becoming more sophisticated. I understand. Then I'll let them go at 3 p.m. I'll have to prepare a lot of towels. Then, Wataru, we will take some time off. Claretta-san hurriedly left with Carla-san. Despite their small bodies and mouths, the fairies did not hesitate to bite into the sweets with all their might. As a result, their hands, mouths, and bodies are terrible, so they must be prepared to take care of them. All we have to do is purify them. Claretta-san says it's hard to purify them over and over again, but I think it's definitely harder to wipe them with a towel. Well, since Claretta-san seems very happy, I don't say anything. Master, do you have a jobs for me? Ins, who has finished the roll call, asks me if there is any work for her. No work at the moment. Since I'm at my best during the voyage, it's basically free time, except for strength training. Gee, there must be something. If you don't have anything, make up a jobs for me. Ins, who must know this, has a good reason for demanding work. No, Bella-san found out about it, and it was a terrible thing, wasn't it? Since we'll be arriving at the castle tomorrow and parting ways, why don't you at least do your job well and reassure her for the last time? Because of the mistake in the Dark Elf village, me, Ins and Ilma-san are currently being punished. Ins, who is currently assisting Bella-san and is in the middle of her training period, is demanding work from me to escape her mother's clutches. That's enough. I can't do it anymore. If it's done tomorrow, it doesn't matter if it's done today. Don't you think so, Master? Ins seems desperate, but I don't cooperate. This is because a template is brewing at a time like this. Bella-san stands behind Ins with a Hanyu expression on her face. Ins, if you don't notice such a presence, it would be a problem even for me, who is escorted by you, right? Hi. Ins, who had noticed my gaze and turned to look at Bella-san, made a strange sound and froze. Wataru-san, can I take her with me? I nodded silently. Ins looked at me like I was a traitor, but she deserved it, so she should just give up. Bella-san bows to me and drags Ins away. It is doubtful that Ins will be able to return to her room tonight. To be honest, I wanted to agree with Ins. Because of Ins, I am also punished and forbidden to have sex. It is very hard to be forbidden to have sex when you share your life with two attractive and beautiful women. When I first bought Ins and Felicia, I could endure it because of the contract, but it is very hard to be banned after being released. But if Ins was taken away, I would have to put up with it, too. Well, Alma-san is also enduring a painful punishment, and she will be released tomorrow, so I will do my best as well. She is forbidden to drink alcohol and is on a portable diet. That alone is quite painful, but from Alma-san's point of view, the ban on research is the most painful. She has made some discoveries in the village and is also stimulated by the magic that fairies casually use. She cries to me that her researcher's spirit rages wildly every day. I don't want to tell the truth that I was on the verge of an outburst because of the fragrance and softness of Ilma-san's embrace rather than to comfort her pain. Well, all that will be over tomorrow when we send Bella-san and the others to the castle. I looked out the windows, thinking that the punishment would be over tomorrow, and I saw livestock lounging on the deck, eating their food. Livestock don't fit on a luxury liner, do they? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 30. TN. Please read my translations only on my website nikestranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations, and if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Sponsored chapter by Patreon. Enjoy. Chapter 30. Influence of the Castle. The fairies boarded the luxury liner, and as expected, there was a great deal of commotion. I literally managed to calm things down with candy and whips. But I'm worried about what will happen once they get to Dark Elf Island. Maybe they'll just let loose and annoy all kinds of people. I'm coming with you. I'm coming. Take me with you. No way. We arrived near the city of Cagliari, where the castle is docked, so I decided to change to the Lutto from the inconspicuous outer sea to the castle. But the fairies found me and clung to me, demanding that I take them with me. Why? I want to go. So stingy. Even if the human supremacists hadn't come here, there's no way I can take you to a place where there are many humans. I shouted my refusal clearly and loudly to the fairies. During the voyage, I understood. If you are deceived by the appearance of these cute fairies and say vague words, not only will they not understand you, but they will interpret your words in a convenient way, and you will suffer terrible consequences. Well, I can't take them, Even if there is no danger before, the castle is full of powerful and rich people, and I can't let the devil loose in such a place. It would lead to liability problems. Hey, don't sneak under my clothes. Even if you try to sneak in, you'll never get in because I won't give you permission to come aboard, and if you stay in the wrong place, you'll get caught between the barrier and me, and you'll die. Oh, the fairies moved away quickly. It seems they don't want to be crushed by the barriers. Perhaps realizing that I could not change my mind, the fairies began to beg the women around me. The fact that they understand that if the women say yes, I can't refuse them is a bad thing. But to no avail. The women are quite nice to the fairies, but as expected, they understand what will happen if we take them to the castle. Even Claretta-san, who is the sweetest to the fairies, is clearly refusing with a troubled look on her face, so I'm sure they'll give up sooner or later. It will probably take some time for the fairies to give up, so I should check if Bella-san and the others who are leaving the chateau today have forgotten anything. Last night, I sent Ims to Bella-san's room so they could say goodbye for a while. I heard that they had a good time drinking alcohol and making a lot of noise, so there is a good chance that she might have been careless. Everyone, we are about to leave, but have you forgotten anything? Oh, Wataru-san, I forgot something. Bella-san looked worried. Is something wrong? There's still time before we leave, so is it okay if you go back to get it? No, it's something else. I didn't forget anything, but I have the feeling that there are a lot of things I forgot to buy. You too, Aunt Bella? Me too. I know they have a shop on the new ship, but the products here are great, and I'm not sure if I should buy them or go over there. Before I could respond to Bella-san's words, Flora-san burst in, and Bella-san strongly agreed with Flora-san's words. I see. The reason for the desperate look on her face was the selection of products. I don't know when I'll have the next opportunity to board the chateau, so I think it's better to concentrate on shopping here, but it's also hard not to be able to buy things immediately when I find something I want over there. Yes, Aunt Bella is right. Ins told me that there is a different cosmetics store than the one on this ship. She said it's also different from the one on the Chris, and I don't know what to do. Oh, number. Bella-san and Flora-san's problem cannot be solved without comparing each store. Let them do what they want, and when it's time to go, let's force them to go. Carlo-san and Dario-kun, did you forget something? Haha. It's okay even if I forgot something. Yes, I'm fine. I'm more nervous about the new job. My mother and Flora seem different, though. Both of them seemed a little taken aback by Bella-san and Flora-san's energy. Well, I don't think the job will be much different from the one at the chateau, so there's no need to be nervous. To ensure that they would not have any problems with their work on the castle, Bella-san and Flora-san were also given a variety of work experience on the chateau through staff appointments. It's not the same job description because there are so many customers, but it's definitely an extension of the job, so it won't interfere with their work. The training is perfect, so they can be treated more immediately. Bella-san wants to be a beauty therapist, and Flora-san wants to be a shop clerk, but that's probably unlikely. Although we are gradually increasing the number of employees, we still do not have enough people. In particular, there are not enough executive candidates at all, so I think they will be sent there. In particular, Flora-san was a receptionist at the Adventurers Guild, and she will at least be trained as an executive candidate under one of Camille-san, Moro-san, or Donatella-san. I have a feeling that Dario-kun will follow the same path. Come to think of it, I was originally thinking of rotating the luxury liner every few months. I've been putting it off because of the work involved in switching, but maybe it's time to switch with the Chris. I feel like playing with the castle for the first time in a while, but I just bought the chateau and haven't fully enjoyed it yet, so I'll put it off for a while. Stingy. Boo, boo. You'll regret this. Whoa, it looks like the fairies gave up and flew away, leaving a few words of farewell. Looking at the fairies, I can't help but notice how wonderful Rima is and how obedient Pent is. Well, since Pent's heart was broken in the beginning, I don't think he's that obedient. If we take it easy, the fairies will probably come back, so let's go while we can. Waving to the dark elves who came to see us off, I urged Bella-san and Flora-san to board the Lotto. I was a bit tired before we left. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The atmosphere is different just because there are so many people. Everyone is dressed up, and there are so many saporubis. It looks like a lot of fun. Flora-san, who boarded the castle, looked around the busy halls and commented happily on the ship. It is true that this is a more appropriate shape for a luxury liner. There were dark elves and fairies on our boat trip so far, but since they were all there for the purpose of migration, they didn't dress up and socialize. Master Camille and the others are here. Just as Inza said, Camille-san and Moro-san came toward us, each with an exclusive saparabi. I don't know if it's because they are representatives of the ship or because they have their own exclusive saparabi, but they are attracting quite a bit of attention from the surrounding guests. I appreciate the fact that they're here to greet us, but isn't it a little too conspicuous? Camille-san and the others stopped in the middle of the hall. I guess it was only natural since they were so conspicuous, but the customers in the hall started to gather around Camille-san. I feel like there are a lot of people who look like merchants. What's the situation? What, True-san, over here, huh? Donatella-san. For some reason, Donatella-san stealthily approached me from the shadows of the hallway. It was not the type of behavior that would suit Donatella-san, a serious and beautiful Annie-san type, but she was waving at me to come over, so I decided to go ahead. What, True-san? It's been a long time. Oh yes, it has been a long time. For some reason, I can't quite grasp the situation. Is something wrong? Following Donatella-san, I passed through the staff hallway and was led to the staff room. The answer was very different from before. It's been like this for a long time, but lately, we've been getting more requests from merchants. If Wataru-san's presence was discovered there, it would cause a commotion, so I showed you here while Camille was getting attention. More requests from merchants? Ah. They want to do business with us. When I listened to Donatella-san's story in detail, it seemed that there was quite a commotion. Originally, rumors of the castle had spread throughout the continent, but Camille-san and the others were selective in their customers. The rumors and the products of the castle that flowed from those selected customers caused other upper-class people to get on board. The other upper-class people want tickets and goods, but they can't do anything reckless because of the backing of the mage and the crown prince. But they still want goods and to experience the luxury liner they have heard so much about, so they turn to the merchants who have been to the castle before. The upper class is asking them to do whatever they want. The current situation is that these merchants are desperately trying to deal with the unreasonable demands. Of course, if I, who is closely related to the mage or is considered to be the mage himself, were to appear in such a situation, there would be an uproar. It would be called an easy hunt. I understand the situation. But what are you going to do? Should we move the castle temporarily to calm the situation? The castle will not be deterred by an attack, but I don't want to cause trouble for the city of Cagliari, which is under reconstruction. Moro-san is standing around happily, so there is no need to worry. The only reason I showed you this way is to evacuate Wataru-san and the others here. I could easily imagine Moro-san selling his favors to the merchants while he was still in a calm and collected mood. If it's really bad, he'll report it to me, and I'll just warn him not to do anything nefarious and leave him to his day job. Then, all that was left was to introduce Bella-san and the others to Camille-san and the others, and that would be it. I thought about looking around the castle and also visiting the orphanage in town, but considering the risk of being crowded out by the merchants, it would be better to leave without doing anything unnecessary. I don't want to get into trouble in the castle, although it looks like it will be difficult on the Dark Elf Island. It will be a while before I can meet up with Camille-san and the others, so let's hear about the situation at the orphanage and the mental institution's progress. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 14 Chapter 31 TN. Please read my translations only on my website nixtranslation.com since I never give my permission to any site to host my translations. And if you like my translations, please support this site on Ko-fi and Patreon to read several chapters ahead. Enjoy. Chapter 31, Moro's Miscalculation. I arrived at the castle, which is docked in Cagliari, and boarded the ship with Bella-san and the others who would be working there. All that was left was to introduce Bella-san and the others to Camille-san and the others, and that was it. The merchants are kind of swarming in, and I don't know if Moro-san is getting excited or not. I pretend I didn't hear that. I see, so the church is so cooperative in the construction of the mental institution. Yes, with Wataru-san's money, we can show mercy to the church, so they are very happy to take the initiative. Well, there seems to be a leadership conflict within the church, but it doesn't affect us, so we don't mind. The orphanage seems to be going well, and the construction of the mental health facility is also going well. Yes, It's going well. I wanted to go to the orphanage, but it would be safer not to until things settled down. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear about the leadership conflict in the church. I'm going to ignore the religious-related leadership conflicts because it seems too dark. But, well, in this world, God's existence is openly acknowledged, so it won't be so bad. While I was listening to Donatella-san's story, there was a knock at the door of the room. When Donatella-san called out, I heard Camille-san's voice. Apparently, they had made it through the swarm of merchants. Wataru-san, it's been a long time. Wataru, it's been a long time. After giving them permission to enter, Camille-san and Moro-san greeted me without showing any signs of fatigue. That's what's so great about this place. I'm sure I'd be exhausted if I had to deal with those merchants. Camille-san, Moro-san, it's been a while. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. No, it's nothing at all. It was just the right time for the merchants to let off steam. I would have liked to pull every hair out of their asses, but that's not really the ship's policy, so I gave them a break. T/N, it's a Japanese idiom that means to be deprived of all one's possessions. I just concentrate on Camille-san's beautiful face. There is no Moro-san, who is an old man, full of energy and has a wicked look on his face. No, there is no such thing. I'm glad to hear that. Oh. These are the people I told you about who want to work on the castle. Bella-san, Carlo-san, Dario-kun, and Flora-san. They are In's family and close friends, and they are very trustworthy people, so please take good care of them. Ara, we can never have enough people, so we really appreciate your help. Camille-san smiles very happily at Bella-san and the others who greet her in response to my voice. The castle is a very special ship, so it's not easy to hire people. Even though there are Saparabi, slaves, and former slaves, skilled personnel would be very welcome. It has almost been decided that they will work, but the interviews and aptitude tests have begun. Wataru, I'd like to discuss something with you. While I watched Camille-san, Donatella-san, Bella-san, and the others in the interview with a little tension, Moro-san spoke to me. Moro-san's consultation is kind of scary. Ins accompanies Bella-san and the others in their interview, and Alessia-san and the others enjoy the food in the castle for the first time in a long time, which they ordered from the staff room extension. Of course, Rimu is also on an expedition over there. Damn. I was only caught off guard when I recommended that they enjoy themselves since it was safe on the ship, and we were just making small talk with Donatella-san. The only person on my side was Felicia. Felicia is very reliable, but she's serious, so she's not a good match for Moro-san, who is a veteran. What is it? Well, since we're in the same room, I'm prepared to interrupt their fun and call them in at the worst possible moment. Phew. It's not good when I'm dealing with Moro-san because, for some reason, he makes me very nervous. As I'm sure you've heard, the merchants are getting orders. Yes, I heard. It seems to be very popular. Instead of being happy that it's so popular, I'm scared that it's so popular. Yes, though not the entire continent. We have captured most of the merchants in this country as well as in nearby friendly countries. Since we let them ensnare the high-ranking nobles of their own countries, the power of the castle could easily rival that of a country. Huh? No, you are exaggerating. Well, if it comes to a siege, it will not be defeated until I die due to my lifespan, but it is an exaggeration to say that it is on par with a country. No, that's not wrong. Today, if you move this ship, you will be greeted with the highest rank in any country, and this country, the Kingdom of Brescia, has invited Camille to become a noble. The title is Count. If it's a Count, doesn't that mean it doesn't match the country? A Count is a great title, but there are many others above it, such as royalty, dukes, marquises, and margraves. Even Camille, a woman and an employee, is influential enough to be given the rank of Count. Ah, I see. That's a great thing if you think about it. If Camille-san is a count, what about the mage? That's what it means. I have read several novels where high-ranking nobles have the same power as the royal family, and considering the influence of the mage, it might not be an exaggeration to say that he is on par with the country. Are you asking me about the peerage? I can't make any promises about how the ship will move, so if I accept, Camille-san might be in trouble when we move. I don't like this one bit. No. I only brought up the subject of the peerage to make it easier to understand the position of the castle. And there is no intention of accepting it, so it's not a problem. If it's not a problem, Then I wish you hadn't given such a frightening example. There must have been another example that would have been a little more heartfelt. It was a perfect example to understand your position, wasn't it? Yes, but I don't think it's good because it's hard to accept, honestly. So, what do you want to talk to me about? I'd like to complain, but I'm going to get hit back and verbally beaten up anyway, so let's just continue. Well, like I said, things are going too well, but there was a miscalculation. Moro-san's confident expression was filled with frustration. I felt a slight urge to say, serves you right, but I guess it's inevitable. Perhaps you would like to relax the restrictions on product sales? If so, I'll leave it up to Moro-san. I hear that alcohol, cosmetics, food, and precious metals are all very popular, so it's hard to keep putting restrictions on them. No, we have no intention of relaxing these restrictions at this time. When they are so popular and in such a high position, it is more profitable to sell them for their scarcity value. Moro-san oozed malice. Is it my imagination that he looks more like a financial gangster than a merchant? I can't think of any problem other than the product. What is the problem? Beauty treatments. Beauty treatments? Yes, beauty treatments. What's wrong with beauty treatments? Aside from the discomfort of the word beauty treatments coming from Moro-san, was there a problem with beauty treatments? Didn't you once give an emissary of the royal family a careful experience of beauty treatments? There was such a thing, wasn't there? In a way, he was a test subject, but his appearance was much cleaner and clearer, and he looked better. After that, many men wanted beauty treatments, but they couldn't be treated in the same room as women, right? This reduced time efficiency, and women complained about it. I see it is indeed difficult to have treatments in the same room. But is it really a problem for Moro-san? You are in a better position, aren't you? If they complain, why don't they just refuse? That's true, but it's pathetic. Pathetic? What does he mean by that? Because of the men, the husbands, the sons, the merchants, I am pushed up by the nobles' wives who could not get treatment and the young ladies who could not get an appointment. They cry to me for their bodies and their lives. They tried to cover it up with cosmetics, but it's coming to the end of its usefulness. In short, it is hard for him because he is under a lot of pressure from the women. I know exactly how he feels. What to do in such a situation? As expected, even if the ship is disguised, the facilities and equipment cannot be increased. There is a way to take facilities from the other ship's beauty treatment and multiply them infinitely, but I think this is likely to incur the wrath of God. I can add small and useful things, but large facilities would be overkill. I oppose it because it would be hard when they get angry and forbid things that were fine before. The way women were given preferential treatment in Japan was, they literally had a ladies' day. If women are complaining, then just have women first events on a regular basis. I'll leave the length up to you, but how about having a women only day once a month or so? Then, the beauty treatments can be in full swing. Since even the nobles are safe on the ship, they can be accompanied by no more than 2 escorts and 2 maids. It seems that people of lower status get treatments late at night, and if it's in full operation and for women only, it can be reversed. We can summon a lot of Sapurabi, so there will be no problem with the beauty therapists. Women only? Moro-san tilted his head. Even though it is said that women are strong, it is within the family. In this world of society, men are still the dominant group, so it must be difficult even for Moro-san to understand. When I explained in detail how Ladies' Day works, Moro-san's face became convinced, and a feeling of this is a good chance to make money, isn't it, appeared on his face. I also asked him about the onboard gym, and since it seemed to be for men only, I explained about aerobics, beauty exercises, and hot yoga. When I appointed myself as a staff trainer at the gym, knowledge of all kinds of things came to my mind, so I thought it would be easy enough to get a specialized person to handle it. Aerobics is quite a lot of exercise, but I'm sure the trainer will be able to handle the level of exercise. I see. I think I can handle it. I'll talk to Camille and Donatella about it. That's good to hear. Good luck. There will probably be a push to increase the Ladies' Day, but I can't think of any countermeasures, so I'll just keep my mouth shut. Camille-san and the others have finished their interviews and are chatting leisurely, and there seems to be no problem over there either. I join them and talk to Camille-san and the others for a bit before returning to the chateau. With one weight off my shoulders, I am free to bring the Dark Elves back to the island, push the fairies to the island, and be on my way.